Kehinde Olasukomi, not here as well. Elvis Boniface. Oh, wow. So all our lists here that I was giving, we don't have them here yet. Or some of them are virtually online. Oh, wow. Okay, what about Abaz Abiola Abdul Aziz? You're here. Fantastic. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Abiola Aziz. So you introduce yourself, and we got 5 minutes. Talk to us, and let's get to see what you got behind you.
Hello, good morning. My talk is actually centered and targeted to young people who are interested in innovating in journalism. And I feel like it's a sort of a letter, a solemn letter to someone that wants to build something meaningful but facing challenges. I start. Passion-driven people are the most selfish people, if passion is the only thing that drives them. And this is because the passion hypothesis does two things. It encourages entitlement mentality and discourages due diligence. And I almost fell into this trap when the stubborn idea of starting a science journalism platform popped up in my mind. I almost fell for the Nike advice, just do it. However, I started reflecting about the situation of some news platforms that have failed, that I know. I knew certainly that something was missing, and I was intentional to find the missing link. Then I reached out to Deji Adekunle because I believed I have in him, the expertise that could dissolve my confusion. I reached out to him, I pitched the idea to him, and when I was done doing all my pitching and presentation, he responded with just a 5-word question. What is your business model? That question changed everything, and I was vulnerable enough to admit to him that I was not thinking business. I just felt I'm passionate about this, and if I do it very well, the reward will come at some point. And that is what I said about passion-driven people and entitlement mentality. They believe that at some point, the world will come together to reward them because they are doing something that looks nice. Not knowing that if the reward will truly come, the reward system has to be built with clarity and intentionality. Although we have not launched, but a startup that was almost a careless venture now today has 1, an almost done MVP, a fully functional science journalism website. 2, a well thought out brand identity design that went through 3 months of iteration. 3, an almost done CAC registration. 4, which is most importantly, a team that includes 3 certified science communicators who are toppers in their classes and high flyers in their various scientific fields. Another team member who is an experienced investigative reporter, a multilingual investigative reporter who has worked across numerous organizations across Africa. And another team member who is a science communicator and also has an MBA from Nexford. Also, we have a community, a very small community of young, creative science communicators who are happy and excited to jump on board once we launch to do meaningful work with us. And finally, we have a very small group of 150 individuals who are ready to be our early adopters. None of this could have been possible if not for that powerful question that pushed us to doing what we call pre-mortem brainstorming sessions, where we asked the question, what could possibly kill this idea before it scales? And as we continue to answer that question in every meeting, at every session, we continue to gain the confidence that this science journalism platform in Nigeria will not be dead on arrival. And ultimately, I have learned that I can start up something with nothing and build it with people. Abbas Abiola Abdulaziz is my name, and I thank you all very much for listening.
No, he deserves better than that. He not only kept to the time, which is brilliant, and we love that. He has set the tone right. But hey, how many of us here are entrepreneurs? A show of hands, please. Entrepreneurs, media entrepreneur. Yeah, we know Uncle Lake on that one alive, and he's even creating more entrepreneurs in that space. Okay, so how many of you are entrepreneurs in your media organization? Not entrepreneurs, but entrepreneurs in your media organization. How many of you are? Uh-huh. All right, I see a hand over there. Fantastic. Just one hand. So you see, we are all entrepreneurs. The question is, in the ecosystem of the governance system that you're in, what type are you? So an entrepreneur is, of course, somebody externally who sets up his own businesses, runs it, manages, have control, ownership, as the case may be. If you are an entrepreneur, right, an entrepreneur, it means you're working with an organization where your mindset should actually be that of a person, though employed, has the mentality to understand that you're also running a business that needs to succeed. Are we good with that now? Is the clarity okay? So if I ask again, are you an entrepreneur, what would you say? Do we have more hands showing up? Not yet. So we're all just people working to earn salaries. So you see, I guess this is where the challenge will now come in, where we all think that being in the media space, because we are employed, the only interest and our only concern is that we are paid for the job that we deliver on, and not so much as to how we also strategically connect the KPIs, the key performance indicators, to how to successfully make that business enterprise that pays us the salary based on your creative input to succeed. So that might just be something we may shift our mindset on. And I think that was what Abbas rightly pointed out, that there's an entitlement mentality. And that's something we will need to really break through. You see how he organized his team? There were key points he talked about. The team matters a lot because the team answers the question, what if this fails or is about to fail? What do we do? So he also has a backup plan. Thank you so much, Abbas Abiola Abdulaziz. And then I believe Elvis Boniface is here. Hello, Elvis, are you here? Can I see your hands? Okay, and Aro Leonard. I saw Aro yesterday. Okay, and what about Mohammed Kabir Mohammed? Is he here? Awesome. Please put your hands together for Mohammed Kabir Mohammed. You got 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohammed Kabir Mohammed. I am the COO, Trust Radio Network, a subsidiary of Media Trust Limited. I'm going to talk about, what I see as a crisis for the media industry in general, but with focus on the radio stations. What I see is a situation where, we are facing a lot of challenges that are cyclical in nature. Yesterday, my chairman spoke about, when you want to establish a media organization, you establish a business that will be able to fund the stories that will generate income for you. Well, that's a cycle. You establish a business, the business generates the money you need to produce the content, because, of course, you need money to produce the content. So what is happening now is a lot of, especially electronic media, are facing these challenges. We are operating in a very difficult environment. You need to, when you buy the equipment, you need to set up the station. You need to fuel the generator that is going to provide you with the power you need. Or if you want to use electricity, maybe you want to be on band A. And with the increase in tariff, it's difficult. Then you will have to pay salaries of staff, and also the content that, those staff are going to produce, you also have to pay. So you see, in many places, what is happening is, a lot of things are sacrificed. People go for the cheapest labor they can get, and this means, getting anybody who can speak, on air to come in and talk without regards to their skills or professionalism, and that kills professionalism. And then, you cannot produce the content that will be able to generate, the audience that you need to provide the money, that will continue the cycle. So when you have, like I said, anybody who comes in, who can talk, who can speak on mic, or who can sit in front of a camera is just a resource person. You just give them, airtime to go and say whatever they are going to say. You don't have the content that, you need to generate the income that you need. So a solution to this problem, to me, is one, excuse me, where we have, anybody just waking up, like the previous speaker has, spoken about, anybody just waking up to say, I'm going to start this. Maybe that needs to stop. People should start thinking about, the future of whatever they start. How long is it going to last? Do they have the resources to sustain it for that period of time? So if people are able to, like he said, come up with a business model, look for enough funding to sustain that business, then I think part of the problem is solved. Now, if you want that business to succeed, you don't only, provide the money. You need the people who can produce the content. It's unfortunate that my experience working with interns, people who are being trained in the university, and even youth corpers who have just graduated from the university, they have studied mass communication or whatever, and they're interested to work in the media is, the type of skill that they have been given in the university is far below what is expected. So our training institutions are not doing enough, to produce the type of personnel that we need to work. And, for you to train them, you have to spend money, which you don't have. Are you thinking about, buying diesel for your generator, or paying high electricity tariffs, or paying rent, and so on and so forth, or paying the salaries of staff, or training them? So right from the universities or whatever institutions that train these people that come into journalism to work, I think there is need for reform, so that will produce the type of the quality of graduates that we want, who can easily fit into the ecosystem. Now, okay, 1 minute, please. Let me round up. All right, thank you.
Please give me a good round of applause. I think my biggest takeaway from his conversation is the interaction and interconnectivity and the significance of merging real life, field work, and combining it with the theoretical academic knowledge that is common in most institutions. And that's a huge gap that we don't see in Nigeria. The reality in many academic institutions, the content that they produce, compared to the reality these young persons face in the real world, is too disconnected. I had the privilege of being invited by the British Council to the UK after a global awards, and one of the key things I picked away from that was that they are intentional and deliberate in ensuring that both the academic schooling system is interconnected to various companies that offer specific training-related courses so that these young persons can get the experience they need. It's not magic, it is intentional. So I think we need to be doing more of that. So thank you so much, Muhammad Kabir Muhammad, for that powerful insight there. Do we have Selim Sani Shehu here? Okay, what about John Ukobi? I think this would be a good time to invite, oh, he's here. Oh, John, a pleasure. Please give him a round of applause. Mona, clap well now. Do you need Arabian tea? We'll get some for you.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank NAMIP, the organizers of this program, Daily Trust, and Mercator Foundation for this opportunity. My name is John Okubi from the African Women in Media, and I'll be speaking on behalf of AWIM. So that's the short form that we know ourselves. You may be surprised a man speaking for women-led organization. Yeah, so AWIM is also all-inclusive. So I'll be briefly talking about how we are responding to our work and factoring sustainability as well. So briefly, I'll just be talking on from commitments to action, advancing gender-safe media. So AWIM is an organization that is enabling the works of women, looking at the rights of women, issues that concerns women, violence, underrepresentation in leadership position, among others. So that's what we major on. It will surprise you to know that over 40% of African women, and then this is from a study from AWIM in collaboration of UNESCO, have faced one form of sexual violence or the other. So this is part of what we are working towards to close the gap. So in response of this, we do that through various means, majorly through collaboration, through partnership, through research, and of course, recently we're introducing communities of practices as our approach also. And I want to see this as the sustainable factors or elements that we do. Our work is majorly hinged on the Kigali Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And then this is something that was a document that was ratified in 2023. So AWIM has been on board for about 9 to 10 years now. And every year we host conferences in different African countries. So this year we are hosting one in Ethiopia, and it's from the 4th to 5th of December, and I mean it's just by the corner. And as we do this also, there's the Kigali Declaration that I want to talk about. It's just people in the media space lending their voices, supporting the end and elimination of gender-based violence within the media and then outside the media sector. I want to urge every woman in this hall today that is listening to me, kindly check our website and lend your voice to that, please. So it's africanwomeninmedia.com, and that is our website. So I would kindly urge every one of us to lend our voices. Let us end this violence, put a stop to it as well. So I would just also speak briefly on what we do around the communities of practice. So far, most of what we do, we've been trying to create impact, leverage networks, leverage partnership, bring women from different sectors, in the media area together, and then talk about what they do, amplify what they do. So this also has been helping with sustainability because they are sharing their experiences and then learning new things as well. So I want to say that this is something also that can strengthen sustainability, amplify the work that they do. They no longer work as individuals, but as a collective. Even as part of our plan towards the conference for the past 1 to 2 months now, we've organized a series of pre-conference webinars where we're also building these communities as well. So I would like to urge everyone, every woman in the media space, kindly lend your voice, join the AWIM team, and then let's work together and help keep our work sustainable as well. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for a he for she. Come on. Well done. A good representative from Arwin. I mean, for those who know, that's a woman-driven organization centered on women-driven conversations and issues. So for goodness sake, having a he for she come speak to on women's matter, that shows some level of inclusivity we should even commend. Because at the end of the day, what we've seen happen is when we did the a girl-child education, we inadvertently left the boys behind. And now the boys have to play catch-up, which means we cannot keep creating echo chambers of just a certain gender, right, in a space where others are disconnected from what also happened within that space, who can also be allies and champions. So going forward, it's clear that in this age of AI, you've got to take everyone along. Thank you very much, John Okobi. And now, our final pitch expert, as it is, or someone who has a great idea and solution to give to newsrooms here is Elvis Boniface. Put your hands together for Elvis Boniface.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elvis Boniface, and I am the founder and editor of EduGist, an education newsroom based here in Nigeria. I'm looking because I have slides. So this morning I'm here with a very simple proposition. Education journalism is not a niche, it's a global emergency. Next slide, please. So as we can see, a silent emergency. 9 out of 10 children can't read, simple sentence by age 10 in the continent. But why the data is loud? You discover that the reporting is very silent here. Education stories does not make headline. It's not a major priority across our news. Now, the real crisis is that millions of young minds are struggling with the direction of the future. But for us as an industry, we are not taking that as a priority. We don't report education the way we report conflict, the way we report war, the way we report climate change. And this is a problem. Please, the next. So, gathering here this morning in a room full of media leaders, why are we talking about education? Because education is where the future actually begins. It is where it's designed. For economies, for democracies, for dignity, all this happens in the classroom. Media sets the agenda. But if we, cover education boldly, consistently, and contextually, what that means is really we are making that case for the future of every child. What have we done at EduGist? That will take me to the next slide. Some innovations we've done. After reporting education over the last 4 years, we have seen some problem. And some of the things that we have seen is community journalism. True education cannot wait. From September, we are kicking off our regional and bureau system where we are reporting education from the 6 geopolitical regions. We've also designed something called Safe to Report, a platform that allows students, parents, and communities to report safety concerns directly to the authority. And on the 9th of May, Safe to Report won the best innovation during ECOWAS at 50 in Benin Republic. We've also done voices from the front line, spotlighting teachers who are the key pillars of education. Again, we run the Nigerian Student Venture Prize, an annual competition that identifies key students, entrepreneurs from students, because we believe that the old practice of going to school, graduating with good grades, and getting a good job, our economy no longer support that. Second to the last is we have a school portal where parents, young parents like me, how do you make the decision for your child against curricula and other things? Finally, we have a PRO vertical where we literally report about where we support global organizations like the World Innovation for Education and the Yidan Prize. Please, the next slide. So as I close this, how can we scale this? We need your support. We have a collaborative newsroom where we partner with other newsrooms to report education. We are currently seeking funding. In this room, you can actually recommend us to other development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as we gathered here this morning, we must report education the way we report crime, conflict, because education is that and more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Elvis Boniface, for that very conclusive insight with regards to our call to action. How many of us here did not receive education? Please raise your hand if you did not receive education. Aha. I was wondering, no, he's a guide. Dr. Abba, he's a guide. So how many of us feel that education is valuable? Raise your hands. If you think education is valuable, raise your hands. Okay. But how many of us feel or think that the quality and the intentionality behind the content of these educational courses or material is more significant and more crucial than merely having education for education itself? A show of hands? Very few people agree. The whole place is split in half. It's a lie. So that tells us something. And I think Boniface has just hit the nail on the head. It's not just about talking of education for education's sake. The question is, what are the outcomes we expect this educational exposure on the lives of these young children, especially those in rural areas where most often than not, they are disconnected from the advancement that education is actually becoming today. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to these wonderful teachers who are exceptional in their way, showing you some ideas on what they have done. I bet I'm gonna clap for them, they don't try. All right then. So quickly, we're going to go straight. We all remember that we are here for the Media Sustainability Conference. Yesterday, for those who were here, you had a great time. I must say that I've attended conferences. And in Nigeria, we're beginning to see a surge of conferences. What I witnessed yesterday, put together by Daily Trust Foundation, Nigeria Media Innovation Program, as well as the support from MacArthur Foundation, was not just about talking. It was about case studies. It was about evidentiary proof, showing you how it works. It's about taking you by your hands, step by step, and telling you what to do. Please, once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for the organizers of this event. And for my friends from Kenya, we call her C. She's Catherine. She's a phenomenal woman. I have met her. We've had sections together. We've had a great time together. We've done programs together. And I've loved the synergy we've formed between Nigeria and Kenya. I've been on a clap for her. She's a wonderful woman to have here join us. All right. Now we're going to have a documentary. This documentary is about the Daily Trust story. Yesterday, we saw the MDIF documentary, NAMIP documentary. But the question is, what is the Daily Trust story that you and I can resonate with? Because this is a Nigerian story. To the team, may we have the documentary played now.
For seven years, Daily Trust Foundation has been transforming lives. As part of the corporate social responsibility of Media Trust Limited, publisher of Daily Trust title Entrust TV. In 2015, the foundation raised the sum of 154 million naira in order to cushion life for internally displaced persons in the Northeast. Since 2009, when terrorists began their violent campaign in Borno, Yobe, and part of Adamawa State, over 3 million persons have been removed from the comfort of their homes to temporary shelter. These funds have been utilized to provide succor for many of the displaced persons. In addition, the foundation over the years funded projects that are beneficiary, especially in the areas of providing basic social amenities to the public, scholarship to the student, and financial support for women in conflict-affected areas. In a visit to some of the localities in Borno and Yobe State to ascertain the impact of the project, the people will forever remain grateful as the project executed by the foundation is helping their everyday life. We started with the Future Prowess Islamic Foundation, an institution where Daily Trust Foundation gave scholarship to more than 300 children made orphans as a result of the deadly and destructive activities of terrorists in Borno State.
Daily Trust was the first institution or organization that came to say, I am the unsung hero of the year 2013. That was at the peak of the insurgency, when nobody goes round to say I'm this or that. And that was the period they said I'm the unsung hero. And that offends the others, the Robert Burns, the Aurora, the Nelson, that is the United Nations highest award. Then here comes the CNN, and a host of others that I cannot even sit here and mention.
Working with the Future Prowess Islamic Foundation, the scholarship involved the payment of basic school fees and the provision of breakfast, uniform, books, school bags, sandals, socks, trauma counseling, soap and detergent for each of the students.
No, we are not paying school fees because they want to help us, and they are giving us books and many provision. The school is helping us with food, with money of school fees, with books and erasers, some provisions.
They do not pay any money in this school. I study very well in the class. Me and my friends, I will study very well. Teachers, they teach us very well.
With the environment provided for the student to learn effectively, they spoke to us about their aspirations in life.
I want to be a midwife because I wanted to help the women in order to give a birth to a child.
I want to be a doctor to help people in the community and save lives of some.
You are in what class now? So what's in your mind is your sister?
Future Pro is not admitting only less privileged, the vulnerable, less privileged orphans. They are all being admitted. So we are not sticking to only vulnerable students. Even the orphans is their home, is their school, less privileged is their school, less vulnerable student is their school. That's why we named motto of the school, where every child matters. From the process of the admitting of the student up to their graduation is for free. We haven't collected any penny from any student or any parents. From their uniform, feeding, textbook, they only what they call is with themselves. Nothing they used to come with their home. All what they need is the school that used to give them.
Under the intervention, the IDP fund was deployed for the construction of new boreholes and rehabilitation of broken down pumps and motorized boreholes to provide safe drinking water to various communities affected by the insurgency. One of such communities successfully executed water project is the Al Badawi IDP camp Muna Garage, Maiduguri. The resident reflected on how difficult it was accessing water until the intervention of Daily Trust Foundation.
Okay, challenges da muna samuwa a da gaskiya ruwa sai mun yi tafiya kusan ga mata suna layi ga maza suna layi muna ɗiban ruwa wahala ne. A haka man ka je ma da kyar ka samu ruwan nan. Wani a bakin ruwan ma wasu ma suna ta fada har yana kawo ma fadan kabilanci ma wannan lokacin, amma da suka mana wannan gaskiya abun ya ragu haka yanzu. Ai ruwan ana samu har ga Allah alhamdulillah, dan yana isa kowa ruwa yanzu a wannan area kan, har wasu ma suna za su ba wani challenges dai na ruwa ne. Mu gaskiya zaman mu nan din ya isa mu irin yawan gobaran nan mu za samu gaskiya a wasar da mu kau zuwa kauyukan kowa ya je local government nashi ya je ya zo gaskiya zaman mu da takure muke ga yara ba karatu ba sana'i, we are all jobless here kaga
Ningirin kanu ciwo na biya our facility not complete kanu ya zo ayi roba kala ya yo jenju falma sidiya ma do duk so kanu ya waron yo a wote class solat ye india yake kanu warzan o kanu warzo da yi ginci tak ba da isu ka yi yakmar isi ya shi ande adriji wahala de surin to da shi gaddi matu bozo aye atu aiso andoro bana sadu go sai na zakinto da ka sai santa ande diyan da ga jifan den ma dio ata kan nan sadu andoro
abin da zamu ce da godiya zamu yi da kan ruwan da muka samu gaskiya ya taimaka kusan shekara 5 ne ko muna amfani da ruwan gaskiya mun ji dadin amfaninsa zuwan ya ishe mu muna samun ruwa safe da yamma kullum ana ba da ruwa gaskiya mun gode a Daily Trust. Akwai wani bohol ne can kasashe ya riga wannan din taunawa shine muna samu, amma nan gaskiya dai muna sha wahalan samun ruwa. Wayansu ana saye ma da kuɗi, lokacin ma mun fara saya muna saya da kuɗi a wata ran, sai a wannan muka samu dai suka tauna mana ba mu taba sayan ruwa ba. Muna samun ruwan sosai isheshe, sai dai mutanen da sun yawan mutanen da zai samu da karin ruwan muke so, amma dai ko ba sa haka dama muna samun ruwan isheshe, amma don jaman sun yawa ne ga abu.
Another beneficiary of the water project is the people of Buniyadi, Kushba local government area of Yobe State. The project was executed to ease the water scarcity around the area, especially with the insurgency.
Wahalar ruwa sai an ɗebo mun saya kullum. Sai mun saya ruwa naira 150 naira 200 jama'an anguwa kaf kowa sai ya saya haka in dai baka samu ka saya ba sai dai ka kwana da yunwa ba ma samu ruwa kwata-kwata to da Allah ya kawo ku kuma ku kai mana dalili aka yi mana wannan bohol din kuma bohol wannan tsakanin da Allah mun ji dadin sa dan ya taimaka mana ya taimaka jama'an anguwa kullum mutane suna cewa Allah ya san barka abu duk yadda ake so an same shi. To kaga wannan ai ci gaba ne muka samu, kuma dalilin ku ne muka samu wannan ci gaba. Kullum kuma jama'a muna ta muku godiya kamar yadda kuka taimaka mana akan wannan abun. A lokacin da babu bohol din kaman ka tashi daga nan ne ka je ka guju ba ka nemo ruwa ko ka je buni gari ka nemo ruwa, kaga ba lalle ne ka samu ruwan ka zo da shi ba, kaga ai wahala ta kai wahala ko ba haka ba yawwa. Sannan kuma kana iya ka bada kuɗin ma ba a kawo maka ruwan ba yadda za ka yi dole ka yi haƙuri sai washe gari in an kawo maka, in kuma ka yi katari ka bar wancan kuɗinka a gurin mai moya in ka ga wani ka yi sa'a ya kawo maka, to ka ga ba ƙalubalen da ya fi wannan ai.
Gaskiya muna samun ruwa da wahala, kafin mu samu ruwa gaskiya muna shan wahala. Muna tafiya can da nisa can tsallake muke tafiya tsallaken hanya muke nemowa ruwan da za mu sha. Shi ma kuma kan mu samu akwai wahala. Wallahi mu kan sai godiya mun gode wallahi sai dai Allah ya saka da alkhairi. Yanzu kan da aka kawo mana mu ma na sola alhamdulillah wallahi muna jin daɗin ta fiye da yadda baka zato sosai muna jin daɗin ta wallahi tunda yanzu ba mu da matsalar ruwa. Duk idan mun tashi ko da wankin mu ko da na sha da wankan yaran mu muna samu akan kari muna amfani da shi sai dai godiya. Ba abin da za mu ce sai dai Allah ya saka da alkhairi.
To mu dai da anguwan nan ba ma anguwan nan kaɗai ba duk anguwan da suke kewayen mu muna shan wahalar ruwa har ma sai mun fita waje mu dauko da keke ko mu tura kuskus ko in kana da kudi ka baiwa mai moya kudi ya kawo maka kuma a unguwanni makwabta masu nisa ruwan zai kai kusan 2-3 kilometers away daga wannan unguwan inda muke samu da wannan ruwa da ya zo al'umma na gari ba ma mu kaɗai ba unguwannin kewayen ma sun ci moriyar wannan ruwan yanzu haka muna samun ruwa safe da yamma ba sai mun siya ba ba za mu je ko ina mu siya ba za a bude mu diba safe da yamma ba mu da wani damuwa cikin hukuncin Allah.
Apart from the orphans who benefited at the primary secondary school level, some undergraduates at the University of Maiduguri were also captured. According to the student, this has gone a long way in helping their academics.
We just saw it. I heard it actually via social media. Someone sent the advertisement, and that time we were in school, so we were asked to submit our documents, and then I said, okay, let me also try, and that was how
I do apply whenever I see any scholarship advertisement. I do go for it. So when this daily trust fund on was sent via our WhatsApp group, I decided to give it a try, even though that time I was at home, but I still choose to come all the way from Bauchi down here to Maiduguri to give it a try.
I actually saw their advertisement. I saw one on the TV, and then through the social media I also saw many. That's where I got to know about it.
I was very happy, and I must say I was very surprised, given that I've been trying. I have even been to Abuja to sit for scholarship exams, and this one was like to just come and submit your credentials. I didn't even sat for any exams, and when the list came out, behold, my name was on the list. So honestly, I was very excited.
Actually, I was shocked when I got it, because it doesn't seem, it doesn't look real. We've been seeing plenty advertisement like that, and we've been applying, but this one, when we applied and it entered, I was very happy, seriously.
Okay, I actually got the sum of 125,000 naira, and I use it to pay my school fees. Some part of it I used to even buy my textbooks, because even the textbooks too are costs. They cost a lot.
The money came timely. The money came when our school fee was hiked from 27,000 to 100 plus. And so that was when the money came, and seriously, I used it for my school fees, and it was really very helpful. It has really helped me to also grow, because now I won't be thinking of how to raise my fees and all of that. So I concentrate more on my academics, and it has really been of help, and so it helps in my growth, both morally also and intellectually.
So when the money came, actually, because due to the increase in our school fees, before we were paying 27 to 28,000, but that year they increased the school fees to 104. So I actually use it to pay my school fees.
Okay. Actually, no words can express how happy and thankful I am to them. So I would just say thank you very much, and I hope they will still continue to support us and actually support a lot of more medical students like us, because it's actually very helpful.
I want to say a very big thank you to them for looking out for us, and especially there are some of us that are from less privileged homes, given that as in with the increase in school fees from 28 to 100 plus thousand. So honestly, it would have been very difficult for me to pay my school fees, but with the help I received from Daily Trust, I'm able to continue with my schools, with my schooling, by paying my school fees so far. So I want to say a very big thank you for them. May God reward them. And I also want to say may God protect them, and may God make them to soar higher in whatever they do.
The foundation, which started in 2015, has produced graduates who were beneficiary and are now contributing their quota to the society at large.
Then when I was a student at University of Maiduguri, I saw the advert, and we were just informed casually. I didn't even have anybody. I just applied without any hope, without anything. Just applied, posted it through post office. Then after somewhat, I just heard that my name was on the list. I was shocked about the scholarship, and that's how I got the scholarship. It was 100,000 monthly. Yes, but by that time money was valuable. So it helped me a lot to buy other things and even extend hands for my siblings.
There were many people that actually applied for it, so I was quite happy that I was among the people that were chosen to as part of the students that will benefit from the scholarship scheme, actually. In terms of as a medical student, then you have your textbooks to buy, you have, mostly it's the textbooks for a medical student that it will help out with. It's been a long way, as a medical student in Nigeria, called ASU strike, Boko Haram, again being in Maiduguri, again Boko Haram, so you think that it would never end. But then now where I am, I'm actually happy. Yes, it's been a long way, but I'm happy.
My message first is to say thank you to them for the great work that they are doing to help people, especially the female gender, to see that they go far. And then my other message is that they should extend more hands to the other people, because there are many doctors out there from less background that really needs this kind of assistance, and it will help them to achieve who they want to be, and they will become successful doctors, and they will also help in the community, because this kind of gesture that they have shown on to me, it has really helped me. I'm extending out to other people, even if I cannot give financially, but in my own profession I can also help the less privileged the way I can.
I think the scheme is actually very helpful, and it should be something that should be continued. Like, many people actually benefited from it. Us that got the scholarship, we were actually happy with it. It helped us a lot. It helped us a lot. So I think it should be a scheme that should be continued. And I don't know, maybe I was thinking if there's maybe anything that, since us that we have benefited from, if there's outreaches or something that we can contribute like towards, I think we'll be happy to help out.
Since Daily Trust Foundation launched the IDP Fund project, many households and communities have benefited in diverse ways. However, efforts to end the conflict to ensure families relocate to their homes and begin their normal life have not yielded the desired result. It is on this reason the Daily Trust Foundation has kept the appeal for support open contribution from kind-spirited Nigerians and corporate organizations.
I'm resounding. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Keep making it roll. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. It doesn't get better than that. How many of you were teary-eyed after watching that? Like you felt it in your spirit that this was something. Did you feel it? More not talk now. Oh yes, I didn't want to say a raise of hands. It is often said that the best things in life are free. It has also been said that when you feed the poor, you close the gap of suffering and poverty. And for many decades, the media has always often quarreled about the correlation between journalism and advocacy. But all the old systems are collapsing. It just shows that based on our theme for this conversation, which is future-proofing media and revenue sustainability, there are many, many ways we can actually use our own media to close the gap. The smile on the faces of those young women. How many of you followed the Boko Haram incident? I don't want to use the word insurgents and all of that, but that's what it was. But how many of us followed the impact of it? It was gruesome, wasn't it? Imagine you grew up in a place like that and there was nobody. Government didn't intervene. But a media organization saw that it's not enough to report the stories. Sometimes it is okay to become the advocates, the close gap. that addresses the issues that you as a journalistic organization have identified and hope that a CSO or an NGO should cover. So as a matter of fact, media is actually all about advocacy and providing solution. I had to check the word zakat, and that's one thing I'm going to talk about. When we talk about the passion of an organization, the vision of an organization, their value system, what drives them, what they believe as a people in terms of their religion and in terms of their mindset and in terms of their values is also reflected in how they also perform in terms of providing solution. I didn't know the meaning of zakat before, but I knew it had to do with charity, so I had to Google this down. This is zakat is the Arabic word for giving to charity or giving to the needy. It is a form of alms giving, often collected by the Muslim Ummah. It is considered in Islam a religious obligation, and by Quranic ranking is next after prayer, known as salat in terms of importance. In other words, whatever our belief systems are, we can take the highest expressions of those values in our various religious settings or mindsets or whatever they are and see them transmute into reality, into real life, providing real-time solutions. And now, we're going to formally open this event. And that starts with the national anthem. And so we are going to invite all of us to do that because we're going to have the keynote speaker, who is already here, and we're very excited about that. And many others have already also resumed here fully, so I'm quite happy to see that. The Nigerian Media Innovation Program has really done marvelously for us. What they have done also in partnership with Daily Trust and the Nigerian Media Innovation Program, as well as MacArthur Foundation for their support, cannot be overemphasized. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we kickstart the keynote address, can we have the national anthem? We all rise.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dearest land, who tribes of many, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians, Lord, brought to serve us sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle, and peace we can't stay. To the hands unto our children, Babylon we can't stay. O God of all creation, grant peace among we rest. Help us to build our nation, where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
You may all be seated. Thank you very much. I am Ejiro Umokoro. Everyone calls me Lady E. I am I'm a communications and broadcast specialist. I'm a writer, author, as well as the publisher and CEO of Lighttrain Media. Welcome you to this wonderful occasion of day 2 of our event. And now, may we all put our hands together for the welcome address that will be presented by Sebenzile Nkambule, the Regional Director for Africa and MENA. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Thank you very much to the program director. A very good morning, everyone. All right, let's try that again, like we're awake and happy to be here. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you. And welcome to the day 2 of the Media Sustainability Conference, co-hosted by the MDIF's Nigeria Media Innovation Program, and as well as the Daily Trust Foundation. Before we get going, I certainly hope you've had a restful evening and had an opportunity to reflect on some of the themes and the issues that emerged from yesterday's deliberations and contributions from an array of excellent speakers. Maybe if we can just take a few minutes, and I hope the organizers will be okay with me doing this, but I'd love to just hear 2 or 3 comments just from you all who were here yesterday about some of the things that stood out for you. Just one key takeaway that you went to bed with and thought, wow, here's something I didn't think of, or here's something that I think is important for us to take into our organizations. All right, we have a hand there. There's one up front and there's one here. All right, 4, 5 even. Okay, y'all are ready to speak. Okay. Let's start with you, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, so for me, it's something I've always known, but I think it was re-emphasized yesterday. And this morning as I was sitting down, something dropped in my mind. It says, media business is serious business.
Yes.
That's one thing that got reinforced for me, and it really needs to be taken that way. Thank you.
Excellent. Media business is serious business. Thank you. There was a hand here.
Okay, for me, primarily as a resource mobilization person, when the advisory board sat and were speaking, so I was particular about the salient things they pay attention to as little as social medias and digging deep into the team, learning more about the team. So those were also very vital for me, and they were key takeaways.
Brilliant, thank you. Was there one more in this section? Here, okay, there we go.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I learned so many things yesterday. As per se, like he rightly said, I never knew that journalism is business per se, that there's so much attachment to monetary aspects of it. And my eyes were opened yesterday towards that. I know it's money, but I didn't know it's deep into this. And I learned that your audience are moving. You need to follow them fast. As they go, you follow them. Don't lag behind. Because if you lag behind, they will leave you. And I learned that data is everything. Everything that you do, the data is key. Thank you. So many things anyway, but let's keep it as this.
Excellent. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Good morning, everyone. What I learned that was striking yesterday was how we need to incorporate gender balance into our management structure in my organization. And we're going to do that immediately. Thank you.
Excellent. Do you run your own organization? Did I do what? Do you run your own business?
Yes, I'm part of the management team of Nature News.
Okay.
So we're going to do that. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Hold them accountable to that, right? Gender parity in management. The lady in pink also wanted to speak.
So many things stood out for me yesterday. One of the things was passion. In terms of passion is not enough to drive your media business. As much as resilience is also very important, we also need to understand the business of media, as that would sustain your vision.
Brilliant. There we go. There's one more there. Rona, are you also itching to speak? No, okay, you just facilitate. That's brilliant.
Good morning, everyone. What I learned yesterday was there was a serious paradigm shift in communication business generally. And those of us that are in this industry must know it so that we can go with the time. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, last three. There's a hand there, and then 2 there, and then we must move. I'd be happy to do this all day, but I don't think the organizers would be happy. Brother there, and then two last ones there. I hope the team is taking notes, right, of what stood out in the feedback.
Thank you. What stood out to me yesterday was when they talked about the need for collaboration between media. Sometimes, or most of the time, we see ourselves as competitors fighting for the same thing, when in reality, there's an opportunity to do more with collaboration.
Collaboration is key. Excellent point. Thank you. All right. Those two were the hands, and then I'll end with you, sir. And you'll be the last one. So let's start with the lady at the back, and then, okay, we'll start with you.
Good morning. Just as the last speaker did say, what my major takeaway yesterday was the issue of partnership, that I cannot do it on my own and with my team alone. I need to form linkages with others towards driving the business.
Brilliant. Just behind you. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. So a lot of things stood out for me. The issue of collaboration, then also having a clear vision, intentionality in all that we do as an organization, then also the analogy of the advisory committee as a midwife stood out for me as well. Thank you.
Brilliant. And the gentleman here in front will be the last one.
Good morning. My name is Muhammad Abdel Kader. My take for what we learned yesterday was the audience-centric approach in business model. And in doing this, I got the inspiration that we need to really do a lot in terms of building trust for the organization and for the media's sustainability, which this conference is all about. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for those comments. A round of applause for... Jeepers, have you all not had coffee this morning? Can we try again? A round of applause for the comments, please. Sheesh. I haven't had coffee, so I'm hoping your energy will provide one with the strength and the oomph to get going this morning. As I was introduced, I am Sebenzile Nkambule. I am the Regional Director for Africa and the Middle East for the Media Development Investment Fund, the MDIF. And I was quite keen on hearing what your key takeaways were, because what mine were, and it's kind of stuck with me since my travels to Abuja this week, where I left at 5 a.m. from Johannesburg. I flew A-Sky, the Pan-African airline. We stopped in Libreville, Gabon. The next stop was Lomé, Togo, and from there, we're meant to then come here. And then we were told we needed to make a quick stop to Cotonou because there was a group that needed to go there, and then we made our way to Abuja. And now because of this group that needed to go to Benin, and for whatever reason the airline made a plan, there was a bit of a fracas, a bit of a mess, right, in trying to get those people boarding passes. We had our own because that's the flight we were on and so on. So it was a bit of chaos, not a lot. We eventually get across, and behind me as we're walking towards the plane to then board, behind me, a man is traveling with his family with 2 children, couldn't have been older than 10 years old. And as we walk away in frustration, he sighs and says, "Welcome to Africa," with a very thick American accent and the greatest deal of sarcasm you can imagine. Now, had I not been tired after traveling for a couple of hours, I would have turned around and asked him, what does he mean? Especially because he was saying this to children, right? I imagine, and I'm assuming maybe they were born somewhere here in West Africa, but are living in the US. But this was what he was sharing to his children. He was like, "Welcome to Africa," and it wasn't in a positive light. And so this had me thinking, right? Thinking about how many of these narratives, these very archaic, old, problematic, racist, colonial narratives about Africa still persist. The difference being that they're not being disseminated by those who are not of Africa or don't identify with us, but it's also carried out and said by ourselves. Narratives of the continent of conflict, the continent of malnourishment and famine, images of children with some or other disease related to a lack of access to healthcare, lack of access to nutritious food, is still what is in fact seen there. And so what stood out for me was that our work, and even though I'm now on the other side now and in the donor and the funder world and no longer practicing as a journalist, but always identify as one, that our work is important. Somebody this morning said that media business is serious business. It's not only serious business in terms of balance sheets and making sure that you're able to pay salaries at the end of the month, but it's serious business because we are shaping minds, are shaping perceptions, and are influencing how people think and look at us as a people. So how do we carry out this duty and still meet all of these many things that we have to do in order to remain sustainable? Alongside this narrative of a continent that is poor, there's no development and so on, which of course we know is nonsense, there's also a narrative that we must highlight and double click on, which is that 60% of the population of this continent is under the age of 25. Any other under 25s in the room? Rona is an alleged under 25. All right, so that's very interesting as well, that in this room, 60% of the population is not represented. Probably represented in, perhaps some of you have children who have that age. But just in terms of the conversations that I had here, 60% of the population of this continent is not in this room, physically, right? So we are an incredibly young continent. Now, if you look at the average age of our heads of state, that tells a different story. But the continent in its entirety, we are a very youthful population. So what does that mean for the work that we do as media practitioners? The other trend, which is very important about our continent, is that we're a growing population. And there's quite a bit of research and data around this. But we are set as a continent in terms of our growing population to double our population by 2050 to reach approximately 2.5 billion people on the continent. We are also a continent that is urbanizing rapidly, and this urbanization is also as a result of the growing population, right? Where people will then move away from your rural areas, from your peri-urban areas, and want to be in cities, and young people in particular looking for opportunities and looking for work. And these are some of these trends that should matter to us. They shouldn't just matter to government officials who need to figure out how many hospitals need to be built, how many schools need to be built, or investors who want to invest in massive infrastructure projects. It should matter to us as well as those who have the responsibility, a very privileged responsibility of telling the story of Africa, but also ensuring that Africans are informed. So we have an opportunity which comes through our demographic dividend as a continent. The opportunities here are that of economic growth, the obvious ones. There's innovation and entrepreneurship. There's also opportunity for education and skills development. The other side of this coin, the challenges of this, is that we also have, in many parts of the continent, very high rates of unemployment or underemployment, lack of access to education, and a lack of access to adequate health care. But we also have a hopeless and a restless youth. And as we know, when you have youthful energy that is idle, that is not well guided, whose time is not being spent wisely, it can be energy that is then used destructively. And these are some of the challenges that we have here. However, though, we're not going to have this demographic dividend forever, right? Because that dividend you have between the ages of, we're looking in the region of about 18 and 60, depending on how energetic these 60-year-olds are. But when they get to the other side, we don't quite consider that as a dividend any longer, or on the other end as well. And so we have to maximize it and use it well. So how do we keep up with this trajectory, and how do we ensure that media practitioners are at the forefront of it? The role we can play, and a number of these, and happy to chat about it over coffee later on this morning, but we have to promote good governance and accountability. We must do the work of holding power to account, expose corruption, and to foster trust in public institutions. We must be able to adequately inform the citizenry, because an informed public makes better decisions about their lives and can participate fully in public life and perform their civic duties. We must also do the work of amplifying the voices of those who are marginalized, promoting local languages, promoting cultures, and harnessing, right, a spirit of a proud people, from Cape to Cairo, to use that cliche. We should also support economic development, be a place of opportunity that keeps people updated, that promotes local business, that disseminates market information, but more importantly, for this youth that is facing unemployment and a lack of opportunities, be able to say this is where the opportunities are and encourage them to go and access them. So essentially fostering inclusive growth. Essentially, very high level is we have to harness this youth dividend, we have to build strong institutions, we have to attract sustainable investment, and we also have to achieve inclusive growth as well as resilience as a people. Other trends here which are of interest is that approximately 20 cities on the continent account for 60%, almost 60% of the continent's GDP, right? They also, in future, will account for or house 21% of Africa's population. Why is this important? To my earlier point about how the continent is urbanizing rapidly, there are also quite specific trends of that urbanization, that people are moving to places in cities like Lagos, people are moving to cities like Cairo, people are moving to Johannesburg, people are moving to cities like Nairobi, because that's where the opportunities are. And these big cities are in fact going to account for large numbers of this population. So what strategies do we as media practitioners have in place to not only report on these trends and almost be victims of these trends? And what I mean by that is that if you living and reporting in a place where there isn't much activity, suddenly the kinds of storytelling or the content that you're doing, or being able to access support, investment, or donor funding, suddenly those opportunities are reduced because there's a lot more action elsewhere. So what is then the strategy to leverage these kinds of trends? Because these trends matter to government as much as, should matter to us as much as they should matter to governments, as much as they should matter to anybody else who cares about this continent. And so when we think about audiences leaving us and we needing to chase them leaving us is also a function of these socioeconomic trends that we need to stay on top of. So if you know that people are moving from certain areas and are moving to these major cities, do we know these major cities well? Do we know what is happening there, how people prefer to receive their information? What language do they prefer to engage in? What can they afford? How much are they earning? Can they afford to actually pay for a subscription? How much are they prepared to pay for that subscription? How competitive is that particular market? Which other players are there? We have to know the context within which we operate extremely well in order for us to do what we do extremely well. And I hope that throughout our conversations as well, and from the incredible work that the team at NAMIP have been doing in trying to strengthen and supporting these media businesses to generate revenue, is that there is a deeper understanding that we can have these very high-level conversations about media viability, sustainability, how to, create new products, new revenue streams, and so on at a very high level, but you can't engage those themes and topics meaningfully without fully understanding the context within which you operate. Because running a media business in Abuja, Nigeria is different from running a business in Johannesburg, South Africa, in Cairo, Egypt, or in Lomé, Togo. And if we don't know that, everybody else is going to come in and eat our lunch. And it's already happening in many parts because they know that data is king, and they've figured out how to harness that data and information that we know, but we're not being clever in harnessing and not being clever in using to our advantage. We have to recognize that ours is a much, much bigger mission that we are setting out to achieve. At MDIF, we don't just support and invest in organizations and media businesses that are making money for the sake of making money. If that were the case, we'd be investing in many other businesses, and many of you perhaps would not be in the room. Entertainment, sports, all sorts of platforms that are profitable, that are making money, but that is not our interest. We invest in the kinds of media businesses, the kinds of platforms that have a fundamental mission at their core. And that mission is to ensure that we have a well-informed citizenry that can make better decisions about their lives, better decisions about their health, because they are well-informed. And that is our mission. And when we do that, perhaps I won't bump into a fellow African who will sarcastically tell his children, welcome to Africa, and be okay with it. Perhaps we can create a people who are very proud of the continent that we belong to, proud to the extent that we support and contribute towards the sustainability and the success of media businesses, and contribute towards the strengthening of our democracies, the strengthening of our institutions across the board. So I thought to just leave that with you, and I hope you keep it in the back of your mind as you continue to do your work. What I was actually tasked to do, and I just took liberties because I had a bit more time this morning, was to extend a vote of thanks to folks who contributed yesterday. So to invoke gratitude into the room. And so allow me to thank once again the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Honorable Mohammed Idris. We say thank you to the International Press Institute for their support, the Nigerian Guild of Editors, the Nigerian Union of Journalists. Thank you to Dapo Olorunyomi, publisher of Premium Times and CEO of the CJID. Thank you to the Daily Trust Board and the Daily Trust Management. Thank you to the Nigeria, to the NAMIP cohort for their contributions and their energy and commitment to the program over the last couple of years. Also, thank you, a big thank you to the NAMIP Advisory Committee, Catherine Gisheru, Rona Meyer, Professor Suleiman Yadua, and Monturayo Alaka, for your time, for your commitment, and for your contribution to supporting this program. And of course, to yourselves for participating and for attending this occasion, and for supporting the work of both the Nigeria Media Innovation Program as well as the work of the Daily Trust. Thank you.
Please, another resounding applause for that. I mean, let's let it go. Keep it going until she sits down. Come on. I loved every presentation of that. Thank you, Sebenzile Nkambule. Did I pronounce that right? Oh, I love all things Kenya and South Africa. The Regional Director for Africa and MENA. I couldn't but help notice some of the key points she highlighted, and somehow yesterday, these were brought up. And one of the things she identified, and which all of us, I think part of the feedback for this conference is that the media business is a business. Yes, we all agree. But then she identified something just by asking how many persons here are under 25 in the media organization that we work with. And then they were like, nobody? Or was there one hand? Or was it that people were shy to raise their hands? Because if the data is not there, what will our conclusion be? It means that it does not exist. So if we media organizations, we are in a conference like this where we're supposed to be interacting, having a great time, getting to connect and really talk about ourselves. When a question is asked, today's interactions, let's allow the data speak. And she identified the fact that from all this conversation, it's clear that within the media, we're actually having what is called the media echo chambers. Over the years, I've identified 4 of them in Nigeria. I call the first one the sophisticated, investigative, journalistic-driven media organizations. The second one are the union journalists. The third one are the government journalists. The third are the regulatory journalists. And then you look at this collection of journalists, and all of them think they are supposed to be antagonistic. Meanwhile, our beautiful sister, my Robo sister, I'm Isoko Yoruba, but we all share the same thing. Where they say, area. Area on their house. Mona shake body now. Even my darling was like, which kind of hard audience with these people now? You guys are too tough a crowd. Mona shake body. And Rona said something yesterday. He said, we look at it as the AI colleague. In other words, we are all colleagues in this industry first. So if we don't achieve this collaboration and understand that conferences are for us, it has nothing to do with NGE, it has nothing to do with IPI, it has nothing to do with NUJ, it has nothing to do with BORN. It's about us. We've got to harness that collective power. Otherwise, you see what is happening. You see that break and divide they are doing to us. They will finish all of us. And actually, she made a point like that, Zembezile. She made a point. She said, look, these guys know what is there. They have come to take the cookie. There will be nothing left of that pie if we continue to fight against ourselves. So thank you for that, a powerful insight. And quickly, we shall go into a great conversation. I will come back to some of the points you raised earlier on. But now it's time for us to talk about the Media Sustainability Research Report. And this is very important because we're all here today because this is our all practical sessions. We're going to be interacting, we're going to be taking notes, and we need to, take all this feedback and do some magic with them somehow, as the case may be. I'm going to be inviting, stepping up to handle this very important keynote discuss, is Professor Umaru Pate, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University, Kashare. He is, if you know him, he is an erudite scholar who holds the prestigious, let me add this one quickly, a traditional title of the Kaigama of Adamawa. He is a professor of media and society and currently the vice chairman, chancellor of the Federal University of Kashere in Gombe State.
I just don't have the time. We have another engagement immediately after. I was expecting to start my paper by 10 o'clock so that I should be able to make up for the other engagement, CGID conference, where I'm the chairman of the CGID board. So thank you very much. I'll try as much as possible to be fast. I know that most of the issues that I'm going to raise have either been addressed yesterday or maybe tangentially referred to. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this conversation. It's something that we've been doing for quite a while. And I had the opportunity of leading the process for taking a critical look and reviewing the Nigerian Media and Communication Studies curriculum being implemented in all our universities. One of the things that we did, after a critical review, we worked with UNESCO and several other bodies, including some of the people who are seated here. We looked at the gaps. And one of the things that became very clear, that issue of technology, issue of funding, issue of content, issue of credibility, issue of safety and freedom, and the kind of fragmentations and changes that we are all experiencing in the media business, either at the global level or at the national level or even at the local level are so visible. So the new curriculum designed for the training of the next generation of journalists or media professionals in Nigeria tried as much as possible to address some of these gaps. For example, we have introduced courses starting from the undergraduate up to the PhD level on media economics and management. In the past, these were not popular courses in the Nigerian media training system, but today they are central courses relating to issue of safety of journalists and a lot more. So in the course of my discussions, these are some of the issues that I intend to raise. Started by saying that these are difficult, uncertain, and changing times, not only for the media, but across several other areas. We are talking about energy transition, we are talking about so many other things that are transiting. And the media at the global and at the international, at the global and local levels are significantly affected. Courtesy of what? Courtesy of the advent of the internet, rise in ICTs generally, robotism, and above all, AI. Then you have opportunities that have been created, remarkable opportunities for that matter, that have given rise to new owners, to changing platforms or for content provisions. And while all of these are being created, several challenges are also emerging. Recently, I was at a conference somewhere in Morocco where we were told, in the next 5 years, there are very strong possibilities that about 92 million jobs are likely vanishing at all. While 92 million jobs may vanish, about 120 new others are also likely to emerge. Courtesy again of what? Internet of Things, the changes that we are witnessing in ICT technologies, rise in all this robotics, and AI. Again, for us in the universities, these are challenges, particularly in the training of the next generation of journalists or professionals in the media. It means we have to retool, we have to rekit, and we have to cognitively and affectively review what we have been doing so that the professionals we are going to graduate should be able to address a lot of these issues. Now, so what are some of the basic assumptions in media business? We have all agreed that the media is a business like many other businesses, but there are also some peculiarities that are mostly attached to the media dimension, unlike if you're operating a transport system or you have a shop. One, media products, in most cases, is a perishable commodity, especially in this era where we are operating breaking news system almost every minute. What is news right now may in the next 3-4 minutes become what? Stale. People have easy access to all of these things, very fast and in record time. Then, in the media, you need highly creative employees. You don't just take anybody and put him in the media. You need people who can think, who can produce content that can attract attention. And this is the era when you have plenty of information with scarcity of attention. So you need key individuals who are highly creative. And managing creative people is not an easy thing. You need specified structures where they must have autonomy, they must have freedom, they must have resources to be able to intellectualize, think, and give you products that can continuously keep you in business. So this is key and very, very important. And of course, the public service role of the media. Whether you are in private business or you are publicly owned by government or whatever nature of ownership, the number one thing is for you to serve the public, which means you must have some element of that public service orientation for people to connect with you. You must have some ethical orientation that can ensure that you give people something that is healthy, something that is in good taste, not minding the kind of profit that may likely follow or may not follow. Then, of course, the last one is the blurring of lines separating traditional from the new media. Currently, the line is almost gone. It is the era of innovation. Any media organization that fails to innovate, definitely innovation will innovate it, which means it is either you shape in or you ship out in this era. So the lines are increasingly becoming what? Blurred. And that means investments in technology for those who are in the mainstream business all the while. So what we have tried to do is, in our attempt to review the curriculum for training across the board, we have tried as much as possible to capture the essence of some of these things and impute into our missions, our visions, our goals, so that the issue of sustainability of media houses remains an issue of concern. So currently, a lot of the research we do in our institutions, and even at the industry level, many of our media organizations, where they have funds for research, you see them trying to think of how they can improve along the lines of the issues that I've mentioned, whether it's for technology, for funding, for content, for issue of credibility in the era of all of these disinformation and other things. So from all of this transition that we are witnessing in our media system, in our society, for example, in Nigeria, there is no way you can operate a media organization today without taking into consideration certain facts. One, you have to agree that Nigeria is a federal system. Two, it is diverse, multicultural, heterogeneous. Three, you need to also understand that there are certain emerging challenges that in the past were not so prominently pronounced in this country. Issue of conflict, issue of terrorism, and all compounded with the rise of disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and all of that we are witnessing. And they have implications on the way people understand issues, in the way people perceive each other, and generally in our social outlook, the way we stay as citizens, and of course, on our economy and politics. So these are things that may not be visibly clear, but are silently rooting and mainstream into our ways of life, which any perceptive media manager and media professional must take into consideration in the business of production, in the business of citing his media organization or her media organization, and several other things. So what are some of the fallouts from this that us in Nigeria, we must focus attention onto, where we need to do a lot of research, we need to train our people to understand and be able to manage? One, across the world, we have all agreed that truth is under attack from factories of fake news. They are all over the place, starting from the highest level of political leaderships globally up to the lowest level. And the reason is understandable. It has become cheap to produce and circulate information now. And you have a lot of people who have technology but do not have journalism. Some individuals have the technology to disseminate information, but they lack the least of ethics or any training in journalism. And then you also have people that have been trained, but they lack the technology. So those who have the technology without the training are those causing far more havoc. So we need to equip our individuals along that line to understand how we can manage the truth. And everything about journalism is about trust. Then the second one is about failing business models. I'm sure this issue was extensively discussed yesterday. And many of us are familiar. Almost all the models, the traditional models we know, in the funding and operations of media organizations have either collapsed or are collapsing. In our own Nigerian context here, we have had students that are studying issues relating to economic survival in media organizations and different dimensions. Recently, one of our students graduated. He wrote on economics of news production among some radio houses in Kano. And if you look at the amount of money devoted to local news coverage, it's almost zero. And you cannot talk of news coverage without devoting resources to it. How can a reporter move around to get the news? How can he do this? In the absence of all of that, The consequence is he sits in one place, writes what he wants, and then disseminate, whether it's true or not. So the economics of news production is extremely important, not to talk of the other contents. So the models are not working like they used to do because the global techs are taking all the money. And if you look at the statistics of global advertising revenue annually, who takes the largest share? The big tech companies. And then the local media who engage in real productions get less. Then, of course, the next one is decline in coverage and reporting of local news, contributing to disappearance of jobs and community media. Today, because of all these platforms, links, and a lot more, media organizations are no longer investing in reporting their local surroundings. And where they do, sometimes a lot of errors. In Nigeria, take our NTA, take our local state TV stations, do a critical content analysis of a day's news, and check how many are from the communities, how many are from the cities, and who are the major actors. Mostly is government. He said, he described, he lamented, he explained, he emphasized. These are the kind of things that you always hear. And through that, you cannot set the agenda. You set the agenda through serious investigations on issues on the ground that people can recognize and connect to. Then, of course, the next one is what? Shrinking audiences for the conventional media. I'm sure that issue too came up yesterday. Many of our young people are completely disconnected because they are no longer able to continue feeding themselves with all this he said he described. And then with all these sources of information that they have, with all this platform, everything is on platform now. So they are just connected to, many of them become dustbins of gossips that people circulate. And at the end of the day, it becomes difficult to differentiate between what is actual news and what is a gossip. So that undermines and subverts the legitimacy of the conventional media, and it also affects the funding. So again, another issue is dominance of giant. I've talked about that. Then abundance of speech with scarcity of attention. And bad actors who are visible all over the place take advantage of that to flood the social media with what? With dangerous, hateful, and divisive speech. Here in Nigeria, we know how fake news fuel ethnic and religious conflicts all over the place. And not only that, how some of these things are sowing seeds of hate in a country of multicultural dimensions, diverse orientations, and above all, pervasive poverty. So the social media is there doing what? Fueling all of this, and you can see how these things are exploding here and there in the name of conflicts, in the name of ethno-religious whatever. Then the next one is what? Distinct implications on trust. Like we have said, the only thing distinctly that we have in the media is trust. Once that trust is deleted, subverted, or poisoned, then our business becomes what? Injured. And not only that, audience behavior. Our audiences, their behavior is changing by the day. For so many reasons. And these are some of the areas of research that some of our students and scholars are also interested in doing. Unfortunately, in this country, for a while, we have taken to so low a level issues relating to audience surveys. We no longer do very serious audience surveys. We only assume and maybe allocate figures. Check all the newspapers. Hardly will a newspaper tell you what they circulate in a day. And many of our big media organizations, they only claim that this is what. But for the internet, where you see maybe the hits and all of that, but to get actual data is one of the topmost secrets in almost all the media organizations. And that is why you see some media organizations doing the same thing, the same year in and out. They don't know whether people are watching, whether nobody watches such programs again. Nobody is interested. The same characters, the same presentation format, the same ideas. Nothing new, no research. So it shows you that they are not connected. So people simply get fed up one day and then stop watching. And now with the remote control, it's so easy. If you give me a face that I don't like, within a minute, bam, switch off. And I have access to so many channels. So these are some of the challenges that we have in the business. And our students are almost always encouraged to engage in studies. And we are doing that a lot. The only thing is that they are only published and many of us don't even circulate. Then if you look at the Nigerian media landscape, definitely we have our own challenges that you need to understand while assessing the media. It's not as if we are not doing well. We are doing well. But to assess us, you also need to understand our context, the politics, the society, the economy, and a lot more within which the media operate. And so the media organizations in Nigeria are battling, like I've said, with what? Funding. You have huge bureaucratic media organizations. Some are private, some are small. Now competing with all these one-man business newspapers, one-man business radio, TV, with less gatekeeping processes. And people are connected to them. They're making the money while you, the big ones, you have to buy diesel, you have to buy this, you have to buy that. At the end of the day, the funding is just not there. The connection is just too low. And that one-man business who doesn't care about ethics, who is not under any regulatory mechanism, will be collecting what? The resources. And you have to be sharing from the same market. So there are so many dimensions of funding that if we start talking, we can spend the whole day discussing. And this is why you see so many media organizations like Daily Trust, at least in the Nigerian context I can talk, have been innovating, coming up with all sorts of thoughts, trying to see how they can continuously remain relevant in the market to continue to attract attention. But some of us that have refused to invest in research, where are we today? We are existing in name, but the relevance is low. So, political interference, we know this. It has always been there, and it will still remain there for so many reasons. Then, of course, low investments. How much do we invest in our media, especially government, especially state government media organizations? Federal government media organizations are slightly better. But for the states, when you go there, what do you see? A clear reflection of poverty and personification of penury in the performance of their duties. And there's no way I will waste my time listening to things that cannot add anything to my intellect, cannot add anything to my skills. And people have so many alternatives. So for you to compete with the other alternatives, either at the international or lower level, you have to do what? Upgrade your standards. Standards have become global now. If you are on Radio Guardian, your station can be listened to anywhere in the world. And you will be competing on that platform with BBC, with others. So what is your standard? What is your own competitive advantage when you come to compete with NTA at the national level? What is your own competitive advantage as a radio if you want to compete with FRCN at the national level? Or what is your own competitive advantage with BBC if you want to compete with that organization at the international level? Which means we have to pay far more attention at the what? Local level, where we can become champions and authorities in our own communities. But again, we don't look at that direction. So there is failing connection between young people and Nigerians. We have talked about this. So all these are realities that for us in the university system, we have tried as much as possible to commission or to support or to supervise or to engage in research activities, either at the higher level or at the lower level, but at least to align our students to some of these realities in the Nigerian context. Then, for all of these things, we need to also have a conceptual understanding of the issues at stake. That look, when you're talking about sustainability, when you're talking about development and growth in the media system, first, let me even divert a little, go back into history. In the beginning was the word, man can only talk. Then, sometimes around 14-something or late 13-something, man was able to invent the art of printing on walls, on mountains, on these, on that. And that eventually also translated around 14-something into the invention of the first printing machine. You remember the Gottsman machine in Germany? Though very crudely, but later it got sophisticated, and that was what gave birth to the first newspaper in the world. I wouldn't want to go into the history of how the newspaper grew, but it gave birth to a newspaper. Then, sometimes late 18-something and to the early 19-something, man was able to invent the art of transferring sound from one point to another. You remember the telex and all of that. That again gave birth to what is later known as the radio. Later, initially it was a box, radio diffusion, blah, blah. Then later it became transistorized, it became portable, using batteries, using this, and it became a companion to man. When radio came, people predicted that the newspaper is going to die. Luckily, newspaper didn't die. It continued to survive and got better. Then a bit later, man invented the art of transferring sight and sound. When that came, it gave birth to what? TV and film and a lot more. That again made man to think that newspaper is going to die, radio is going to die now that we have got a gadget. But they all didn't die, they continued to survive and even got more and more sophisticated. Then, during our own era, the internet came. When the internet arrived, it came with its own advantages also and its own media platforms. That eventually led to the birth of what? The convergence. And convergence, especially with all these 1.0 up to now, we are talking about 5.0, it has given birth to all these digital technologies, digital technology that has given birth to digital media, social media, online media, and all of that. And not only that, with the coming of the internet, where a machine is now mimicking man, things have completely changed. So by the time you go through this history, 2 or 3 things are constant. 1, technology is constant in the transformation of the media for man. 2, every era has its own way of transmission of public information. And this is our own era. Our fathers depended on radio and TV. But our children today are not on radio and TV. They are on another technology, and we don't know what may happen after us. Which means technology is constant. The advice is for man to master technology. So how can we continuously research and teach our students to be able to master these evolving technologies? You cannot resist technologies. If you resist it at your own cost. So how can we master and know how to responsibly, ethically, and contextually utilize these technologies for the benefit of our own communities here? This is the reality facing us. So conceptually, we know that threats of new entry. These technologies are new entries. These new media organizations that are coming up, all this one-man business, two-man business, they are all new entries that are threatening the survival and relevance. They are existentially threatening all these big, huge organizations that we have known as legacy media. So the legacy media must prepare how to respond to these new entries. Then secondly, power of suppliers. Our suppliers, directly or indirectly, determine the direction that we go. We are talking about funding. You cannot get newsprint, you don't have money. You cannot get this, you don't have that. So how do we also relate with our suppliers? Then power of buyers. How many of us buy newspapers today? How many of us also are subscribers on all these digital platforms? So people are following the money, and where the money goes, that's where they go. So what is it that they want, which you have to respond to? Do you give them what they want, or do you give them what you think they want? That again must force us to do research to determine the needs, aspirations, feelings, and wants of the audience for us to respond to remain in business. Otherwise, we'll be out of business. Then, issue of trust of substitutes. Today, there are so many substitutes. Without watching the network news, I still know that what? I have another option. And now, information is on demand. I don't have to sit 6:30 to listen to BBC Hausa, 9 o'clock to watch NTN. I can have access to all these programs at any other point in time. And there are so many substitutes. I don't need to go and buy a big TV set. My telephone or my handheld device is another TV set. It's another platform. I don't have to go to the cinema house to sit and watch the big platform. This is another platform for me to watch my cinema there. So all these are substitutes that you need to know that as big media organizations will no longer have that monopoly. That monopolistic control is gone forever. So many boundaries have been broken. So we need to train ourselves and develop mechanisms for survival to remain relevant in this age. And newer ways are also coming. And then rivalry among existing competitors. You have so many rivals. Again, that calls for issues relating to collaboration, partnership, instead of unnecessary rivalry. So these are some of the questions that should continue to agitate the minds of our media managers in Nigeria and maybe Africa. Are our media managers thinking and addressing these conceptual issues before going into the practical things? Now, what are some of the observations on these evolving realities in our own context? Said one, media in countries are contextually rebranding. To address this, they are rebranding. And rebranding is not just mere talks. You have to align to global realities, particularly in technologies. And that, again, costs a lot of resources. And that, again, needs research. You cannot just start investing without properly doing feasibility studies that can position you well so that your resources will not just be invested in the wrong direction. Then media infrastructure has hugely and speedily also digitized. With all this digitalization, with all these technologies that are coming, a lot. In other words, the media business today is in audio and video. Print is going lower and lower. So even if you want to go into print, you still need to invest in what? Audio and video. Because many of us are in that area. Then trust, like I've said, has consistently remained the key in the relationship between the media and the audience. Once that trust is not there, then we have also become quacks. So a media organization, no matter how profitable they may want to be, for it to be declared as credible, then it must take the issue of trust as very, very important. And of course, the difference between a media organization and a hotel like this one is what? It's in content. Here they give you room to sleep. Over there we give you something to fit your mind. So once your content is not there, then you have no relevance. Why should I have a radio station that is not broadcasting programs, or a TV station that is not showing me programs that I can listen to? So it means content is the window that connects a media organization and its audience. That requires investment, and investment in intellect, investment in ability, and investment in the logistics to produce quality content that people can connect to. And of course, there's a correlation between investment in technology and product development and sustainability of media businesses. You see, there's the 5 R's in media business: reach, revenue, reputation, relevance, and resilience. Number one, the first R. The first R about reach is a direct function of technology. The more sophisticated your technology is, the more you are able to reach audiences. The weaker your technology, the weaker your ability to circulate. So it means investment is necessary in all of this. And it is where your reach is high, you are going to have maybe reputation. Where you are also relevant. Where you are also resilient to be able to pass through so many difficult periods from different sources. Difficult in terms of attacks from enemies, difficulty in terms of funding failure at times, difficulty in terms of having workers that can give you wahala. So all these things, you must have the ability to survive. My expectation is anytime I put on my radio, I should be able to listen to news, whether you have diesel or no diesel. Anytime in the morning I wake up, I should be able to have access to daily trust. What happened in that organization in the night, in the evening, is none of my business. For me, it's just to have what? The product. So it means you must have what? Resilience. But a radio station that is epileptic, you are on in the morning, off in the afternoon, your hours of operations are so irregular, then how can you have reputation? I cannot depend on you. So your epilepsy is a function of your poverty. Yes, and you have so many epileptic radio stations all over the place. So then the collaboration and partnership in different aspects is the pathway. like we have always been saying, and I'm sure this issue was emphasized yesterday, partnership, collaboration. I am a product of partnership and collaboration in the university with media organizations, with foundations all over the world. And through that, we have been able to build our TV stations in Bayero University, Kano, our radio stations, our computerization system, and so many things with no kobo from the government of Nigeria. In the last 6-7 years, we have been able to access more than $6 million from different sources into our faculty in communication training. And all of them through partnerships. So if I tell you partnership is important, I'm not just talking about something that I did not experience. We have done that in our universities. Even where I am today, I know what partnership is bringing. I've just commissioned my medical school, and I know the essence of partnership in the establishment of that medical school with all the equipment. So the resources are just not available. You must have networks, you must have links, and you must develop capacity of your own self. In other words, leadership is critical in all of this. You need a leader who has vision, who can align with global realities, and who is willing to work with others. Excuse me, please. You invited me as a keynote speaker. So if you had invited me to give me 10 minutes, I would have known. So please allow me to learn before I go to my next. I think Theophilus will not do that to me because you don't know me. And you saw about reputation. Theophilus knows my reputation. He did not tell me go off. This one I don't know her. I'm knowing her for the first day. And she's telling me to go away. And you know me. And you are not telling me now. So she is new. So don't worry. I will round up now. Don't worry. I'm sure you are tired of seeing my face. So let me finish and go. So finally, sustainability issues. It's about sustainability. The whole thing is about sustainability. It's very easy to start a radio station or a TV station. With my money, I can start a radio station today. But for that radio station to remain creditably sustainable, for it to maintain its relevance in the eyes of the audience, it has to be sustainable. And what are the options? Long and short-term strategies to respond to the swift and continuous changes. We have to agree that you must have a leadership that is ready to respond and admit that there are changes in the media landscape globally. And then how do you now position yourself, align yourself to invest, and then sustain that investment that you have made? Then media houses must also innovate. It's simple. Don't simply report about change, but you must also change yourself. Every day in the media we are reporting about change, but have we also changed ourselves? You have a media manager that still believes in the utilization of typewriter in your media house. You have a media manager that does not believe you need a car to go to places. You have a media manager that still thinks analog. He cannot lead. So the change must start from within our own media houses to be ready to invest in research and have quality leadership that is willing to admit new knowledge. Then, of course, I talked about being guided by the 5 R's. I talked about it. Then innovate in new models. Investment in content production and IT are connected. So we have to reinvent our businesses to reflect all these changes. And again, this is why media houses must have consultants. At least I know Daily Trust. They have consultants all over the world. They bring them to Abuja here from time to time, invest, and then they come and talk, and then give them advice on how they can innovate and change. Every year, if you attend the World Media Congress for editors and other places, you don't find Nigerian editors. I don't know why. You find only Punch and occasionally Daily Trust. They are the only people I see. Every year I attend this World Editors Congress. And that is why people talk about all these changes and review what's happening in London Economies, in Washington Post, in New York Times, all these things. So, and this is why you get fresh ideas wherever you go. We have to align and partner. Then, of course, identify market needs and new clients. Like somebody talked about consumer-centric approach. We have to appreciate the needs of our own consumers, even at the lowest levels in Nigeria. What do Nigerians at their own communities want? If you have a state radio, they're always reminding you about the achievements of the governor and the achievements of the commissioner. There's nothing reminding you about what is happening at the community level. So these are all options. And then a lot more that I've mentioned in the paper, I hope they will be given. And what are some of the possible challenges? I've mentioned them here: bureaucratic behavior and protectionist tendencies of officials and organizations who Then you have weak coordination and collaboration with relevant partners, low budgetary allocation, and of course, quality of our internal managers. I'll continue to emphasize this point. Leadership is key. You have digital versus analog or non-transformative leaders. The media is transforming. The equipment are digitalizing, yet the leadership remains non-digital. It's like having analog manager plus digital equipment equally dangerous output. So if you have analog, if you are investing in digital equipment, you must also digitize the mind of what? The managers, or bring some younger people. The older school, let them join my group. We stay as retirees and be advising, while the younger elements who are full of innovations and energy, let them take this. So these are the realities. Then absence of innovative commercial services, low attention to investigative and data-driven journalism. This is another area. There's no way you can set agenda and attract attention and sustain that attention simply by reminding people about achievements that are non-visible. So they need serious data. They need facts to connect with. And you can only get the facts if you engage in what? Investigative and data-backed journalism. That's another paper for another day. So, and all these things. In my conclusion, I said, critical review of establishment principles and organizational behavior, especially for our government media organizations, we have to tinker with their laws. If you take the laws established in some of these our media organizations, they do not permit the admission of some of these things I'm talking about. We have to look at their structures. All these big bureaucratic structures need to be tinkered with. You cannot continue having the same system since 1954. To date, go and look at the Nigerian broadcasting system. The same structure. Manager news, damager news, this, all this is. A long chain. So the little money you have that should have been spent in the production of content are all wasted in what? Then you have these smaller ones that are coming up and doing fantastically well. So we need to do critical research, and we have to tinker with their laws, review their establishment laws, and then see how they can also go into partnership. Today, many foundations are not willing to support government-owned media organizations because of the laws and the way they are. Almost all the broadcasting laws in Nigeria, it says the corporation is subservient to the commissioner or to the minister. Go and check the NTA law, go and check the FRCN law, go and check the state media law. They are all answerable to the minister. That autonomy that is required in media business is not there. So there's a limitation, serious one. Then, of course, strengthen collaboration and partnership. Then invest in technology and all the others. Like I've said finally here, we have already reviewed our curriculum for training, and we shall continue to do that. Training, research, and all of that, so that we also remain relevant. Otherwise, the universities will become useless to the media organizations. So we have to also understand what is happening and then try to train students that will not graduate and tell us that we are stupid. When we were training them, we forgot to include all these things. We didn't train them for the job. We are training them for jobs that will vanish in the next 2-3 years. By the time they graduate, there is no job for them. So we have to train them. So finally, we said, we cannot innovate if we fear painful failures. Experimentation requires a lot of failures. You fall and start, but eventually you'll be there. And we cannot innovate alone. We need partners. I quoted this from a presentation of a Japanese journalist somewhere. I can't even remember his name. So it's there. So we have to engage. These are some of the thoughts I think that I can share with you for now. Unfortunately, I'm on the other side of the time. Otherwise, we'll have sat here to share and then brainstorm more. For us in the universities, these are some of the challenges we are trying to address. Through research, through the kind of teaching we give, of course, we have our own local challenges, but we are trying so that whatever or the next generation of professionals we are going to produce will not be professionals that cannot fit into the industry, but professionals that will come. And the industry can also depend on the research outputs that we are giving out from the system. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Are you all jealous? We just clapped. He sees me and I see him. Now we know ourselves. Daily Trust, thank you very much. Another round of applause for Professor Pate. I mean, that was just brilliant conversation. Excellent insight. Powerful. powerful analogies and anecdotes. It was spot on, and we loved every minute of it. I mean, now we want to come to university. How much is your university fees? Very cheap, all right. We are sending people to you. Do you know what it means to run a radio station in a... Because I've always queried why universities are not self-sustaining. And he has just shown to us that the self-sustaining ability actually depends on the leadership and the visionaries driving the university. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to him. And now, okay, Pate, you said you wanted us to, dig deeper. So the panelists are going to come and dissect what you have said. Now trust us now. The organizers know what they are doing. They love your work. So we're going to invite quickly into this panel discussion. It's going to be short so that we can go our tea break and keep to the time as well. We're going to invite for this conversation on media sustainability report, unpacking the findings. Our wonderful moderator and panelists will be here. The moderator, Dara Ajala, NAMIP program manager, MDIF. Please let's welcome her. And the panelists are Manel Dan Ali, board member, Daily Trust Foundation, and Naziru Mekaili Abubakar, former editor-in-chief, Daily Trust. Please make her open her eyes here, pay attention, and enjoy this conversation.
Me? Oh, okay, that works. Good morning, everybody. Please, from here. Yeah. Excellent, thank you, welcome. It's a pleasure to be here, pleasure to see everyone's faces from this side of the screen. I have been the one doing the time moderation from the back, and I'm sure that my team is very eager to do that. So I'm just going to go right to it. Again, I will let the distinguished panelists that I have introduce themselves. I could do it, but they have an incredible vantage point that will segue into the conversation that we are about to have. Thank you so much for joining us, Malam Manir. Thank you so much for joining us, Nazir. I would ask you to introduce yourselves, but not just that. What is one thing that is niggling, that is standing out from the conversation that Professor Pate has shared? And I have to pause at this point and say, please, another resounding round of applause for those incredible, incredible insights from Professor Pate. It's a lot to think about, and we know from the work that you do, you are in the forefront of the implementation of the research that he has presented. So I'll ask you to introduce yourself and one thing, and just share one thing that has been on your mind as he shared the research that he had just done this morning. Would you start off, Nazir?
Okay, thank you, Dara. My name is Naziru Mikael Abubakar. I'm currently a PhD researcher at the University of Westminster in the United Kingdom. Before starting my PhD, I had a journalism career. First, Triumph newspaper in Kano as an intern, and then I joined the BBC World Service, both in Nigeria and also in the United Kingdom. And later took a break to attend New York University to have a master's in digital journalism and business, and then went back to the newsroom to join Daily Trust to serve as editor-in-chief, and then later as group executive director in charge of editorial.
Sorry to jump in, but that gives you perspective from both sides of the coin, right? The academics as well as implementation, operations, media operations. So please go ahead, one thing in your mind.
I think what Professor Pate said, I think the last quotation from the Japanese journalist that he puts out there about we cannot innovate if we fear painful failure, and we cannot act alone, and we need partners. I think that kind of like summarized what my thinking, especially from my experience in the newsroom, because what I realized is that failure or fear about failure, I think is what is hampering many newsrooms and many organizations from trying to do things or go into new things, experiment, and then come up with and understand what is out there in the market, what is possible, what is not possible. So I think that kind of like is one of the key things that I got out from his presentation, in addition to other things.
Absolutely, and we may touch on other things. But before we go ahead, I'd like to ask, I have a timer staring at me right now. We have 15 minutes for this panel. So I'd ask that if you have any questions, both for the panelists as well as from the conversation that has been shared earlier, please put it down on a piece of paper and share it with the ushers, and then my team will read it at the end of this conversation. Malam Manir, you are at the forefront, right, of all of this, the media business. And what is one thing that had you thinking, that really stood out for you, but not just stood out for you, that made you think there needs to be a transformational shift in the way our business is operated? You sit on the foundation, but I'll let you introduce yourself first.
Okay, my name is Manir Dan Ali. I'm a director at the Daily Trust Foundation. Before that, I used to be the CEO of Daily Trust until 2020, when I retired. I've worked with the BBC, with Citizen Magazine, and a couple of other places. I've always wanted to be a journalist. One of the intriguing things I remember from a visit is a visit facilitated by something that Professor Pate was referred to, the World Editors Forum. They do facility visits to all sorts of places. And I was on one that went to the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other media organizations in the US. And it was in the time of Obasanjo, when mobile phones have been introduced, but they are very patchy, only in the cities. Not a lot of, you could talk, maybe send text, but not much video and all of that. But one of the intriguing things at that visit is everywhere we go, the way the Americans call mobile, what we call mobile is mobile. So everywhere we go, they will say, what's your mobile strategy? And we are just getting into that era, so I couldn't understand. It's much later it all came together that, look, there's a shift. The shift in technology has changed everything. So you are no longer working for the newspaper, the printed one, or the radio, or the television that is fixed. You come and sit in my generation before it at 9 o'clock or at whatever time to either watch drama or news or whatever. The whole news business has changed. And it's sad that up to now, we haven't figured that out very well in the media business in Nigeria, even with the propulsion of people who are going into what's being referred to as the one-man online businesses. What is happening is that you see that still in Nigeria, the only place where some journalism is done largely is in the newspaper. They have reporters, they check things. Yes, they have the he said, they said, but occasionally you have gem of reporting from the scene of whatever it is that happened. So, and what are the online people doing? They are just vacuuming these reports of yesterday or the previous day and putting up today. Same thing with the radio, same thing with the television. So that's why I'm saying it's only in the newspapers that a bit of journalism is still happening. The others aren't doing much. And it's not good for us because that is what has killed our business even in the print age. We know that in the 70s and 80s, a single newspaper was doing up to 750 copies, 1,000 copies, as we were told just yesterday by Dapo. Some of the figures being quoted are 500,000. Yeah. This is when Nigeria's population is just 1/10 of what it is now.
Exactly.
And then now, all the newspapers in Nigeria, if you put them together, they are not doing half of that. All of them, even with the increased literacy, with everything. So there's something wrong with our business model.
Yeah.
Because we are only navel-gazing. We are after the Rankede journalism. He said, they said. Whether it's Tinubu or Buhari or the governors, that's all. That's all we do. And then meanwhile, the social media is taking our show. That's where you get a sense of what is going on in the country, in your community. And as I say, all news is local. Even in this age of technology, I believe the one thing that will give us a competitive edge is the local news. That one, no AI can do it for you. It can help you to organize it, but it can't do it for you. It's your own local journalists that need to do that. So we need to first understand the revolution in the technology and how it can help us. So that, as Rona was saying yesterday, it is colleague AI, not an enemy. So all the donkey work that we used to give to all the interns and whatever, give it to the AI. So that you do the more creative, strategic thing. As the reporter, you think it through, because I can assure you, no matter what happens, the journalist, the human journalist, is going to be relevant.
Spot on, sir. I mean, and that goes to the point I was going to make about the move from analog thinking to more digital. But not just, he didn't say analog operations. It was particular. He said analog thinking. And you have mentioned a mindset shift, moving from seeing new technological tools, not as the enemy, but a tool to improve operations while creatives do strategy. For you, Nasir, what is that looking like? What major mindset shift needs to happen in order for media organizations, not just newsrooms, but the broad definition of what media is looking like right now? I think that's a first step for us to understand that media is now no longer just newsrooms. A media organization has moved beyond the chaos, the beautiful chaos of what newsrooms used to be. So what mindset shifts need to continue to happen to move from analog operations, from analog thinking to the future?
So I think it needs to start from the top, right from the board of directors, because what you find in some organizations, you find a board of directors where there are no journalists. The journalists are not represented, full of business people, which is not bad.
Right.
But in that way, then you have a one-way decision making. But and some of these board members in some organizations, you don't have young people. They don't understand the changing needs of the audience and the technology and everything, and even the business itself. So you need to start from the board and then right down to everyone in the organization. And now if we are talking a media organization, like you said, we're not talking about a newsroom. We're talking about everybody in the organization. If you're creating a new product, then you need to have everyone in the organization to test that product, including people in the HR.
You have to sell to your team first, right?
Including the security people, because they are all consumers.
Exactly.
If they don't consume your own content, maybe they'll consume other people's.
Right.
So you need to test it with them so that they understand it and they give you feedback. And also, if you are going through transformation, like most of media organizations are doing at the moment, you need to get everyone involved. I was in Kenya last week, and I was speaking to one senior editor at the Standard Media Group, and he was saying he couldn't really imagine one day he will be in the newsroom sitting next to a so-called data scientist. That's what he put, because it's not really part of our thinking,
exactly.
So it's this kind of changes. So you need to have all of these things. And he said in their morning editorial meeting, you now have business people. And these business people, they are making comments on how the stories will be covered, how things, the angle to take and things like that. So all these are new things, and they are part of the changes, they are part of the transformation that we have to have across the board for us to be able to really transform. We cannot do it alone as a journalist. We have to do, because one last thing I wanted to say, there's one professor at the New York University, Jay Rosen, he used to tell us, he coined this famous comment about the people formerly known as the audience. So he doesn't believe in the word audience. He said, yeah,
interesting.
he said there are no audiences at all because they are formerly audience, but no longer at the moment because you have to work with them. They are part of your community. They are part of your newsroom. You have to listen to them. You have to create the product together with them. Otherwise, you will create it for yourself and nobody will access it.
So move from from audiences to communities.
Yes.
I mean, what you say is incredible in the sense that it just curates the fact that a lot of times media organizations create products that even they wouldn't use. And that's painful because journalism is a proud art, and for good reason. We do incredibly hard work, incredibly complex and dangerous work, so it should be. I come from a health background, and similar to journalism, health is a lot of professions in health need to be proud because they go through a lot of sacrifices, but there also needs to be humility in understanding when and where change and transformation needs to happen. Malam Naziru talked about the role of the board in driving transformational change and transformational strategy. How have you found it relevant to have that level of operational experience, but take that to a bird's eye view for the organization at the board level?
Well, ironically, I can tell you, though this is an internal thing, that incidentally the Daily Trust Board is sometimes even more revolutionary than the senior management, even though it's all from that analog generation. We are all digital immigrants on the board. So we have no digital, we now have 1 or 2 digital natives who understand and who are helping to keep the fire under our feet when we want to take the wrong decision regarding all this transformation. So I think Professor Pate was spot on about especially management, because you see, for us, the legacy media, where we have an existing business even before online, you find that the analog thinking is still kind of hindering our faster progress, because a lot of the dominant people are still analog in their thinking, and so they tend to want to stick to their fiefdoms. That's the area of control that they may have, and they want to limit us to that. But of course, at the level of the board, you try to override that kind of thinking, because you can see very clearly that the future is digital. The present is digital, not even the future. The present is digital. So unless you are thinking in that way, you cannot go far. Soon, you will end up in a cul-de-sac. That is your business, just as we have seen in Europe and other places, 150 years organizations closing shop. And then they are replaced by these very nimble digital creators.
Startups, yes.
So I think the only difference here in Nigeria, there are few who have got it right, even in the digital ecosystem. So my suggestion even to the online entrepreneurs is, please break the mold. Don't stay as one-man, two-man person. Build a business, build capacity, research, and all the other things so that you can be relevant. And remember, is your local, who is your audience? Work for it, find it, see the social media and all the other digitally enabled spaces as aids to what you are doing, so you can be much faster and much nimbler than you currently are, so that soon all people like me will not be complaining that it's only in the old media that there is journalism. But we can now begin to see that with the benefit of data, you can prove things. With AI and all of that, you can scrape all the content and make sense of what is going on.
Spot on. Thank you so much, sir. I would pause for a question from the audience right now. This is from Rona. Thank you, Rona. So she says, as far back as 2013, Daily Trust hired childcare for women journalists. Wow. I mean, that deserves a round of applause. Talk about equity in action. So Daily Trust hired childcare for women journalists so they could attend newsroom so they could attend the newsroom training that she facilitated. And Professor Partey spoke about changing mindsets. Now, how has Daily Trust balanced a progressive mindset with also adhering to cultural context? And I think this is really important in the sense that this is from a leadership point of view. How do you balance the need to maintain and preserve culture while also preserving that the transformative role that media has to play?
Well, by balancing, as they say, balancing means you watch this side, you watch the other side, and try to strike maybe somewhere a middle course, if that is what makes sense. Because at the end of the day, you don't want a static kind of working environment, or the one that is just maybe respecting the cultures without trying to fulfill your other role as educators. Because as you know, the media should be able to educate, should be able to shed light. So, and by your own practice, not just preaching and not doing. So your own practice is the best teacher to other people and is the best that inspires other people. So that is why we always try to see, okay, how do we balance the tradition with the modernity, or with what will give you better results in every possible area. So that's how we do it.
Spot on.
One thing that helped Daily Trust in that is because it is the most diverse newsroom in Nigeria. There is no argument about this. Yeah?
Fabulous.
Because I've been to many newsrooms and I have worked with. So,
when you say diverse, what does diverse mean?
The diverse, it reflects Nigeria.
Okay.
Just to enter a newsroom where Nigeria is fully reflected, you need to go to the Daily Trust newsroom. It's the most diverse in the country. So you have people from all corners of Nigeria, and that helps us even in terms of addressing the issues around culture, but also in content diversity.
Right.
Because when you look at the violence, you see what I mean. The number of people, the names, and where they come from, from South, from Southeast, and we have the residence reporters, unlike other organizations where you have residence reporters and you now have somebody from somewhere. So there is also tend to take people, if you're reporting Anambra, you see somebody born and raised in Anambra reporting from Anambra, it helps, because it helps to localize. Otherwise, me from Kano sitting in Abuja, I've never been to Anambra, maybe. I have been to, but it may be possible I've never been to, and then somebody who doesn't understand Anambra is also sending me things. So I just...
Helicopter journalism.
So it's so that helps also in terms of cultural thing and balancing and things like that, because everybody comes with a different culture and background.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let me stay with you, Nazri, to give final reflections from all that has been said, because this conversation could and should go on, and feel free to meet them and continue the conversation after this session. But give final reflections based on your vantage point, mixed together with the perspectives that Professor Partey has shared for the audience today.
So my research examines, for example, how Nigerian and Kenyan publishers are responding to digital disruptions through new revenue models, innovations, and the role of digital platforms and AI and things like that. So in my some of my initial findings, for example, I realized that Nigeria, like Malam Manu said, with our 240, 250, who knows, millions, and the size of the country and our economy, we're behind in terms of taking the initiatives when it comes to media transformation, innovation and things like that, compared to other countries. For example, in Kenya, of course, South Africa is it's ahead. So that is not really good for Nigeria. So I think it's one area where we need to really rise and innovate and take the risk. For example, experiment with whatever models that are available, whether it's from the West or from other African countries or our homegrown models. We have to really try and do that, because that's the only way we can find more sustainable revenue models. That's one thing. And also another things that I have as a takeaway is three things. It's all about these sustainability things that we're talking about. It's about journalism, technology, and the journalist.
Right.
The journalism, that's the content.
Mm-hmm.
And then the technology is all these things that we're talking about, transformation, improving the capacity of the journalist, and also the business side of it. But then the journalist is you have to invest in the people in the newsroom who are going to produce the content or market it. So these three things are really key for any organization who wants to really remain sustainable and also want to transform. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Malam. Would you share also your reflections from your unique dual vantage point?
I will say we have one big advantage. Nigeria has the numbers. So whichever business, whether you are selling okrika or you are selling ugu, there is a market for it. So that is why it's for us as journalists to figure out how do we fit in, how do we take advantage of this global technology that has abolished borders so that you can be sitting in Arondizogu and you are serving somebody in Hokkaido, Japan, wherever it may be. So how do we do that? Is what is important. And since we are in the space of journalism, it's for us to imagine things, innovate, and see how do we best deliver local news, the variety that is not available, because you have to have some competitive edge for people to come to you. Why do people go to social media even when there are so many gossip, fake news, and whatever? So filter, figure out why is TikTok such a roaring success. So look at all these things and steal some of their ideas and do it in your space, whether it's an online space or offline space, and then figure that man is a social animal. I mean, man, woman. We are social. So we don't like operating in an island. We like to know what our neighbor, our colleague, our friends, and other towns, communities are into. So that is why we have a big business opportunity which can be helped if our universities are producing. Also, Professor Pate is not here. Our universities, but Professor Eradua is here. If our universities continue to produce graduates relevant to the needs of whether it's the media, whether it's the oil and gas, whether it is the creative industry, wherever it is. Because one of the big challenges in the media and in other areas, you want to recruit, you cannot get the right fit. This, awesome. Any media operator will tell you, or any entrepreneur will give you this. So if we are able to overcome that, honestly, not even the sky will be our limit.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to... Someone did mention on the documentary that the program doesn't get enough of the flowers that it deserves, but here today I've been honored to host media leaders from a media organization that I also believe doesn't get enough of the flowers that it deserves in longevity, in agility, in resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, media leaders from Daily Trust Foundation, formerly Daily Trust Executive Leadership, Malam Manir and Naziru. Thank you so much.
Great job. Please give it up once again for this wonderful panelists. My friend Manir, you know, he's always teasing me anytime he sees me. The pictures, right? By all means then. Okay. They've invited me to join. Yes, again, once more. Fantastic panelist. And you're also a fantastic audience. Please give yourself a round of applause. I mean, you guys, you can't even clap for yourself. Hey, is that my fault? Anyway, so great one. We're going to go for our tea break now. And please let me just quickly let you know that you should be coming back from the tea break around 11:55. You can see that today we're actually on steroids when it comes to the time. And we don't want to keep you here unnecessarily longer as it generally should be. So you're going to go for the tea break, and when we come back, it's going to be an exciting session. Please go spoil yourself, stretch your legs, and let your mind play with your imagination.
For 7 years, Daily Trust Foundation has been transforming lives as part of the corporate social responsibility of Media Trust Limited, publisher of Daily Trust title Entrust TV. In 2015, the foundation raised a sum of 154 million naira in order to cushion life for internally displaced persons in the Northeast. Since 2009, when terrorists began their violent campaign in Borno, Yobe and part of Adamawa State, over 3 million persons have been removed from the comfort of their homes to temporary shelter. These funds have been utilized to provide succor for many of the displaced persons. In addition, the foundation over the years funded projects that are beneficiary, especially in the areas of providing basic social amenities to the public, scholarship to the student, and financial support for women in conflict-affected areas. In a visit to some of the localities in Borno and Yobe State to ascertain the impact of the project, the people will forever remain grateful as the project executed by the foundation is helping their everyday life. We started with the Future Prowess Islamic Foundation, an institution where Daily Trust Foundation gave scholarship to more than 300 children made orphans as a result of the deadly and destructive activities of terrorists in Borno State.
Daily Trust was the first institution or organization that came to say, I am the unsung hero of the year 2013. That was at the peak of the insurgency, when nobody goes round to say I'm this or that. And that was the period they said I'm the unsung hero. And that offends the others, the Robert Burns, the Aurora, the Nelson, that is the United Nations highest award. Then here comes the CNN, and a host of others that I cannot even sit here and mention.
Working with the Future Prowess Islamic Foundation, the scholarship involved the payment of basic school fees and the provision of breakfast, uniform, books, school bags, sandals, socks, trauma counseling, soap and detergent for each of the students.
No, we are not paying school fees because they want to help us, and they are giving us books and many provision. The school is helping us with food, with money of school fees, with books and erasers, some provisions.
They do not pay any money in this school. So I studied very well in the class. Me and my friends, I will study very well. Teachers, they teach us very well.
With the environment provided for the student to learn effectively, they spoke to us about their aspirations in life.
I want to be a midwife because I wanted to help the women in order to give a birth to a child.
I want to be a doctor to help people in the community and save lives of some.
You are in what class now? So what's your mind in the SS3?
A Future Pro is not admitting only less privileged, the vulnerable, less privileged orphans. They are all being admitted. So we are not sticking to only vulnerable students. Even the orphans is their home, is their school, less privileged is their school. less vulnerable student is their school. That's why we named motto of the school, where every child matters. From the process of the admitting of the student up to their graduation is for free. We haven't collected any penny from any student or any parents. From their uniform, feeding, textbook, they only what they call is with themselves. Nothing they used to come with their home. All what they need is the school that used to give them.
Under the intervention, the IDP fund was deployed for the construction of new boreholes and rehabilitation of broken down pumps and motorized boreholes to provide safe drinking water to various communities affected by the insurgency. One of such communities successfully executed water project is the Al Badawi IDP camp Muna Garage, Maiduguri. The resident reflected on how difficult it was accessing water until the intervention of Daily Trust Foundation.
Okay, challenges da muna samuwa a da gaskiya ruwa sai mun yi tafiya kusan ga mata suna layi ga maza suna layi muna ɗiban ruwa wahala ne. A haka man ka je ma da kyar ka samu ruwan nan. Wani a bakin ruwan ma wasu ma suna ta fada. Har yana kawo ma fadan kabilanci ma wani lokaci. Amma da suka mana wannan gaskiya abun ya ragu haka yanzu. Ai ruwan ana samu har ga Allah alhamdulillah dan yana isa kowa ruwa yanzu a wannan area kan har wasu ma suna za su ɗiba. Ba wani challenges dai na ruwa ne. Mu gaskiya zaman mu nan din yayi sai mu irin yawan gobaran nan mu za samu gaskiya a wasar da mu kau zuwa kauyukan kowa ya je local government nashi ya je ya zo gaskiya zaman mu da takure muke ga yara ba karatu ba sana'i we are all jobless here kaga
lingilin kan nuci wannan biya our facility not complete kan ya zo ai roba kala ta yo jenzo falma sidiya ma to duk so kan ya waron yo a wote classe solate india yake kanun warzan o kanu warzo da yi ginci tak ba da isu ka yi yakmar isi ande adriji wahala ande surin to da shi ga dimat bozo aye atu aiso andoro bana sadu go sai na zakinto da ya kawo sai santa ande diyan da ya ga jifan den ma dio ata kan nan sadan daro
abinda zamu ce dai godiya zamu yi da kan ruwan da muka samu gaskiya ya taimaka kusan shekara 5 ne ko muna amfani da ruwan gaskiya mun ji dadin amfanin sa zuwan ya ishe mu muna samun ruwa safe da yamma kullum ana bada ruwa gaskiya mun gode a Daily Trust akwai wani bohol ne can kasashe ya riga wannan din tona shine muna samu amma nan gaskiya dai muna sha wahalan samun ruwa wayansu ana saye ma da kuɗi lokacin ma mun fara saya muna saya da kuɗi a wata ran sai a wannan muka samu dai suka tona mana ba mu taba sayan ruwa ba muna samun ruwan sosai isheshe sai dai mutanen da sun yawan mutanen da zai samu da karin ruwan muke so amma dai ko ba sa haka da muna samun ruwan isheshe amma dan jaman sun yawa ne ga abu.
Another beneficiary of the water project is the people of Buniyadi, Kushba local government area of Yobe State. The project was executed to ease the water scarcity around the area, especially with the insurgency.
Wahalar ruwa sai an ɗebo mun saya kullum. Sai mun saya ruwa naira 150 naira 200 jama'an anguwa kaf kowa sai ya saya haka in dai baka samu ka saya ba sai dai ka kwana da yunwa ba ma samu ruwa kwata-kwata to da Allah ya kawo ku kuma ku kai mana dalili aka yi mana wannan bohol din kuma bohol wannan tsakanin da Allah mun ji daɗinsa don ya taimaka mana ya taimaka jama'an anguwa kullum mutane suna cewa Allah ya san barka abu duk yadda ake so an same shi to kaga wannan ai ci gaba ne muka samu kuma dalilin ku ne muka samu wannan ci gaba kullum kuma jama'a muna ta muku godiya kamar yadda kuka taimaka mana akan wannan abun a lokacin da babu bohol din kaman ka tashi daga nan ne ka je ka guji ba ka nemo ruwa ko ka je buni gari ka nemo ruwa kaga ba lalle ne ka samu ruwan ka zo da shi ba kaga ai wahala ta kai wahala ko ba haka ba yawwa sannan kuma kana iya ka bada kuɗin ma ba a kawo maka ruwan ba yadda za ka yi dole ka yi haƙuri sai washe gari an kawo maka in kuma ka yi katari ka bar wancan kuɗin ka a gurin mai moya in ka ga wani ka yi sa'a ya kawo maka to kaga ba ƙalubalen da ya fi wannan ai
gaskiya muna samun ruwa da wahala kafin mu samu ruwa gaskiya muna shan wahala muna tafiya can da nisa can tsallake muke tafiya tsallaken hanya muke nemowa ruwan da zamu sha shi ma kuma kan mu samu akwai wahala a wallahi mu kan sai godiya mun gode wallahi sai dai Allah ya saka da alkhairi yanzu kan da aka kawo mana mu ma na sola alhamdulillah wallahi muna jin dadin ta fiye da yadda baka zato sosai muna jin dadin ta wallahi tunda yanzu ba mu da matsalar ruwa duk idan mun tashi ko da wankin mu ko da na sha da wankan yaran mu muna samu akan kari muna amfani da shi sai dai godiya ba abin da zamu ce sai dai Allah ya saka da alƙairi
to mu dai da anguwan nan ba ma anguwan nan kaɗai ba duk anguwan da suke kewayen mu muna shan wahalar ruwa har ma sai mun fita waje mu ɗauko da keke ko mu tura kuskus ko in kana da kuɗi ka baiwa mai moya kuɗi ya kawo maka kuma a anguwanni makwabta masu nisa ruwan zai kai kusan 2-3 km away daga wannan anguwan inda muke samu da wannan ruwa da ya zo al'umma na gari ba ma mu kaɗai ba anguwannin kewayen ma sun ci moriyan wannan ruwan yanzu haka muna samun ruwa safe da yamma ba sai mun siya ba ba za mu je ko ina mu siya ba za a bude mu ɗiba safe da yamma ba mu da wani damuwa cikin hukuncin Allah.
Apart from the orphans who benefited at the primary secondary school level, some undergraduates at the University of Maiduguri were also captured. According to the student, this has gone a long way in helping their academics.
We just saw it. I heard it actually via social media. Someone sent the advertisement, and that time we were in school, so we were asked to submit our documents, and then I said, okay, let me also try, and that was how
I do apply whenever I see any scholarship advertisement. I do go for it. So when this Daily Trust Fund was sent via our WhatsApp group, I decided to give it a try, even though that time I was at home, but I still choose to come all the way from Bauchi down here to Maiduguri to give it a try.
I actually saw their advertisement. I saw one on the TV, and then through the social media I also saw many. That's where I got to know about it.
I was very happy, and I must say I was very surprised, given that I've been trying. I have even been to Abuja to sit for scholarship exams, and this one was like to just come and submit your credentials. I didn't even sat for any exams, and when the list came out, behold, my name was on the list. So honestly, I was very excited.
Actually, I was shocked when I got it, because it doesn't seem, it doesn't look real. We've been seeing plenty advertisement like that, and we've been applying, but this one, when we applied and it entered, I was very happy, seriously.
Okay, I actually got the sum of 125,000 naira, and I use it to pay my school fees. Some part of it I used to even buy my textbooks, because even the textbooks too are costs. They cost a lot.
The money came timely. The money came when our school fee was hiked from 27,000 to 100 plus. And so that was when the money came, and seriously, I used it for my school fees, and it was really very helpful. It has really helped me to also grow, because now I won't be thinking of how to raise my fees and all of that. So I concentrate more on my academics, and it has really been of help, and so it helps in my growth, both morally also and intellect.
So when the money came, actually, because due to the increase in our school fees, before we were paying 27 to 28,000, but that year they increased the school fees to 104. So I actually use it to pay my school fees.
Okay. Okay. Actually, no words can express how happy and thankful I am to them, So I would just say thank you very much, and I hope they will still continue to support us and actually support a lot of more medical students like us, because it's actually very helpful.
I want to say a very big thank you to them for looking out for us, and especially there are some of us that are from less privileged homes. Given that, as in with the increase in school fees from 28 to 100 and to 100 plus thousand, so honestly it would have been very difficult for me to pay my school fees, but with the help I received from Daily Trust, I'm able to continue with my schools, with my schooling by paying my school fees so far. So I want to say a very big thank you for them. May God reward them, and I also want to say may God protect them, and may God make them to soar higher in whatever they do.
The foundation, which started in 2015, has produced graduates who were beneficiary and are now contributing their quota to the society at large.
Then when I was a student at University of Maiduguri, I saw the advert and we were just informed casually. I didn't even have anybody, I just applied without any hope, without anything, just applied, posted it through post office. Then after somewhat, I just heard that my name was on the list. I was shocked about the scholarship, and that's how I got the scholarship. It was 100,000 monthly. Yes, but by that time money was valuable, so it helped me a lot to buy other things and even extend hands for my siblings.
There were many people that actually applied for it, so I was quite happy that I was among the people that were chosen to as part of the students that benefit from the scholarship scheme. Actually, in terms of as a medical student, then you have your textbooks to buy. You have mostly it's the textbooks for a medical student that it will help out with. It's been a long way, you know, as a medical student in Nigeria. ASU strike, Boko Haram, again being in Maiduguri, again Boko Haram. So you think that it would never end, but then now where I am, I'm actually happy. Yes, it's been a long way, but I'm happy.
My message first is to say thank you to them for the great work that they are doing to help people, especially the female gender, to see that they go far. And then my other message is that they should extend more hands to the other people, because there are many doctors out there from less background that really needs this kind of assistance, and it will help them to achieve who they want to be, and they will become successful doctors, and they will also help in the community, because this kind of gesture that they have shown onto me, it has really helped me. I'm extending out to other people, even if I cannot give financially, but in my own profession I can also help the less privileged the way I can.
I think the scheme is actually very helpful, and it should be something that should be continued. Like, many people actually benefited from it. Us that got the scholarship, we were actually happy with it. It helped us a lot. It helped us a lot. So I think it should be a scheme that should be continued. And I don't know, maybe I was thinking if there's maybe anything that, since us that we have benefited from, if there's outreaches or something that we can contribute like towards, I think we'll be happy to help out.
Since Daily Trust Foundation launched the IDP Fund project, many households and communities have benefited in diverse ways. However, efforts to end the conflict to ensure family relocate to their homes and begin their normal life have not yielded the desired result. It is on this reason the Daily Trust Foundation has kept the appeal for support open contribution from kind-spirited Nigerians and corporate organizations.
Improve ROI with Google.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have your attention, please? We're about to resume for the second part of our event. So if you're still out there and you can hear me, please tell the others to come in. We need to kickstart. Thank you very much. Once again, can I all invite everyone to please come on in? The longer you stay in your tea break, the longer you make the program lasts. So can we all have you on board, please? This time around, you're not going to say it's Daily Trust or Namib, you know what I'm saying? That's holding you back. So if I can indulge you all, please do come on in. Thanks for the long tea break. Can you all come in, please? We're about to kickstart. In the next 2 minutes, we're going to start. So please have your seats and be comfortable. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to start the event. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back from the tea break. Share on a mouse day dance. I hope you enjoyed the special quick delicacy you were given. All right, so that we can be in the spirit of the game, we're going to play another small jumping exercises. You know you've been introduced to it, so let's induct you further into it. Oh yeah, shake buddy. Make you sing the alarm. Oh yeah, shake buddy. All right, let's rise up a bit. I know that you went off to stroll, ate, had a conversation, and all of that. DJ, get that song, shake body small. You should say get her. We'll just do shake body. Now that's the sound. Sing the alarm. Oh yeah, shake body. Shake it up. And that's it. So that the cells in the body and in the brain will just wake up. I'm like, oh, we're here for this moment. You know what I mean? All right, let's shake the body small, like this. Shake body. No, I know I'm not going to stretch yet. Just shake body like this. So you can't even wriggle. Oh yeah, like this. Oh yeah.
And if we check what's been going on, we'll find out that we don't hear too much about the broadcast industry. The truth about it is that you cannot use the same strategy that you use for the broadcast industry. Just scroll it to that place where you have the next, hand, just there. So that's just what I want to talk about in these few minutes, just those few things. So you cannot use the same strategy you use for print, for broadcast. From Professor Pate's presentation, he highlighted some of these things. And I think we need to spend a little bit more time to understand the broadcast industry. And unfortunately, we have only few broadcast managers here today. Franca is there, the trust people. Who else is a broadcast manager here? You're a manager in a broadcast organization. We have my guys from CBN. Yeah, just a few. Now, that industry, the way that industry suffers currently in Nigeria, print does not even go anywhere close. So you must understand how it works. Now, for media sustainability, there are so many things that have to happen before you even get to revenue, the point of revenue. And your understanding of all those things would help you to be able to design a very good revenue strategy for that organization. One is the ownership and leadership, something Prof talked about. The next is that mission and vision. A lot of stations are set up without a clear direction. I just got a license and I jump in. I don't even know what I'm doing. If they employ this GM, there will be this today. When a new GM comes up, they are talking about another thing. That was why from the very first time I saw that Women FM was given a license, I called her straight up and I said, I'm giving you 112% support. And we've been working together since then. Trust TV was set up. While we were working on it, we made sure that the focus was on documentaries, development stories, and things like that. And that's why within a couple of months, the organization would win Best Documentary Awards all over the place. You get it? The next thing is the target audience. Who are you targeting? In Kano, when Arewa 24 came up, we were part of the whole thing. Some other stations decided to change their focus immediately. And that caused a lot of problem. They lost audience, lost revenue. So from day zero, you must know who you are targeting and stick to it. Content. It's the content you sell. The people would watch or listen to those content that you put out there. Now, if you don't have a clear content strategy, how to develop content, Madam Eugenia yesterday, I was telling her that the way she does her MC, it's like a program presentation and program production training. She does active listening, and she could take something just like she talked about that eyeglasses. Yeah, you turn it into content. So these people must be trained how to produce content with the basics of funds. And then before you go into other things like platforms, technology, Trude was talking about something like that, equipment, all this before you begin to talk about revenue. And all this have to happen at the inception of the station. When the station is starting, I set up the first LD lifestyle station in Nigeria. It's called Darling FM in Owerri. The first station focused on LD lifestyle. 3 months, we used to develop content. I had just 7 staff. Only three were presenters or whatever. We developed all the content. Immediately the station came up, it became #1, even with terrible equipment going off air and all that. But it's been #1 since then till now. And I think when this project comes back, I am hoping it's going to come back. You have my support always as usual. I think we'll need to work strongly on how we could, do the, the broadcast side, very well and make it strong. And when we do that, I'm telling you the truth, this country will be better for it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Leonard Aro, for that feedback and suggestions you've given. As a matter of fact, if you want that, it's available. Just reach out to us and we'll give it to you. This is the Media Sustainability Conference, jointly organized by the Daily Trust Foundation and the Media Development Investment Fund, MDIF. And now, to a very important conversation and panel discussion that we should have taken yesterday. We brought it forward today. We're going to look at the presentation and dialogue, data-driven media development, and in this context, Namib in 3 years. It will be in 2 stages. There's going to be a presentation and then a dialogue panel kind of conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for this presentation, Deji Adekunle, Namib Program Director, MDIF. More than they clap for until he step here. Anybody who knows Deji knows what Deji is. Let's keep giving it up. 1 step, 1 clap. 1 step, 1 clap. 1 step, 1 clap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a presentation. Can you please cue up the slides? Good morning, everyone. I think it's afternoon now. All right, good afternoon. It's 12:30 in the afternoon. I think I'll start by, of course, standing on all protocols and saying thank you to everyone who is here, all our special guests, but also to do a unique shout out to every participant of NAMIP in the room. So if you've been a part of the NAMIP journey, please stand up and wave. If you're in the cohorts. All right, great. Thanks for making it. My task here, I have a very, very short period of time to do this, is to just give an empirical view of what we've done, and then discuss it in more detail with my colleague and the moderator. So I'm going to be running through mostly numbers. I'll give some context, a few lessons, but I'll leave most of the talking to the panel discussion that will come after. So, does this work? All right, so NAMIP is built around a couple of key processes. Over the past 3 years, we've done 6 main things, process-wide. The first is we had a system for how we select participants, and that system was supported by, of course, the organization, MDIF, and the advisory committee. At first, want to stress that the advisory committee was put together to provide local context to everything we're doing, as well as the team. And also, we had to ensure that it was a diverse group. So we have in the advisory committee someone from academia, people who are in academia, media development, media practitioners, and also business and venture capital in the advisory committee. So when advice comes from that committee and conversations happen, it's kind of every angle of it is considered, and everyone brings their own expertise to the fore. And that was really, really interesting and really helpful to us as a program team in our implementation. And then we used 2 calls and admitted people into the program over 2 years, virtual calls and some scouting. And the first thing we did once people got into the program was to embed them and indoctrinate them into a community. Because everything we're doing and is a big part of our DNA to drive things collaboratively. And so when you come into NAMIP, or those who got into NAMIP didn't just get into a program or just get some support, they got into a community that shared learnings, a community that built trust over time, a community that built relationships over time, and that was deliberately designed. The third thing is we worked with them very closely and individually at the same time, so it was a 2-way thing to understand every participant, their uniqueness, and not do the same thing. So there was, it was creatively and interestingly a chaotic journey. Chaotic in the sense that what you're dealing with is different at every point in time, but interesting because what we're supporting is what we love to do. The media, the work everyone is doing is also interesting to have a first-hand or front seat view of people doing amazing work. And not just the work that goes out there that the whole public can see, but the work behind the scenes to ensure that they can serve the communities that they serve. So it's really been an interesting conversation. And also, we provided support, innovative support. And the supports ranged from providing grant funding thanks to the Mercator Foundation to give them runway to experiment around the ideas, and a lot of technical assistance and coaching and whatnot. And I'll go into a little more detail later. Then, a key part of that, we didn't just give support and disappear, there was accountability. And we had to build enemies that became friends, or build uncomfortable friendships that became comfortable. So we were in people's faces, we had meetings and check-ins, and the meetings grew from being very polite, formal meetings to friendly conversations. And that's something that we and the team, we're quite proud of. And finally, we tracked everything. We made sure that we tracked we kept the data, we monitored what we're doing, we monitored growth as well as we could, and we're still putting more efforts into doing the same. Next slide, please. It's interesting to note, so this is a map of the spread of the beneficiaries of the program. That's a map of their office locations, but of course their audience and the audiences they serve stretch across every part of the country. So we have participants in every geopolitical zone doing work that is relevant to everywhere, and we've supported a lot of people who have done that work in different capacities at different levels for different time periods as well. The next slide, please. Is this one? Actually, point it to the screen. Okay. All right. So, what did we do to support these people? We gave out over $1 million in innovation grants at different scales and different amounts, and we provided over $500K in technical support. And the technical support, this is what the technical support looks like in a very quick snapshot. We executed, in this period of time, 27 workshops. A good number of them, close to 10, at least 10, were physical, and many others were virtual, covering all different topics from corporate governance and how to set up a board, how to look after your IP, how to put together a sales team, how to manage your product thinking, build strategy and revenue, and a lot of the things that happen in the back end. So these workshops were very different and sometimes tailored to different participants. So there are workshops that participants didn't attend and some attended because of need. Like I said, we're very strategic about that. And then we also give opportunities for a lot of experiential learning, like conferences like this. So our participants attended collectively over 17 conferences over the past 3 years, of course distributed based on need. So we weren't shipping everybody in the program, 28 people to 17 conferences. We can't afford to do that. We did it based on need, and our participants benefited from that. Also, there was a lot of group learning. Remember, I mentioned community. We had a structure called community calls where people came together to actually discuss and share learnings and also and interact with the program across the community. We executed 23 of those. We had 2 peer learning trips outside the country where people visited newsrooms to actually get experiential learnings. And if you read our case studies, you will see some traces of the impact of those peer learning visits to some organizations. If you check the TechPoint story, MSME story, you will see how Daily Mavericks newsletter strategy was a good influence on how they've built their revenue and their audience there as well. And of course, they had access to also the broader MDIF community and were able to jump on calls where ideas were shared on the MDIF community calls run by Media Advisory Services, a very, very supportive team to the NAMI program as well. Then the technical assistance and the targeted assistance was done. We engaged and we had to work with with at least 19 coaches. Individually, we had coaching peers for the participants and that worked with the participants in different capacities over different time periods. And we worked with over 20 consultants and facilitators to solve individual problems within these organizations for different lengths of time, and also to teach on multiple topics. And after all of that, we had a couple of results that we are proud of. I'll start first. The results were built on a lot of digital products, right? So people before we start counting the numbers of digital product, I think the background of the most important thing that has contributed to these results really is that we prioritize strategy and clarity. And a lot of that meant people had to revise and reorganize what they were thinking and what they were doing. And that means sometimes renewing and improving the products that they have, or even creating new products to serve the audiences that trust and believe in the work that they do. And so we had a number of new digital products, 13 new newsletters, 4 podcasts were started, 2 new local language platforms, and as well as new local language broadcast YouTube pages as well. And then tech products, VR experiment, 2 learning products, e-learning products that are generating revenue for the organizations, crowdsourcing and research. Basically, software as a service products were even developed by some participants, which is quite interesting. I think DataFight is a good example of that. And then, of course, new infrastructure. A couple of people were able to save enough money and generate enough revenue to create production studios at different scales that could serve their audiences and start new events for new revenue. And this is all the hard work of the organizations. The NAMIP team did not implement these things. So I think let's give a round of applause to the participants in the program. Then I'd like to share a few lessons from the work that we've done. The first is a lot of the problems we solved or we had to solve were foundational. What I mean is, we have a lot of the work we have to do because we are in a transition to digital. We have to do a lot of mental shift work. A lot of what we had to do was setting the base. So when I say foundational, it doesn't mean rudimentary. It simply means setting the baseline that provides the springboard for organizations to actually pursue their sustainability properly. And if anyone is just beginning that journey, a solid foundation is important. And what does a solid foundation look like? I'll talk about in the next slide. Leadership competence and quality is key. Like any other business, you have to be the master of your craft. You don't start a media business with zero media knowledge or dive into formats with zero knowledge or think, I'll just hire someone to do it. It doesn't work. You won't be able to judge incompetence. You won't be able to judge competence. You won't be able to properly inspire and hold your own team accountable if you are not familiar with the work they're supposed to do. You don't have to be an expert in everything, but you have to be about your business. And that's very important as the leader of a media organization. A lot of the problems, and I've emphasized this, were due to a lack of strategic planning, and we tried our best to correct that in the cohort. And that's why a lot of what we did was ask questions to discover gaps in planning and strategy. And then it's been flagged, and there's going to be a workshop on this. But product thinking, the migration to product thinking was very, very key in the work we did. We had to, I believe it was the first workshop we did. It was a virtual workshop by one of our consultants, Adam Oxford, on product thinking. That was the first actual workshop in the program. And that's to show how important it was. And that was not the only workshop on product thinking we did. So that's very important. We couldn't achieve more traction where participants refused to test out new ideas or challenge their assumptions. So the willingness, everything we do, like I said, every result is not a result of the magic of NAMIP. It's a result of the hard work of the participants. We didn't run these organizations. We were there providing support and advisory. And so participants go as far as participants are willing to go. And so will, ambition is important, and that's the next point, belief and ambition. We need to aim higher. We need to challenge the assumptions that keep us small, because we have so many news deserts in Nigeria that are not being covered. We need a lot more news organizations, and so we need people to build bigger things that can accommodate bigger audiences. It's a tough task, as we all know, but we need people to take on that work. And if you're already serving an audience, you can do greater work. And it's not less risky than doing small work. It's not more risky than doing small work. And we must be the masters of the technology of our crafts. So the technology and things in the ecosystem affect us, whether we like it or not. We are distributing on platforms that are different from ours, or with people, owners who might not care about the values that we subscribe to. So what are we doing? How do we preempt this? And how do we shape the future of our profession and craft? And for me, and with all of this, my personal definition for a pathway to sustainability is written here, is that we have to have clarity and growth goals with respect to an overall strategy that addresses your products, the people who will get this done, the revenue that you need to get it done, and the technology that everything is built on. And that's the way to sustainability that I'll give or tell anyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deji. That was a brilliant insight. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Deji. There's nothing as beautiful as having someone hold you by their hand. You have an idea, you have a thought, you have a vision, but you do not have the capacity to be able to bring all of that together. And then you have somebody say, you got something in you. All you need to do is follow this roadmap. How brilliant is that? Please, once again, give it to NAPMIP. Wonderful job. Great, super. And I want to quickly recognize one young lady here. There's a reason I'm going to do this. Her name is Tosin Toluwaloju. She's from Lugar TV in Lokoja, Kogi State. I asked her if she was funded to be here at this venue. She's a very young girl. Can you get up, please, my darling? Because she's the representation of the youth we want to see take on the baton. You can tell she's so young. I'm not going to tell you her age. Nigerian women are like that. Don't mind us. You can sit down, my darling. I asked her, were you funded to come to this event? And she said no. Please, a round of applause to her again. You know why? We have raised a generation of young people in Nigeria who feel, if I'm going to attend a conference that is beneficial to me, I need to be sponsored to that event all the way. We're not saying there's no room for encouraging and supporting. That's not what we're saying. But when it now becomes normalized and somebody tells me that's the norm now, then we've got a problem. So NAMIP, thank you once again for this hand-holding to our media organizations. Aro did made a point earlier on, and I've always said that in every conferences and speaking engagement I've been invited to speak to. The broadcast industry is one of the most disadvantaged when it comes to hand-holding in the Nigerian journalism space. The print get all the benefits. As a matter of fact, just like we fight in Nigeria about having university degree and what's the other degree they have? HND, that other one. There's that dichotomy where the print media fees, we're the elitist. And then every other media organization, including the e-broadcast, that's electronic broadcast, are relegated to like, you are not journalism. And that misinformation, that disalignment, that continuous gap where we create, where expertise is left. Because whether you like it or not, the majority of Nigerians actually listen to radio more than even they read the print. So it's just a feedback to NAMIP and the other teams doing this great job. So thank you very much. And now, a moment we've been waiting for. Can we have this wonderful group? I'm talking about broadcast. She's a woman I met, and I was so very happy that she was invited to come talk later on here. But then we're going to the next presentation. It's a dialogue, And the moderator is someone I know, respect, a friend, a senior colleague. And for all of us who know him, many refer to him as Uncle Lekan. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Lekan Otufo-Durin, Executive Director, Media Career Development, who is going to be speaking to this dialogue conversation, following up with Deji Adekunle of NAMIP and Dara Ajala of NAMIP as well, the program manager. Please give it up once again for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So good afternoon. I'll start by thanking NAMIP and Daily Trust Foundation for allowing us to do this. It's really been mind-blowing. Some of the things we are discussing, I really wish more people are here, but I'm sure that we are going to amplify the things that we have learned. Before I go into the discussion, some of the issues have been raised. We'll provide some perspective, and we'll hope that some of the cohort members will also give us some insight, because what we want to do is to provide what you call the facts behind the figures. So the figures are great. What exactly happened? What are the tiny things that you did that are not being mentioned? One other thing, we've been talking about change. So during the professor's presentation, he mentioned about change. I would like to just add this quotation I had years ago, and this was like maybe about 10 years ago. So there was a training by Taiwo Obe for media leaders. That was when we were looking forward to technology coming and what we need to do. I remember at that occasion, Segun Adeniyi, former press secretary to the president, and he said he will never use Twitter. But 3 years after, today he brags about his presence on Twitter and things like that. But one thing I took from that program was Omoyele Sowore, the publisher of Sahara Reporter, said something at that meeting I've never forgotten. He said, "Gentlemen, journalism is not changing. It has changed. It is you that has not changed." And that was about 12 years ago. So when we are talking about change, it's something that we really need to pay attention to. So straight to the business of the day. So I wanted to ask, for those of us who are not in the cohort, were you thinking about, so where was I when they were selecting people for this cohort? Well, some of us thinking that way. So I wondered, so what happened? Why did they leave me out? So I would like Deji and to talk about, so for people who want this kind of opportunities, what should be their preparation strategy? So what makes it easy for you to chalk out some people and pick some people? Let's start from there.
Whenever I'm asked this question, the answer I give always goes back to our first call. I remember when we joined MDF and the call was on, we had to extend the deadline because we had very little applications. Then the most striking thing was the quality of the application. Many people were doing this, a new and different program in a space that was very used to all call for applications, just giving people money to do stories. And so a huge chunk of the applications we got were storytelling applications, even though we tried our best to communicate, even on our second call, as clearly as possible that our program is different, the support is different. I think a lot of people just look at the call, check the money, and go and prepare a proposal. And if there anyone, if some of you are here as probably the grants person on your team, you've probably been told to do things like that. But it's very important that you check what the program is, read the call in detail, and send in an application. A huge number of people got into the first intake. We had to strive to get the number that we had into the first intake. And then we also had another call where we tried our best. We had regional visits. We had a Q&A virtual town hall for anyone to join and ask questions about how to apply. So every time I'm asked why we didn't hear about it, perhaps maybe we need to do a better job of publicity and PR around our calls. But I would say a huge chunk of people did not get in because of the quality of submissions.
I would also take that from a futuristic point of view to say a big chunk of what we have now done throughout the program is to address that challenge. And so rather, maybe let me reframe the question from why didn't I get into the program to how can I get into such a program in the future. And to help with that, we have, on the website, we have put together a ton of resources on the NAMIP website. I can't emphasize that enough. After every workshop, learning articles, the team's favorite thing to do, learning articles are carefully curated to share summaries of what we have paid, really, to distill to the cohorts, but available to build the ecosystem. So taking all of that resources and just diving deep into what is available to build you up for such a future program is what I would point you in the direction of. Yeah.
Thank you. So I would like, you've just presented the numbers. They're great again. I just want to find out, were there outcomes that surprised you or challenged your assumptions?
Yes. Most of the surprises came from things that we didn't plan for, positive outcomes that we didn't plan for, even in this space. A lot of conversations started to change due to the conversations being had by the people in the cohort. And one of my biggest surprises was the openness. We hoped for it, but the results were quite surprising. The media space has traditionally and historically been very competitive. And one of the things we try to do is get people to not see themselves in the independent media space as competition. And so now people are willing to share, take calls from colleagues, tell them what they are doing. Before, everything was hidden, but now people are sharing a lot more. We had a Twitter space, an X space to talk about our case studies, and people shared their results, people shared their numbers. I actually made this amount of money doing this. So people don't have gray areas or assumptions around what's working. There's someone who has told you, I did this and I earned this, which is one of the, as inquisitors, being journalists, many times we are struck by uncertainty. So it's like, I don't have any example of this working, and so it's hard for that to work in Nigeria. But part of what we've been able to do was to get examples out there and people actually sharing. And so I would say, if you know anyone in the NAMIP cohorts, call them. They'll tell you what's worked for them and what's not worked for them. It's a culture that we've tried to build, and they will all testify that it's helped them even do better. And so they are open to doing more and building more bridges.
Okay. So, maybe Dara, you can take these questions. Were there things that you thought that the cohort members could have done better? Are there areas that you think they could have done better than they did, based on the guidelines that you gave?
The advisory committee, I would say they went over and beyond. If there was anything, I would have liked to utilize their expertise a lot more by creating what was mentioned yesterday, more direct advisory committee to participant interfaces either through different platforms or through workshops that we had done, because the advisory committee is a wealth of expertise and experience, and they continue to show that through the frequent meetings that we have, and also the selection processes that we went through. So it's more us utilizing that expertise a lot more.
Okay, thank you. So Deji was talking about participants being open, sharing their figures. That's gladdening to hear. But I want us to address the issue of collaboration. We keep talking about how difficult it is. At some meetings, I've mentioned that even banks engage in what they call mergers and acquisitions. That doesn't happen much in our media. So people like to hold on to 100% of nothing, you know, and maybe 10% of something that is good. So, and we saw that in the report that you had the Women FM and the Nigerian Health Watch collaborating. So what are the ingredients for collaboration? You know, beyond, you know, people say, I tell some journalists, you work for people that didn't pay you for years. Even to get together is difficult for you. So how can they address those fears that makes collaboration difficult?
Yeah, that's a very good question. At the heart of collaboration is a strategy. And the reason why I would say strategy is this. Forced collaboration is a waste of time. So when we say collaboration, it's good to create avenues to collaborate. It's good to collaborate, but that's not an excuse to waste time and do what doesn't serve you. There must be a value exchange in the collaboration. So you have to first identify that there is value in collaborating and in the person or the group or the organization you want to collaborate with, and go into every collaboration with a plan to extract that value and also not be a leech and try to give as much value as you can back. So that's where, and you can't do that if you don't have a strategy or clarity around what you're trying to achieve. So that will determine the rooms you go into, the people you talk to, and the kind of questions you ask. Then on the broader scale, you mentioned mergers and acquisitions and ownership. I think if we are going to be ambitious and really do this, do the media business fully for the sake of the audiences that we serve, we would collaborate more with other owners, especially when we are struggling. So it's about us being open to it and also being aware. So I would say one reason might be people are not aware. We don't have many examples. And the examples that we have perhaps are not public. But collaborating at an official level, like in a merger, it strengthens organizations. Even if you do not merge, collective bargaining is always a very good tactic. And we've seen it work in programs in other parts of the world that MDF are implementing. And so people need to start having those kind of conversations. But of course, before you collaborate, you have to actually start talking to each other. And that's the baseline of it.
Any addition from Dara on that?
For collaboration, I like to think of it at first as a properly done arranged marriage, in the sense that, yes, it may be encouraged and coached at the beginning, but that purpose is only to lead to what will now naturally flow, and like DJ has said, flow into value creation and value capture. But at the beginning, it's important to carefully craft out those well thought out channels that will foster that open the door for communications to start, for people to even know what they're doing. Because a lot of what we did at the beginning was just throwing people in the room together constantly. Those community calls used to start out, first 15 minutes of the first few ones used to start a little awkwardly, but just consistently putting people in the room to discuss community, to discuss challenges. It builds that unconsciously, subconsciously builds that sense of collaboration, and such that after a while, you move from control, like we used to say, you move from control to influence to impact. Yeah.
Okay, so quickly, in those community meetings, like we say, we ask difficult questions, uncomfortable questions. Can you give us an example of some of those questions that was difficult for people to answer initially, that really need to think about?
difficult questions from us.
Yes.
Most times we took the community call is not us responding to the community. It's the community.
Yes.
I'll give examples where serious conversations happened. Like there was a time where a community call ended up being like a cry for help in terms of talent. And I remember us responding to that with a workshop on organizational management. We actually brought a consultant into the community call to talk to some people and hear the problems, and then the workshop happened. Another example was when there was a time last year, I'm not sure where there were like 3 months of intense press attacks, right? There were heavy cases of press attacks to different organizations, and that month, that was the conversation. How do we do that? I remember bringing, we brought in some actors from outside the program who were dealing with press attacks to actually talk to the people in the program and give them feedback on what they could do to help and also strategies. And I remember in that case, the CEO of Premium Times, Mr. Mojid, actually shared the strategy they used to deal with one of the press attacks that they encountered, how they used legal representation tactically, and those kind of conversations really help because these are realities on ground that are not just technical questions. So experience actually does help, and the sharing does help in those community calls. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm right. I mean, you also did something about product thinking, product production, and I think you had some sessions, and you had to even do a session for people around product development. Yeah. Okay.
So, product development, so that's the hard work, right? Yeah, I think so. That's the hard work. And people learned it at different paces. And a lot of the conversations that we had as well dealt with product development and re-examining the work we do. So we had to ask questions around who they're serving. Do you really know who your audiences are? And do you know who finds your work valuable, who you can meet in terms of striking a business deal with? And how are you positioning yourself and your product to actually help you directly or indirectly generate some revenue? We had workshops on it. We had a product workshop, apart from the virtual sessions, where people actually had to build and work in groups. And it was interesting, but product thinking isn't something you just learn in a workshop. It's something you do. It's tedious, and people learn at their pace, and we're just there to support that journey. But product thinking was very essential, and it's hard to monetize if you are not clear on your product value proposition. And we saw that very clearly with people who struggled with monetizing, having issues with their products proposition as well.
So thank you. We're going to take contributions from the floor, but before I do that, we're talking about examples for collaboration. I just remembered, it's a very small one, but something that I've also written about. So there used to be a newspaper, the one owned by Barrister Jimoh Ibrahim. I can't remember the name now. National Mirror. So some of the reporters who worked there, when they left, they teamed up together to have a website called nationalwire.com. So what they did was like, they were covering different beats. So they agreed from the beginning to say, look, we are going to set up this website. You are covering business. You are covering security. And that was how they shared it. And they agreed from the beginning what are the terms and conditions, you know. And it has gone on for about 6-7 years. So I think it's something that when we're talking about mergers, it doesn't have to be like all the big things, but even the small ability to team up together, because we see many journalists struggling. Somebody was joking somewhere, says, today, one journalist, one website. You know? And it's there. The moment an editor steps down, it's starting a website. And like somebody said at the other thing, many people claim they are digital, but they are still analog in their ways. Many people are replicating the newspaper model in running websites, and that's a big problem. So with that, I'd like to take some questions, contributions from the floor. So I saw your hand up first, so let's get there.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dara, Mr. Deji and Dara. And thanks for all of the support you've given us over this period. It's added up a whole lot. We've made a lot of progress. So what I want to ask is, thinking back, I mean, everything that you have done, if you were to start today, what would you say you would have done differently? If you were starting everything today, what would you say you would have done differently?
Who wants to take that?
That didn't stretch for the mic at all. The first thing I would do is, I underestimate how important and it's one of the lessons I shared, the skill level of the CEO is to the business. That's something I'd focus on as well, because if you as the lead aren't a master of your craft, smart people want to work for smart people. I think that's a good way to put it. Even if you are smarter than the person you are working for, the person still needs to be smart so that you are not frustrated. Yeah, because you don't want, because if the person isn't smart, then they use other tactics to keep you in check, which would push you out the door. And that's one thing. So I think even in selection, that's something that we'll think about. Are you on top of your game before you're ready for the kind of support that we even provide? That's one thing, yeah.
Just innocent to ask that question. Thank you for that. A couple of things, if we were to do this again, it would be to go tougher or deeper on what I had mentioned before, which is collaboration. And how would that happen, in my mind, would be to, you remember we had coach pairings for organizations. I see a scenario where there would be, like, from the get-go, that started to happen. From the get-go, more organizational peering to spur specific innovation, specific idea development, so that people will fail if they need to fail, but fail fast and forward. Yeah.
Okay, so there's one hand here. Okay, but you can do this, then we'll go there.
Thank you very much, Liko. And this is not a question. I just want to make a comment, because it does seem to me that maybe NAMIP is not getting the real mention that it deserves in what some of us have become in running this business. You know, the first workshop I attended, the NAMIP workshop.
The audio.
Okay, the NAMIP workshop, sorry. I told them, and I think I've kept on saying it, that they changed my concept of what it means to run a media organization. Because we get in there, those of us who are journalists, yeah, I've spent 30-something years, I've been editor, I've managed this, but to run it as a business, they kind of changed my concept. It was like a 90-degree turnaround or 120-degree turnaround. I stopped thinking of radio programs as programs, but I started thinking of them as products that we had to sell to be able to make money to run the business. So I think you deserve a lot of commendation on that.
Thank you for the flowers. Okay, so
I think I'll stop for others to talk.
So we don't have much time, but I would like to take that hand. Then we'll just take some final thoughts. But, okay, so that hand there, it's been up since. We're trying to keep to time so that we can...
Thank you so much, Mr. Deji and the team. Mine is more of contribution to the issue of collaboration. You see, this country, Nigeria, and Africa at large is so wide and diverse that some stories will be told and you would wonder whether it is fiction or non-fiction. Sometimes I will sit down at the corner of my office far in the northern Nigeria. And I will be thinking, what is the behavior of men over there in southeast in the creek or south-south? I want to advise younger journalists to collaborate in a way, not to look for sponsorship, but to collaborate in doing stories that will bring about behavioral change in Nigeria. For instance, you have an idea of maybe how, or let's say domestic violence. You want to cover only northern Nigeria, forgetting the fact that these men that you see in northern Nigeria, you have the same kinds of men in southern Nigeria. But you don't speak Hausa, and I don't speak the language you speak there in southeast or southwest. What do? We have a common language, English. Okay, do this for me, I will do that for you. Use your platform to publish your own. I will use my platform to translate and publish on my own. There, we will have a national outlook. But like what you said, you conclude to say that everybody is having a website. Everybody is having a website that does not have the national outlook and does not have the human interest but personal interest. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Maybe just some last words. I would like to ask them one last word. So what's your advice to the cohorts going forward? How can they ensure that all this investment really shows some promise beyond now?
Okay, I think I've given so much advice over the past couple of years, and I'm not sure everything's been good. I think I just hope, I think it's more of my hopes. I hope people continue to do the hard work that they're already doing and create systems that allow them to reflect and push higher. Because yes, the job as a media organization is tedious, it's every day, it's like running through the forest. We need to learn how to stop and reflect on what we are doing. And that's not easy. You have to do it deliberately, and you have to build systems for that. So I hope we do that and keep our eye out for opportunities to be better than what we are and reach out for help where necessary. And many times, money is not even the solution. If you pour water into a leaky bucket, the water, even if it drains over a period of time, it will still drain. So it's important that that we learn to build the structures and the kind of companies that can deliver the impact that we want to see from the public interest media space.
I wouldn't so much call it mine advice, but just a note to say that the work being done by media organizations is really important work. We're all talking about flowers, and I'll push back the flowers again to you all. Doing the hard work of telling, of doing journalism, that's the hard work. One of the biggest surprises, not positive, when I came into media, I'm from out of media. One of the biggest surprises for me was how little the compensation for media staff is. And I'm like, whoosh, y'all are going through a lot. And just risking your lives and everything, and you do it because of people who don't necessarily understand the value of what you are giving to them. And so I just want to say that your work is important work. The reason for the work, the ethos behind your work is really important, and I hope that you continue to take forward what we have tried to do, helping you to connect the value you are creating and help you to capture value from all of that work. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Deji, and thank you, Dara. Well done.
I think the picture are going to be in order. Please, let's have a picture with them. We take one with them too. They gave me permission. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. That was insightful. Uncle Leko, we and I, we are the next cohort too. So let's start making a case for that. But in talking about cohorts, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to name the names that you may have not even seen or heard about here. The Namib cohort, like Digi rightly said, smart people want to work with smart people. And then he said something earlier on. He said the only people they had difficulty making traction were people who had difficulty changing their mindsets and adapting to new ideas. May we not become those kinds of people. The Namib cohort, I want to recognize Business Day, Women Radio. Please be clapping for them, it's not easy. And it's a long list, so I'm going to clap well. Daily Trust, Culture Custodian, Ash News, Nigerian Health Watch. If you dare here, throw your hand. Yeah, representing, I like that. Prime Progress, Solace Base, The Republic, TV 360, Wiki Times, With Today, Monique, Let the Clapping Be Rousing, Signature TV, Voice Collective, Premium Times. You would have think Premium Times could not go, but they went for it. So you are not too big, oh. Omalicha Radio, The Beautiful People, Ikeja Record, Lavun FM, MSME Africa, Edge Gist, Clip Clapping, Farming Farmers Farms, imagine that. Dubawa, Data Fight, FIJ, Homango, Chikoko Radio, TechPoint Africa. 28, all of them in part of the cohort. A round of applause for them. It's not easy. And then, for those who had the session with the advisory board yesterday, if you loved what the advisory session and panel was about, please raise your hands. Did you like it? Then give them a round of applause. Catherine Jechuru, my lovely sister. I love you, my darling. You know that. Please give it up for her. She's part of the advisory committee. Professor Sulaiman Yaadua, is he here? Oh, yes, awesome. I didn't know you were in front yet. And then we've got Motura Elaka. Is she here as well? I spotted that earlier on. Okay. Then Sobomi Plumter. I hope I pronounced that right. Is she here? Please, a round of applause. A round of applause. And then my sister, Rona Meyer. Where is she? Ah, Rona, now that I mention your name, you are not here. Oh, what I will do to you. And then to the Namib team, Deji Adekunle, a round of applause. Dara Jala, phenomenal babe. That your eyeglasses, we are still going to do a story on it too. Vivian Ojomo, where's Vivian? Oh my gosh, yes, my darling, yeah, there you are. Mohammed Dahatu, where's Mohammed Dahatu? And then Temitayo Akinyemi, wonderful, my new friend. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go to another panel discussion where we shall be talking about tools and strategies for future-proofing media businesses. And our moderator in Igbo land, we call them the beautiful people. And she runs, a beautiful woman, not just beautiful people, but beautiful woman. The term Omalicha is an Igbo name, and it resonates with everyone in Nigeria. And she is Angela Agowike, the CEO of Omalicha Radio. She's going to be handling the panelists. Musikilu Mojid, the editor-in-chief, Premium Times, give it up for him. Wale Shonaya, CEO, Women Radio, my fantastic sister and friend. Chiwikwe Alagoso, where you there? Director of Media Programs, Nigeria Health Watch. He's going to be part of this panel conversation, as well as Mahmoud Jega, publisher 21st Century Chronicle. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate, as I said earlier on, is Angela Agowike on how we can talk about the tools and strategies for future-proofing media businesses. A quick notification. So today we'll be replacing on this panelist, Mr. Missy Kilu Mojid, the editor-in-chief of Premium Times. And of course, he's able, he's capable. We've seen him done that yesterday, and it's so exciting to see him join here too.
Thank you very much, Ejiro. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to start any protocol because we've been here since yesterday and we've all been talking. But as you all know, my name is Angela Agwawike, and I have the honor of moderating this session, which is supposed to look at the issue of future-proofing the business we do as media owners. But we also have to understand that it's not just about future-proofing the business to make sure it's sustainable, that we make enough money to pay our dues, to pay our staff, and do everything we have to do. First of all, we actually have to future-proof the profession of journalism, because without it, what we're doing is nothing. We're first of all journalists, then we're media owners. So two of them go together. And the first thing I'd like us to talk about today, you already met our panelists. I'll reintroduce them because I have a reason for doing that. I want to start from the end there. You know, when I met Tomo the first time, she just walked past me. That was in Thailand. And when she walked by, the first thing that came to my mind, whoa, what a force of nature. And that's the way I've always seen her since then. She is a force of nature. There's no dull moments with her. And she's got great ideas. In Running Women Radio, you see that every day. So she's going to be sharing with us some of the innovations, technological innovations, she has brought into Running Women Radio. And Chibike Alamoso, Nigerian Health Watch. I've also had to work a bit closely with him since we got into this cohort. And I think it's been an exciting moment. He would also tell us what the instrument, the technology they deploy in Running Health Watch. Perhaps one of the best communicators when it comes to communicating health issues through the NGO sector. So we're going to hear from him as well. And today, well, I wouldn't claim that I have any special relationship, but I think NAMIP has brought us together. This is like the third time we're meeting at NAMIP events, and I would say it's my great honor to meet you. So let's start it this way. We talk about future-proofing. Let's even ask our panelists, do we know what that means, especially in relation with the business we do? When you hear the word future-proofing the media in today's Nigeria, what comes to your mind? Let's start with Tom. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Future-proofing to me is strategic steps that the Women Radio platform remains relevant, resilient, and impactful in the face of a rapidly evolving technology, audience behavior, and of course, social, political dynamics. Future-proof reading is anticipating change before it happens and adapting quickly. So for us at Women Radio, that includes investing in digital transformation, moving beyond the traditional radio to integrating podcast, streaming, social media, and I'll say AI-driven storytelling that resonates with younger and even older audiences. I'll say that future-proofing means developing content that not only reflects women's voices today, but also prepares women for tomorrow. Okay. Amplifying issues around tech inclusion, climate resilience, I'll say policy advocacy as well, and gender equality. Okay. In a nutshell, again, I'll say it's diversifying revenue streams through partnerships, collaborations, branded content, and innovative engagement. audiences and strategies. Let me say that at Women Radio, we're building a community. We're not building listenership. We are empowering women with content that informs, that educates, that motivates them to take action.
All right.
Regardless of what the future media landscape looks like. Thank you.
I guess that also means getting the women engaged in what you do so that tomorrow, next tomorrow, they are there with you to ensure that you have them. So, Chibike, what does that mean to you in running, in managing Nigerian Health Watch? When you hear the word future-proofing, how does it translate?
Thank you very much, Angela. So for me, and also the team at Nigeria Health Watch, I would say 3 things come to mind when we think about future-proofing, and that would be staying grounded, right? Always listening to what our audiences want, and I think a lot of these have been echoed throughout the conversations, that happened yesterday, going with the audience. So we're always grounded because we know the health space where we work in it's a very serious business, even though health is not very, if I can use that word, sexy, right? But we understand the value of, the space where we work in. So that means always being aware of what's happening. Because we don't do that, we're going to run into problem. An engineer can make a mistake here. Worst that can happen, maybe this will fall and someone will get hurt. But if it's about health, it's a very serious issue. Another word that comes to mind is also related to the first is restless. That being, restless. We're always restless, always looking for new ways to do things, always looking for ways to improve our workflows and, innovating around our processes. So, and not necessarily, the way we also look at innovation is not necessarily about technology, right? Yes, we're talking about AI. It's important to go with it, find ways to impute it in our work. But for us, the way we see innovation is it doesn't have to be a shiny tool, right, so to speak. So anything that helps us save time, anything that helps us improve our workflow so we have time to dig into the deeper issues for us, that helps us stay relevant and improve the work that we do. And the final thing that we always have at the back of our mind, and we consider it very serious as far as future-proofing our world goes, is not being trapped in the activity, right? So, we're always mindful of not falling in the activity trap, always reminding ourselves of the why. Because if we forget that why, we just end up, fall into that routine. We try to avoid falling into that routine. I leave my house, I come to work, I do maybe a blog or convene an event about, maybe a policy dialogue, a conference about focusing on any aspect of health. But what does that mean, right? I always tell myself and my colleagues that looking at everyday Nigerians, maybe I'm in the markets, I see people moving around, I always ask myself, the work that we do at Nigeria Health Watch, how does it translate to better health care for this person? So always reminding ourselves of that. It's a way to not be trapped in the present, but always, keep pushing and not be trapped in the activity, just the activity. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's very important. We don't have to wait until COVID happens, until Ebola happens, or until people are dying of cholera before we think about health communication. It's something that ought to go on every day. So let's take it to today. You run this marvelous program. You interview people, very important, very influential people. Is that your own way of future-proofing what you do? Or do you also believe in technology or using a tech tool to do that?
Okay. I was praying that you would have just asked me the same question. I would have said I agree with the last speaker. I didn't think of it in that way. Also, I'm in a unique position where I am co-founder of a number of media brands. So this is one of them. So there's Red Media Africa on one hand, there's WineNigeria.com on the other hand, there's Robbie Minds and all of that. And I've never really thought of it in terms of I'm doing this now to future-proof. But there's something that Mr. Lekon of Fordring said that was so powerful, which is people come to a room and you're talking about, oh, we need to align with technology. I think that's the way he said it. Technology is the future. And he's telling them, no, it's not the future, it's already here. Like, we are not talking about, we need to change. Yes, I think that's the point. It's not that the future needs to change, that we need to change something. I thought that was a powerful point. And that's what future-proofing means to me. I think that if you ask me in simple language, it would be, how do you understand and respond to reality? You know, as a business person, that's your job. How do we understand reality? How do you understand the audience, the customer? How do you understand product? How do you understand the environment? How do you understand how money flows? And then it's even more imperative as a journalist because you are telling stories. So if you don't understand reality, then what are you telling? You know, and any journalist that can't respond to reality doesn't deserve to exist as a journalist because that fundamental misreading of reality will affect the kinds of stories you tell. And I remember I was speaking at an event in the UK a few weeks ago, and I said, the reason why our stories are not moving people is because we are talking to people who don't exist. And so you have people profiling audiences as if this is 1980s Nigeria, you know, and I'm sitting on a board and I'm saying, we are profiling our audience as if they only do one thing, as if they don't go to parties at night, as if they don't consume Instablog Nigeria, as if they don't know who Lizzo is, as if they don't understand TikTok, as if they are not aware that our politicians lie, as if we profile people that don't exist, and we create products for those people that don't exist, you know? And that's a fundamental failure as business people and as storytellers. So I don't think people need to spend too much time thinking of how do I future-proof. The way to future-proof is to understand reality every day. Is to understand how 13-year-olds consume information. Is to understand how money flows. Is to understand the fundamental and sad poverty of our audience. And create products that those audiences can connect with, pay for, or consume while somebody else is paying for them. You know, so it's all of those things that make a business able to survive in whatever future that comes out.
So let me stay with you. Yeah, it's about telling stories, telling what people are, what they are today, what they consume today. That can keep you going on and on and on. Yeah. Have you tried using any of these tools that is making the rounds, like AI
all of them.
and
all of them?
Do you try to use them?
All of them.
Why do you use them?
Why not? It's like, so I understand we are human beings. So human beings, we interact. So we debate as journalists as to whether to adapt AI into our businesses or not. Or even basic AI tools like ChatGPT. Like ChatGPT is, for many people who are in the technology business, the basicest of AI's capabilities. And while we are debating whether to use AI or not, AI has become part of life. So I never had myself debating. You know, we should debate the ethics of AI, yes. But as media owners, we should not be debating the inevitable. We should be adapting to the inevitable. It didn't take me, I'm not on Snapchat, I'm not even on social media personally. I don't have the password to any of my accounts. But there is no platform that our program doesn't exist on. We have hundreds of thousands of followers on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. My own personal desire not to engage in social media is different from my platform's necessity to be on social media. If I don't like TikTok, then I shouldn't use TikTok. But if I want to talk to people who are on TikTok, then I have to use TikTok. So again, it comes to that debate that we often have as journalists where we are disconnected from the audience. You know, if I want to talk to people, I have to meet them where they are. If there's a way they like to consume information, I have to define the product to meet them where they are. I might have high-minded ideas, and those are important, as to how society should be, but the only way those ideas can connect is if we adapt them to how people consume.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get back to Tom. As we are in the country today, Women Radio seems to be the only radio station or the only media organization that has actually experimented with AI newsreader. So can you tell us a bit about that and what it has done for Women's Radio since you introduced it?
So I want to look at some of the tools first. At Women Radio 91.7, we know that innovation needs to be rooted in innovation. So when we started asking ourselves, we didn't just look at technology when we started asking questions. We looked at human needs, women needs. I want to talk to our experience in deploying AI. Nimi, AI. The first virtual radio assistant, as far as I'm concerned, and how Nimi AI is helping us to evolve from just broadcasting to building, I'll say, digital relationships. Let me go to our operations as an organization. When we introduced Nimi AI, we used automation to personalize and access right-centered content for women, especially the women left behind by traditional media. We wanted Nimi to serve them as a companion. For our operations, Nimi handles audience engagement on radio. He answers questions about rights, about mental health, about gender-based violence reporting, civic duties, and career development. This reduced workload for our live presenters, and it allowed our editorial team to focus deeper into investigation and storytelling. I also want to talk about audience data. Through Nimi, through AI analytics, we now track what women are asking. Nimi, for instance, spikes in GBV related queries, or school resumption periods, for instance. It informs our programming in the newsroom. This kind of feedback loop was almost impossible before. Nimi has helped us, AI has helped us to extend our reach. So it's available 24/7 via our website. For women in low connectivity zones or irregular work hours, Nimi becomes a non-judgmental, always their companion, 24/7 companion. And in just a few months, Nimi has interacted with users that has never engaged on Women Radio before. So Nimi has really done a lot for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a minute to go, and I'd like to use that 1 minute remaining to ask three of you to just weigh in on this. I guess all of us here, the four of us here, and most of us in this room, we're all digital aliens, and we're operating in the realm of the digital natives, and we need to connect with them. Do we necessarily have to have a relationship with tech organizations in order to connect with the people, especially the digital natives? Do we have to? We'll do that in the next 60 seconds.
So I think for me, it really depends what the purpose is. I remember part of the conversations again was how do we make sure that we are getting value for the content that we are putting out there, right? Right. So in that sense, I think it's important to connect with the tech companies. But as far as reaching the audiences, the younger people, digital natives, like you said, it's everybody. The platform is there for us to use, right? So it's in connecting with the companies. The way I would say it is just understanding all of the basics, like how the platform works, how the analytics, the back end, how to make the most of it, so you can connect with the young people.
Okay. Our time is up. So we would like to thank you for listening to us. Unfortunately, we cannot take any questions, but I hope you get one or two things from our discussion. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you.
And thank you guys for your time.
Yes, yes, panel picture. Ladies and gentlemen, again, another round of applause for this fantastic conversation you had. Great moderation, by the way. I love how she kept to time. So thank you very much to that. I mean, you were keeping to your time. The time and everything is there, and I love that she kept it, and that was brilliant. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to another panel conversation. And this time around, we're going to be looking at redesigning journalism, media operations to survive and thrive amidst unpredictable change. I think this is a very important conversation, particularly in Nigeria, especially with regards to the question I even asked yesterday with regards to leadership and ownership. How do we begin to navigate that space? I hope that will be handled. Joining this panel discussion is Emmanuel Paul, Managing Editor at Business Front, Publishers of TechPoint Africa, Noel Z. Tusini, Program Director, Amplify South Africa, and Asha Mwili, Founder and Editor, Depunk Media, I like that, Amplify Kenya. And to moderate this event is none other than Vivian Ojemu, NAMI Program Assistant, MDIF. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome this fantastic panel conversation who will be giving us insights to these topics, exploring how media organizations can embrace AI and other emerging tools to boost efficiency and storytelling while staying true to journalism's core values.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm shy, and you're making it worse. I'm so happy to be here to moderate this session. Oh, we're all wearing black. I promise we didn't plan this at all, except you. You didn't get the memo. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to this session. I have the honor of moderating the session before lunch, so I will try my best to keep it short, and so we can go for lunch. We will be discussing one of the hottest topics in the media space. We have had multiple sessions, and somehow we end up discussing the one thing that everybody just had to wait for: AI. AI has come up multiple times, different opinions, different thoughts on how we should use AI as media organizations. And with me here, we have organizations that have been experimenting, testing, and using AI as a whole for their organizations. And we just want to discuss what it is about AI that can actually help us as media organizations get better. Like Chidi had said, it's not something to fight, it's something to accept, and then discuss the ethics. So I guess we're here to discuss the ethics of using AI. I will start with you, Emmanuel, the only man in our panel who decided to wear white. For TechPoint, you have really been in the forefront of using AI to optimize your operations, and I was just curious to know, what have you tried, what worked, what failed, and what would you recommend, basically?
Okay, yeah. I think how we should think about TechPoint is way before the era of generative AI, we were always that much tech savvy, and we data is at the core of everything AI. So we've actually tried to build a very, 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 very strong documentation and data gathering process right from time. So everything from our editorial style guide, what the ethos of TechPoint is all about, our storytelling, our tone, and even the data on companies and startups and tech companies that we cover, we had all of them in a database. So when it came to experimenting with generative AI, it was very, very, very interesting to see everything from even gathering news. We were able to automate the gathering of news where you didn't have to scour the internet to look for what is going on. We were able to integrate with tools like Pabbly to send those news updates to the Slack or messaging platform we use. So journalists can see it as a point board, and they are seeing all this news from all their sources. Then, interestingly, one thing we started doing recently is with Point AI, where we left breaking news and fast news for the AI. 60% of it is done by the AI. The journalist fact checks and refines and makes sure everything is in place. So 40% with the journalist, but we still credit Point AI on our website as the writer of news updates. So what then happens is the journalists are free to chase more ambitious stories, move the story forward, and just look at the story behind the story. So yeah, there are many more things we actually did and tried, but I'm sure we'll get to that.
I'm going to piggyback off what you said. How far do newsrooms need to go to embrace AI? So I'm going to ask you that question, Asha. I know that most of your work is centered around fake news, debunking fake news. And I was just curious to know how AI has impacted that. Has it been useful in your work? Has it made your work harder? Or is there a perfect balance? Have you been able to find that balance between what is real and what is fake?
Thanks for your question. So actually, there's a misconception because of our name that Debunk is a fact-checking platform. We do fact-checking as one of the things that a media organization offers, but we tell stories. We started off doing a lot of explainer journalism, and then based on how audiences were responding to our stories, they were wanting more, like more insights, more depth, and so we got into long-form storytelling. So our storytelling relies heavily on non-fiction techniques, so getting journalists to describe where they are, what they're feeling, what they're hearing, and that, I think, looking at what's happened with the AI, generative AI, especially last year when ChatGPT launched, we feel like we are at an advantage point because we are actually already producing journalism that AI cannot, which is the journalism that really taps into like human connection. Because AI is really just, technology that sort of like uses human intelligence, like tries to mimic human intelligence, right? But it can't do human emotion. So we are at an advantage. However, that doesn't mean that we are immune to some of the shocks that a newsroom is experiencing today. So for example, a lot of the people that we work with are young, not just in our newsroom, like editorial, but also in our creative department. So even before we started thinking of AI as an organization, they were already using AI. So the illustrators were generating images using AI tools, and that would make their work, shorter, faster, and they could just sketch over the images that they would generate. Even people in our finance department, for example, were already using AI in their own work. So it sort of like happened to be a wake-up call for us, and just like Emmanuel said, our strategy now became drawing up AI policies, scoping the entire AI ecosystem to see what tools are working for our team and which ones can we adopt as an organization and say, okay, these are allowable, these are not. It's been much easier for our creative and production departments, but for editorial, I think we are a bit more cautious. We're mostly using it for, fact-checking, grammar checks, like on Grammarly, our journalists use AI to research and to go through like a huge amount of data. But in terms of writing, we, as the editors, we're like, no, not yet.
Okay. Nwazi, I'm going to ask this question as your work as the supervisor, I call it, because you tend to have insights, all organizations in the Amplify South Africa program, and I was curious to know what you think about AI when it comes to sustainability. As you work with MDIF, the main thing is helping these organizations get sustainable. And now AI is this fancy new toy that everybody is experimenting with. Do you think it helps with the sustainability drive? How? What are your thoughts on this, basically?
So I believe that it does help with sustainability right now in the ways in which we have been supporting the Amplify South Africa cohort to use AI tools. So as Asha has just mentioned, we quite recently have been encouraging and giving financial support to our cohort to use AI financial tools. And the reason for that is, you can't manage what you don't measure. And I find that a lot of media owners, because they're usually journalists first, shy away from the finances, don't keep an eye on it, allow the finance department to kind of do their thing on the side. And there's, software like QuickBooks, etc., that uses AI to make financial information digestible for a media owner who is not a financial manager, and be able to track cash flows, be able to look at income, revenue, profit, etc., in ways that are understandable to someone that's a journalist. And also the ways in which our cohort has started using AI to become more efficient in the ways in which they produce their content. For example, we have Politically Aware that does political satire, and the comedian who is the face of the show doesn't like reading research packs, and I kept on saying to them, but he needs to do more in-depth research. And they've started using Notebook LM because it has the audio feature. And so he listens to the research packs because he's not someone who is able to consume knowledge just by reading, and so on and so forth. So there are a number of different ways, and also using AI tools to create marketing strategies. We had our cohort do jobs to be done interviews, which is a particular way to create marketing strategies, but that's a lot of data to go through. So Notebook LM helps with that. And so there are ways in which AI is helping our cohort become more sustainable, in the sense that they're making them more efficient, not just in news production, but also in managing operations of the business and the things that media owners generally shy away from because they are more interested in pursuing, the editorial and content pursuits.
Wonderful. Emmanuel, where do you draw the line between efficiency and maintaining your human voice and maintaining your organization's integrity as a media organization? Where do you draw the line?
Okay, yes, so I think a way to look at it is you try to understand what your media organization is all about, right? What do you stand for? We want to tell the stories of technology in Africa that you won't hear anywhere else. We want to find people that are doing really amazing stuff. So with AI, I guess, so recently I had to let someone go because of the use of AI in the newsroom, because he crossed the line I was talking about with no fact checking. And as an editor in the newsroom, one thing I would say is don't outsource your thinking to AI, because if you outsource your thinking to AI and AI hallucinates, you will not be able to spot when something is off. The numbers I was looking at, it was a number-filled story, and I was looking at the numbers, and it was very, very easy for you to just say, oh, okay, everything looks good. But I was able to tell that something was off, even though I didn't know the numbers offhand. So I had to do the actual research and all of that. So the research, the fact-checking, I think a human has to be behind it. Then, like Asha mentioned, the human angle stories. No one is going to tell those human angle stories like you would, a human. So that's like, I think, the biggest measure we've taken to kind of draw a line like, no, you don't just outsource your thought process to AI. And I think an underrated part of using AI in the newsroom is to help with the other parts of operations, the business development, the management. I think it's a very, very, very important process for us. We've been able to automate things like sales calls with clients. Normally, you will have a script with clients and have a bunch of questions. You don't have to, when a client asks a question you're not prepared for, you're stammering and stuttering. No, the AI actually helps you to adapt to those edge cases. And for stories that companies send to us, we're able to flag it to see if it does not meet our guidelines with AI. But a human being has to be the one to do that final check, that final sanity check before anything goes live.
I like your response because there's this fear that AI is coming to take our jobs. So instead of employing 10 people, maybe 5, right? Because somebody still has to look at. Noazi, I'm coming back to you. I'm curious to know what you think about big newsrooms and little or smaller newsrooms. Do you think that AI can help smaller newsrooms kind of be, maybe not on the same level, but be able to put out the same quality inputs or outputs that the bigger legacy media organizations are putting out?
I think it depends. I think what we're going to begin to see in the next, at most 5 years, is that the newsrooms who figure out the best way to use AI for themselves and the work that they do will start to get ahead, regardless of whether those are the bigger legacy newsrooms or smaller newsrooms. And using AI for themselves is not just in terms of the use cases we've discussed thus far, such as in terms of the content production or in operations, but also thinking about AI and sustainability more holistically. Bilal yesterday mentioned a quote by Dr. Francois Nel that speaks about how sustainability has to be embedded in every single step and process and thinking. So not just in the content, in the way that you run your business, and also thinking about the environment and whatnot. So newsrooms and media companies that start thinking about AI more holistically, thinking about what the environmental impact of AI is in the world, in Africa, right? What it means for mining, for access to natural resources, and reporting on that and ensuring that their audiences have that kind of information. Yesterday, there was a comment around how people have outsourced their thinking to Grok, and this is inappropriate, and we agree. And I wonder how many media organizations that are not tech-point, that are not tech-focused, have written about what Grok is, have done the work of doing that research, of understanding these tools for themselves, and ensuring that their own audiences understand this. When I said this to one of the Amplify SA participants, she was just like, oh, Nolwazi, one more thing to do, learning what Grok is and how it works and large language models. And I said to her, the best way for a journalist to learn is to investigate, right? So write a story. If you don't know and quite understand how Grok works, do it as a story, right? If you feel as though people are misusing AI in certain kinds of things, do a story where you do a product review in the same way that magazines review makeup products and say this is the best one. Have your journalists that are unsure how to use it play around with it for 2 weeks and write an article about what it could and could not do for them. And these are the ways in which you will begin to start getting ahead. But I think the putting our heads in the sand and only thinking about AI as well, just in terms of our own business, is the thing that will make you lag behind and not be able to keep up with all of the big technological leaps we're seeing.
Thank you for that answer. Before we take one more question, I was wondering if anybody had a question to ask. We can only take 2. Show of hands. Okay, 1. Oh, just 1. Beautiful. Oh. 2. Okay, but please, really, really short. Let's start with him first. There's a mic over there. There's a mic over there.
Okay, so this word keeps coming on. AI will not take your job if you do it. I want us to really put it in context. What exactly? Is it true it will not take jobs? I mean, let's be very practical. So you want to start an operation. Ordinarily, you will need 10. But because there's AI, you probably go for 5. So I want people to be sure that, yes, it's not a competition, but this is the reality of what we're talking about. I really want us to put it in context.
Okay, I think we should take all the questions first, and then okay, yes. Please move fast. Thank you. Yes, we'll take Tone and then Deji.
Thank you. I just want to commend Emmanuel for the decision you had to take in letting a staff go, because that's a credibility, intellectual issue. Thank you for that. AI is important, but we need to do our own work and not allow AI to confuse us. There's a lot of errors in all of them. You need to know your facts, and you can just ask it to help you amend. Or is that the word? Structure well and strengthen. But thank you for that decision you took. Thank you. And I hope when they do well, you also compensate them. Thank you.
So I'm happy that Tone, made reference to the fact that we have to be careful how we use AI. Now, for me, I have a different take completely about. I think we're making a very huge deal out of AI, especially here in Africa. I've attended several conferences, even abroad, where it's AI, AI, AI. And the way we're jumping at AI in Africa, it's quite bothering, it's worrying. And I'll tell you, as a broadcaster and someone who is also an employer of labor, we have to be careful how we deploy AI. Just a few weeks ago, or a few months ago, a broadcast station in this country deployed avatars, generative AIs now, to read the news. And the question you ask is, what exactly is the rationale for that? For instance, we haven't got any policy at all as to how AI should be deployed in broadcasting in this country. And whether we like it or not, something we're failing or we're just shying away from. Mr. Lekon said, look, AI is not creating some sort of competition. But whether we like it or not, we must confront the fact that AI will lead to job losses. Accepted, it will create jobs for some people, but the number of jobs that will be lost is nothing compared to the number of jobs that will be created. And we all cannot be computer wizards. We all cannot be tech people. So I'll give you a typical example. A station is now trying to create AI to read the news, deliver the news, read the news. Now, if that is allowed to happen and it goes on, what do you think would happen? Presenters will lose their job. Let's face it, they will lose their job because at some point, the employer now, sorry, I know I'm taking your time. At some point, the employer now understands that, look, to save money, it's better to use AI than have to employ people. It's easier. In the long run, it's beneficial, sustainable. But we also have to look at the other side of the argument. And I think these are arguments that we really have to consider while we talk about AI. There's no question there will be job losses, especially in journalism, in broadcasting. The moment AI is deployed as newsreaders, presenters will disappear. And I'm just wondering what happens to those students in broadcast schools who are looking up, who plan to take up jobs in broadcasting, for instance, who are looking at newscasters and they want to be like them someday. What happens to them? What happens to their dreams? So we have to think about this very well. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
We're out of time, but I feel quite strongly about these two questions. I'm going to try and give my perspective as quickly as possible. My position is that AI will take your job if you think that you can continue to do journalism the way that you've always done it. It will absolutely take your job. We have to adapt, and that is the reality of the situation. It is unfair. You might think it's unjust, but this is the situation that we're facing, and so we need to adapt. The CEO of Anthropic, which is the company that produces Claude, which is one of currently, and I mean, you can fact check me here, but one of the most powerful generative AI tools, has said that in America, he predicts that within the next 5 years, AI will cause losses across almost 7 industries and put up the unemployment rate in the United States to about 10 to 20%. Now, I come from a country where our unemployment rate is already sitting at 35%. That is something that I must pay attention to. And to address the gentleman at the back, putting our heads in the sand and saying that we're making a big deal of AI is not helpful for us. I was at exactly that same place around this time last year. And I decided that if I am to do my job to the best of my ability, it is important that I learn about AI so I can support the organizations that we work with. In my research, I realized that there are ways around some of the issues and the challenges that AI will bring. But if we keep ignoring it, it's not going to help us. There is an AI index right now that places 80% of the African countries, and I got this from TechPoint, right, as so far behind in AI adoption. Whereas you have the 2 biggest players being America and China. That means something because AI uses data. AI has bias. We cannot afford to ignore it. We need to get involved in learning how to use these tools so that we can guide young people, guide journalists on how to use them ethically. But we also need to get involved in the policy making. The AU last year adopted a continental strategy on AI. How many people in this room have engaged with that document? How many people are engaging with the policy making that is happening in your own country so that you can inform your audience and ensure that their voices are heard in the policy making? That is what we have to do because AI is not going to adapt to us, and so we have to adapt to the situation that we're in because the kind of money that is being invested into artificial intelligence means that the horse has already bolted. And it's either Africa gets on the horse or we get left behind and our developmental challenges are exacerbated. So we need to remember why journalism exists, who we exist to serve, and how it is that we're supposed to be participating, holding power to account in the ways in which they're doing AI policy on this continent, making sure that our audiences are informed about what is coming, as opposed to trying to hide the impact that is not even coming, but already here.
The impact is already here. Yes, that absolutely deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry? Oh, yes, just quickly, please.
No, sorry, I just have something to say because this is the first time I've seen the room sort of divided. Like when she was speaking, I was just seeing doom in some people's faces. You know, it felt like this is sort of like AI doom and gloom, right? But I think, let me say this, my personal thoughts on this AI conversation is that, I think Africa needs to be strategic. And it's true there's a lot of investment coming in on AI. I think just yesterday, Google announced that they're bringing in $4.8 billion to Africa for AI innovation, research, and to fund AI startups. Now, of course, there's a question to ask, what does Google get in return, right? I just think, if you remember Adedeji's panel, one of the gentlemen here said, as an editor, and I really related to that point, it's difficult to hire for our newsrooms. We are struggling as editors to get journalists who can think, journalists who can write, journalists who can, decipher today's world, and AI is gonna make that even more complex. And so what we need to be thinking about is, how do we equip our young people in universities, in our newsrooms, with critical thinking skills? If you have, for example, I like to use that finance department as a good example. If you have interacted with a lot of accountants, I don't know if you ever have this moment where you're like, can you speak like a human being? Right? If you've had that moment, that is what AI is going to do. It's going to influence how human beings think. People are already changing how they Google, for example. If you needed to get to the airport from this hotel, back in the day you would, and back in the days last year, you would Google, Abuja Continental to the international airport. Now, AI is changing how even people are prompting searches. For example, people now search, take me to the airport from Abuja Continental. AI tells you this is how you go. You go and prompt again. No, give me the fastest route and avoid this, neighborhood because I don't like my ex lives there or something, right? And so that already shows you like where we're going as human beings. And we might not have all the answers. I think as journalists, we're actually one of the later adopters. And we need, I just think it shouldn't be like, no, we don't want AI. Yes, we should do it. I don't think it should be that struggle. We should be talking about how do we get more funding to train, to learn, to understand it deeper, to use it effectively in our newsrooms. And so I don't think it should be an alarmist conversation. Yes, jobs are going to be lost. We're already losing them. In newsrooms now, you're actually making the decision, do I need that researcher? I actually don't. There's an AI tool that does it much faster, much effectively. That scares me, because when you make that decision, that's another young person on the streets, jobless, right? And so I just think that we need like a more, I wish this panel was longer, because I think it shouldn't end at this note where it's like, all of you be scared of AI, right?
Thank you so much, guys. I think the summary of this entire conversation is just to say that AI is here. It's not going anywhere anytime soon until some other fancy, nice, new thing comes up. But for now, it's AI. And we in Africa need to get on the horse, like Noazi said, get on or get behind. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well done to these wonderful panelists. Did you not enjoy the conversation? Give them a round of applause, please. It was brilliant, incisive. Only man amongst women. Are you not blessed? Thank you. If you are still afraid that AI will take your job, those who are in support say aye, those who are not in support say nay. Are you still afraid of AI? Remember what I said. Those for AI who are still afraid that AI will take their job, if you agree, say aye. But if you do not agree, say nay. Are you still afraid of AI taking over your job? To the panelists, can we just congratulate them for doing that a good job? So they have removed the fear from you completely now. You should not be afraid. My Kenya people, habari! Come on, give it to me. One more time, habari! Oh yeah, that's my people over there. My South African people, Sawubona, how's it? Hello, that's right, you know it. Can I quickly just also, before we go on this break, I need to thank the Daily Trust members here. You know, we recognized the Namib and every other team earlier on. Now, I want to recognize the Daily Trust team who made this happen today just before we go on the break. Please, ladies and gentlemen, as I call their name, give them a round of applause. Dr. Theophilus Abba, L.A. Sunday Ifa, Fatima Iyabo Usman, Karbiru Yusuf, Manadan Ali, Bilya Bala, Isyak Ajibola, Muhammad Uke Muhammad, Noura Daura, Isyak Wakili, Muhyiddin Olani. Keep it going. And indeed, for this moment, can I please ask every Daily Trust invitees from outside Abuja, can you all stand up for recognition? Stand up, we need to recognize you. Because coming from all the way outside Abuja is not a joke, especially in this period of time. Thank you all so very much. The next session after this break, when you go for your lunch, is going to be fabulosa. You don't want to miss this. Please enjoy your lunch. You got 30 minutes. So give or take, you should be here at exactly 14:45. That is 15 minutes before 3 o'clock.
For 7 years, Daily Trust Foundation has been transforming lives. As part of the corporate social responsibility of Media Trust Limited, publisher of Daily Trust title Entrust TV. In 2015, the foundation raised a sum of 154 million naira in order to cushion life for internally displaced persons in the Northeast. Since 2009, when terrorists began their violent campaign in Borno, Yobe and part of Adamawa State, over 3 million persons have been removed from the comfort of their homes to temporary shelter. These funds have been utilized to provide succor for many of the displaced persons. In addition, the foundation over the years funded projects that are beneficiary, especially in the areas of providing basic social amenities to the public, scholarship to the student, and financial support for women in conflict-affected areas. In a visit to some of the localities in Borno and Yobe State to ascertain the impact of the project, the people will forever remain grateful as the project executed by the foundation is helping their everyday life. We started with the Future Prowess Islamic Foundation, an institution where Daily Trust Foundation gave scholarship to more than 300 children made orphans as a result of the deadly and destructive activities of terrorists in Borno State.
Daily Trust was the first institution or organization that came to say, I am the unsung hero of the year 2013. That was at the peak of the insurgency, when nobody goes round to say I'm this or that. And that was the period they said I'm the unsung hero. And that offends the others, the Robert Burns, the Aurora, the Nelson, that is the United Nations highest award. Then here comes the CNN, and a host of others that I cannot even sit here and mention.
Working with the Future Prowess Islamic Foundation, the scholarship involved the payment of basic school fees and the provision of breakfast, uniform, books, school bags, sandals, socks, trauma counseling, soap and detergent for each of the students.
No, we are not paying school fees because they want to help us, and they are giving us books and many provision. The school is helping us with food, with money of school fees, with books and eraser, some provisions.
They do not pay any money in this school. I studied very well in the class. Me and my friends, I study very well. Teachers, they teach us very well.
With the environment provided for the student to learn effectively, they spoke to us about their aspirations in life.
I want to be a midwife because I wanted to help the women in order to give a birth to a child.
I want to be a doctor to help people in the community and save lives of some.
You are in what class now? So what's your mind in the SS3?
A Future Pro is not admitting only less privileged, the vulnerable, less privileged orphans. They are all being admitted. So we are not sticking to only vulnerable students. Even the orphans is their home, is their school, less privileged is their school, less vulnerable student is their school. That's why we named motto of the school, where every child matters. From the process of the admitting of the student up to their graduation is for free. We haven't collected any penny from any student or any parents. From their uniform, feeding, textbook, they only what they call is with themselves. Nothing they used to come with their home. All what they need is the school that used to give them.
Under the intervention, the IDP fund was deployed for the construction of new boreholes and rehabilitation of broken down pumps and motorized boreholes to provide safe drinking water to various communities affected by the insurgency. One of such communities successfully executed water project is the Al Badawi IDP camp Muna Garage, Maiduguri. The resident reflected on how difficult it was accessing water until the intervention of Daily Trust Foundation.
Okay, challenges da muna samu a da gaskiya ruwa sai mun yi tafiya kusan ga mata suna layi ga maza suna layi muna ɗiban ruwa wahala ne. A haka man ka je ma da kyar ka samu ruwan nan. Wani a bakin ruwan ma wasu ma suna ta fada. Har yana kawo ma fadan kabilanci ma wani lokaci. Amma da suka mana wannan gaskiya abun ya ragu haka yanzu. Ai ruwan ana samu har ga Allah alhamdulillah dan yana isa kowa ruwa yanzu a wannan area kan har wasu ma suna za su ɗiba. Ba wani challenges dai na ruwa ne. Mu gaskiya zaman mu nan din ya isa mu irin yawan gobara-gobaran nan mu za samu gaskiya a wasar da mu zuwa kauyukan kowa ya je local government nashi ya je ya zo gaskiya zaman mu da takure muke ga yara ba karatu ba sana'i we are all jobless here kaga
lingilin kan nuci wono biya our facility not complete kan ya zo ayi roba kala ta yo jenzo falma sidiya ma to duk so kan ya waron yo a wote class solate india yake kanun warzan o kanu warzo da yi ginci takba da isu ka yi ya kamar isu ya shi an da dirije wahala da surin to da shi ga dimat bozo aye atu aiso andoro bana sadu go sai na zakinto da ya kawo sai santa ande diyan da ya ga jifan den ma jiyo a ta yakan nan sadu andero
abin da zamu ce da godiya zamu yi da kan ruwan da muka samu gaskiya ya taimaka kusan shekara 5 ne ko muna amfani da ruwan gaskiya mun ji dadin amfanin sa zuwan ya ishe mu muna samun ruwa safe da yamma kullum ana ba da ruwa gaskiya mun gode a Daily Trust akwai wani bohol ne can kasa shi ya riga wannan din taunawa shine muna samu amma nan gaskiya dai muna sha wahalan samun ruwa wayansu ana saya ma da kuɗi lokacin ma mun fara saya muna saya da kuɗi a wata ran sai wannan muka samu dai suka tona mana ba mu taba sayan ruwa ba muna samun ruwan sosai isheshe sai dai mutanen da sun yawan mutanen da zai samu da karin ruwan muke so amma dai ko ba sa haka da muna samun ruwan isheshe amma dan jaman sun yawa ne ga abu.
Another beneficiary of the water project is the people of Buniyadi, Kushba local government area of Yobe State. The project was executed to ease the water scarcity around the area, especially with the insurgency.
Wahalar ruwa sai an ɗebo mun saya kullum. Sai mun saya ruwa naira 150 naira 200 jama'an anguwa kaf kowa sai ya saya haka in dai baka samu ka saya ba sai dai ka kwana da yunwa ba ma samu ruwa kwata-kwata to da Allah ya kawo ku kuma ku kai mana dalili aka yi mana wannan bohol din kuma bohol wannan tsakanin da Allah mun ji daɗin sa dan ya taimaka mana ya taimaka jama'an anguwa kullum mutane suna cewa Allah ya san barka abu duk yadda ake so an same shi to kaga wannan ai ci gaba ne muka samu kuma dalilin ku ne muka samu wannan ci gaba kullum kuma jama'a muna ta muku godiya kamar yadda kuka taimaka mana akan wannan abun a lokacin da babu bohol din kaman ka tashi daga nan ne ka je ka guji ba ka nemo ruwa ko ka je buni gari ka nemo ruwa kaga ba lalle ne ka samu ruwan ka zo da shi ba kaga ai wahala ta kai wahala ko ba haka ba yawwa sannan kuma kana iya ka bada kuɗin ma ba a kawo maka ruwan ba yadda za ka yi dole ka yi haƙuri sai washe gari an kawo maka in kuma ka yi katari ka bar wancan kuɗin ka a gurin mai moya in ka ga wani ka yi sa'a ya kawo maka to kaga ba ƙalubalen da ya fi wannan ai
Gaskiya muna samun ruwa da wahala. Kafin mu samu ruwa gaskiya muna shan wahala. Muna tafiya can da nisa can tsallake muke tafiya tsallaken hanya muke nemowa ruwan da za mu sha. Shi ma kuma kan mu samu akwai wahala. Wallahi mu kan sai godiya mun gode wallahi sai dai Allah ya saka da alkhairi. Yanzu kan da aka kawo mana mu ma na sola alhamdulillah wallahi muna jin daɗin ta. Fiye da yadda baka zato sosai muna jin daɗin ta wallahi tunda yanzu ba mu da matsalar ruwa. Duk idan mun tashi ko da wankin mu ko da na sha da wankan yaran mu muna samu akan kari muna amfani da shi sai dai godiya. Ba abin da za mu ce sai dai Allah ya saka da alkhairi.
To mu dai da anguwan nan ba ma anguwan nan kaɗai ba duk anguwan da suke kewayen mu muna shan wahalar ruwa har ma sai mun fita waje mu ɗauko da keke ko mu tura kuskus ko in kana da kuɗi ka baiwa mai moya kuɗi ya kawo maka kuma a unguwanni makwabta masu nisa ruwan zai kai kusan 2-3 km away daga wannan anguwan inda muke samu da wannan ruwa da ya zo al'umma na gari ba ma mu kaɗai ba anguwannin kewayen ma sun ci moriyan wannan ruwan yanzu haka muna samun ruwa safe da yamma ba sai mun siya ba ba za mu je ko ina mu siya ba za a bude mu diba safe da yamma ba mu da wani damuwa cikin hukuncin Allah.
Apart from the orphans who benefited at the primary secondary school level, some undergraduates at the University of Maiduguri were also captured. According to the student, this has gone a long way in helping their academics.
We just saw it. I heard it actually via social media. Someone sent the advertisement, and that time we were in school, so we were asked to submit our documents, and then I said, okay, let me also try, and that was how
I do apply whenever I see any scholarship advertisement. I do go for it. So when this Daily Trust Fund was sent via our WhatsApp group, I decided to give it a try, even though that time I was at home, but I still choose to come all the way from Bauchi down here to Maiduguri to give it a try.
I actually saw their advertisement. I saw one on the TV, and then through the social media I also saw many. That's where I got to know about it.
I was very happy, and I must say I was very surprised, given that I've been trying. I have even been to Abuja to sit for scholarship exams, and this one was like to just come and submit your credentials. I didn't even sat for any exams, and when the list came out, behold, my name was on the list. So honestly, I was very excited.
Actually, I was shocked when I got it, because it doesn't look real. We've been seeing plenty advertisement like that, and we've been applying, but this one, when we applied and it entered, I was very happy, seriously.
Okay, I actually got the sum of 125,000 naira, and I use it to pay my school fees. Some part of it I used to even buy my textbooks, because even the textbooks too are costs. They cost a lot.
The money came timely. The money came when our school fee was hiked from 27,000 to 100 plus. And so that was when the money came, and seriously, I used it for my school fees, and it was really very helpful. It has really helped me to also grow, because now I won't be thinking of how to raise my fees and all of that. So I concentrate more on my academics, and it has really been of help, and so it helps in my growth, both morally also and intellect.
So when the money came, actually, because due to the increase in our school fees, before we were paying 27 to 28,000, but that year they increased the school fees to 104. So I actually use it to pay my school fees.
Okay. Actually, no words can express how happy and thankful I am to them. So I would just say thank you very much, and I hope they will still continue to support us and actually support a lot of more medical students like us, because it's actually very helpful.
I want to say a very big thank you to them for looking out for us, and especially there are some of us that are from less privileged homes, given that as in with the increase in school fees from 28 to 100 and to 100 plus thousand. So honestly, it would have been very difficult for me to pay my school fees, but with the help I received from Daily Trust, I'm able to continue with my schools, with my schooling, by paying my school fees so far. So I want to say a very big thank you for them. May God reward them. And I also want to say may God protect them, and may God make them to soar higher in whatever they do.
The foundation, which started in 2015, has produced graduates who were beneficiary and are now contributing their quota to the society at large.
Then when I was a student at University of Maiduguri, I saw the advert and we were just informed casually. I didn't even have anybody, I just applied without any hope, without anything, just applied, posted it through post office. Then after somewhat, I just heard that my name was on the list. I was shocked about the scholarship, and that's how I got the scholarship. It was 100,000 monthly. Yes, but by that time money was valuable, so it helped me a lot to buy other things and even extend hands for my siblings.
There were many people that actually applied for it, so I was quite happy that I was among the people that were chosen to as part of the students that benefit from the scholarship scheme. Actually, in terms of as a medical student, then you have your textbooks to buy. You have mostly it's the textbooks for a medical student that it will help out with. It's been a long way, you know, as a medical student in Nigeria. ASU strike, Boko Haram, again being in Maiduguri, again Boko Haram. So you think that it would never end, but then now where I am, I'm actually happy. Yes, it's been a long way, but I'm happy.
My message first is to say thank you to them for the great work that they are doing to help people, especially the female gender, to see that they go far. And then my other message is that they should extend more hands to the other people, because there are many doctors out there from less background that really needs this kind of assistance, and it will help them to achieve who they want to be, and they will become successful doctors, and they will also help in the community, because this kind of gesture that they have shown onto me, it has really helped me. I'm extending out to other people, even if I cannot give financially, but in my own profession I can also help the less privileged the way I can.
I think the scheme is actually very helpful, and it should be something that should be continued. Like, many people actually benefited from it. Us that got the scholarship, we were actually happy with it. It helped us a lot. It helped us a lot. So I think it should be a scheme that should be continued. And I don't know, maybe I was thinking if there's maybe anything that, since us that we have benefited from, if there's outreaches or something that we can contribute like towards, I think we'll be happy to help out.
Since Daily Trust Foundation launched the IDP Fund project, many households and communities have benefited in diverse ways. However, efforts to end the conflict to ensure family relocate to their homes and begin their normal life have not yielded the desired result. It is on this reason the Daily Trust Foundation has kept the appeal for support open contribution from kind-spirited Nigerians and corporate organizations.
Migrating to Hostinger is the best decision I have ever made for my business.
No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Trenchtown, over serving the hypocrites, mingle with the good people we meet, good friends we have and good friends we've lost along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Little darling, don't shed no tears. No woman, no cry. Did I remember when we used to sit in a government yard in Trenchtown, and in Georgia we'll make the fire light as it was. Love would burn it through the night. Then we woke up, corner porridge, of which I'll share with you. My feet is my only courage, though I've got to push on through. So while I'm gone, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright now. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright now. Everything's gonna be alright. So woman, don't cry. Cry, cry. No, woman, no. No. No, woman, don't cry. Don't cry. No, woman, don't cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Trenchtown, over serving the hypocrites, mingle with the good people we meet, good friends we have and good friends we've lost along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say. No woman, no cry.
goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. And there goes my mind racing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. There goes my hand shaking, and you are the reason my heart keeps bleeding, and I need you now. And if I could turn back the clock, I'd make sure the light defeated the dark. I'd spend every hour of every day keeping you safe, and I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. I don't wanna feel no more. I don't wanna hurt no more. I don't wanna cry no more. Come back, I need you. The reason. Closer, just a little closer. Come a little closer. I need you to hold me tonight. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. 'Cause I need you to see that you are the reason.
Sonia tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
Yeah, you don't know how beautiful you are. One look at you and I see stars that shine up over my head. I hope you know these words that I've
Lift me up, hold me down, keep me close, safe and sound. Burning in a hopeless dream. Hold me when you go to sleep. Keep me in the warmth of your love when you depart. Keep me safe, safe and sound. Lift me up, hold me down, keep me close, safe and sound. Drowning in an endless sea. Take some time and stay with me. Keep me in the strength of your arms. Keep me safe, safe and sound. Lift me up, hold me down, keep me safe, safe and sound. Burning in a hopeless dream. Hold me when you go to sleep. Keep me safe. We need light. We need love. Lift me up in your arms. I need love. I need love. I need love. Hold me. 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 We need light. We need love.
Help drive sales, leads, or site traffic by getting your business in front of people who are actively searching Google for your product or services you offer. Like this business, Google attributes to 45% of Farai London's online revenue. Reach high-intent customers wherever they are across the Google network, such as search, YouTube, Gmail, and more. Get started with Google Ads today.
Now this might be a mistake that I'm calling you the Slade, but these dreams I have of you ain't real enough.
Started bringing up the past, how the things you love don't last, even though this isn't fair for both of us.
Ooh, maybe I'm just a fool. I still belong with you. Anywhere you are. Ooh, these mind fields that are love to torture me.
Now this might be a mistake. We're broken in so many ways, but I piece us back together slowly. Ooh, maybe I'm just a fool. I still belong with you. Ooh, these minefields that I walk through. Ooh, what I risk to be close to you. Ooh, these minefields keeping me from you. Oh, what I risk to be close to you. Close to you. Now this might be a mistake that I'm calling you this late, but these dreams I have of you ain't real enough.
Unlock the GoDaddy Aero experience when you purchase a domain from GoDaddy and let AI do the heavy lifting for you. Find a great domain name, build a website, create a logo, and more, all fueled by the power of AI. Use GoDaddy Aero to help you build your business online.
He's got the highway in his blood. He was born to run, born to run.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jealous of the rain that falls upon your skin. It's closer than my hands have been. I'm jealous of the rain. I'm jealous of the wind that ripples through your clothes. It's closer than your shadow. Oh, I'm jealous of the wind. 'Cause I wished you the best of all this world could give. And I told you when you left me, there's nothing to forgive. But I always thought you'd come back, tell me all you found was heartbreak and misery. It's hard for me to say, I'm jealous of the way you're happy without me. Jealous of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have you come in
with you
and have your seat. We're about to begin the final chapter of this important conversation and conference on media sustainability, repositioning, and impact. Please, if you have your friends, kindly let them know we're about to start. You know, the longer you delay, the longer we stay here. So let's not do that. Let's hasten up a bit. Hello, everyone. Waving to you. Please come on in. Oh, awesome. I like that. Beep all your friends. Send them messages, WhatsApp, flash their phones. Let them come so that we can wrap this up on time. And many of you have had a long day from yesterday till today. We have some, respite to chill a bit before you run home.
Done wrong, I'll pay for it. It's your turn to talk for once I'm listening. Say that you don't want me, say that you don't need me, tell me how.
DJ, thank you for that jazz. Love it. I like it. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's nice. It's cool. Give it all the good ambiance. I like that. Yeah, at that level, you know what I mean? Yeah, easy. Nice. In the next 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing. I beg your indulgence so that we all leave here on time today. And I Hope we can keep to that. So for all our participants, what are those who are going to be coming on the workshop, the various workshops we're going to be taking, I would like to employ you to please stick to 20 minutes where you can. That would be very great. As well as in the hope that we'll also have audience conversation in that regard. So at exactly 15:20, we will commence the final segment of this conference. final segment of this very important conference as we wrap up the conversation regarding Media Sustainability Conference, jointly organized by the Daily Trust Foundation and Media Development Investment Fund, MDIF. Of course, we've looked at the theme, future-proofing Nigerian journalism media, a sustainable dynamic. We have seen the various tools that have been recommended, strategies, ideas, visions, and the business behind the business, and the mindset shift that's necessary for us to jump with this fourth industrial revolution, whatever we like it or not. It's where we're at, and it's where it's going, and it's galloping very fast. And anybody who's not galloping on that horse will definitely be left behind. Don't look about it. And now we will be beginning a series of workshops. Two important workshops will come back to back. And then we will now finalize on the key part of what drives a media organization, the audience. For the next workshop, or the first workshop rather, is going to focus on media revenue generation in newsrooms. As representatives of your various newsrooms, the question is, when you go back, or if you're running your own media organization and newsroom, what media revenue strategies, suggestions, or funneling do you need to begin to develop? I think this is a crucial part of why we are here for this conference. How do you build defensible revenue model in a volatile market? Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Fawad Lawal. Mona clap for Nana money is coming to bring money. Follow the money. In this matter is follow the money. Is it Fuhad? Madalla. Clap for me.
Hi everyone. So I'm getting used to the screens. Okay. Oh, I see. You guys can, like, the view is really good from here. Okay, so I'm going to divide this into two. I'm going to spend the first 20 minutes just yapping as fast as I can move, and then the second 20 mostly just taking questions. My ideal scenario is that if you run an organization, you're going to leave this meeting calling your salesperson and making their life a little harder by telling them, oh, you must do this, you must try this right now. And if you're the salesperson here, my expectation is that you wake up tomorrow at the next team meeting sounding like much, much smarter and brighter. Let me test the clickers. Ah, nice. To be very honest, I really just feel very sophisticated right now. Okay, great. So left, right. A very good place to start is this, right? I think everybody here knows at least two logos there. There's Jobberman, there's Gigi, there's Tinder, there's Eventbrite. And it's funny because, like, I'm currently reading a book called The Times by Adam Naguni or something. And it just dawned on me that everything here used to live in the newspaper many, many years ago. Every single logo, every single thing that we now associate with a big part of the internet economy used to live inside the newspaper. And it's funny because, like, the hardest thing to monetize in the last, 200 years has always been news itself. And so the one thing that media companies decided to focus on was the hardest thing to monetize, news. And I think the last 20-something years has been about trying to pay the price of focusing on the one thing that is extremely difficult to monetize. A lot of this conversation is going to be largely me like drawing like practical examples of people, ways I've seen like organizations try to wing it and figure it out. Now, I find that fundamentally, newsrooms generate revenue from almost everything here, right? monetizing attention, gatekeeping access, monetizing expertise, intelligence, IP, marketplace and utilities, patronage. I'll break it down in detail. But the one thing I'd like everyone to keep in mind before we go forward is that having a defensible revenue model is less about saying this is the thing that helps us make money, but more about thinking this is the combination of motions and systems that help us make money as a business. Now, another thing to establish, because of for the purpose of the next almost 1 hour, not 1 hour, almost, I said almost, is that we know something for a fact, that the core intent of most newsrooms is to produce journalism. But I think something that is worth mentioning is that the most important job of newsrooms is to continue to produce that journalism. Basically, journalism is really great, but it cannot pay for itself somehow, and it dies. It doesn't really benefit anyone, right? So very important to always keep that in mind too. And the third one, which super important, is that any tactics, anyone at all, whether the ones we've invented or not invented, anything that advances the ability to produce journalism without compromising on the core of on the integrity of journalism itself must be actively considered and pursued. You must chase it relentlessly. Journalists are a very interesting species, right? A big part of the training is that you are very, very skeptical about the world around you. And part of the consequences of being skeptical around the world around you is, as I think Vivian's son said earlier, there's a tendency to become a late adopter. The only way you survive, the only way to run a business, there's only one rule with running businesses, and that is to not die, right? And the only way to not die is to be very, very agile. Personally, I find that newsrooms are more agile when the journalist knows the value chain that helps their work to continue to get made. We use cute examples like Bloomberg. Never mind that Bloomberg's journalism generates less than 15% of its revenue. We use interesting examples like the BBC. Never mind the amount, the hundreds of millions of dollars of pounds that the British government gives the BBC to continue to fund their journalism. If you're in this room, the chances are you do not have any of that. You just have yourself and your village people. Now, the first thing about revenue to understand is, what do people pay for, right? People want relief. A thing costs them, and they want to take away that pain for them, right? People want to really, really advance. So you have access to something that makes them look better or smarter at work. So they want you to help them get ahead faster. People want proof. People want to make pitch decks, trying to raise money for their businesses. And they want to be able to get data that will back up what they're saying, so they can say, oh yes, according to this source. So people will pay for that. People also want access and belonging, right? I get the sense that many people here have tried to do the dance where you're looking for funders and people to give you money, and then they tell you that there's an event you have to pay to attend, and you pay to attend that event because you want to be in the room. Broadly, I find that a lot of what people pay for will sit in these 4 brackets. Now, I thought to also add this here so that you get a sense of how I think about this thing. It's fundamentally called a jobs to be done framework. And a very, very simple way to think about it is that everything we use a service for, we're literally hiring that service to do that thing for us. And understanding exactly why people choose it, not vague stuff like, oh, because we believe society will be better, you're going to be hungry. But very, very, very specific things are how people that was very, very specific things are how you can actually sell value. I'm going to try and find decent, healthy examples, right? The job to be done, right? when you hire, say, like a food delivery service, right? What you're really hiring them for is to take away the pain of hunger. You don't want to worry about what to eat. You don't want to worry about cooking. So you outsource all of that effort to a service that delivers food to you fast, right? And I find that it's always useful to think of it in the context of the sentence I put at the bottom. Also, everybody will get access to this deck after. Just think about it as notes. I'm giving you all the shalaye so that when you go back to the notes, it's easy for you to connect and reference. So I use that framework kind of like to help me focus and streamline my thinking. I think a few weeks ago, I had a session with some companies and I used these 2 slides. Where exactly is it? Where should I be pointing it to? Oh yeah, okay, great. So I was explaining to the class I was teaching a few weeks ago about like if we could sell, say, a premium newsletter targeted at doctors and health practitioners, right? What would be the job to be done of that newsletter? And we just put that framing. Like if you notice the last slide, you just put for user and so on and so forth. Here's like for Nigerian doctors and healthcare pros who struggle to keep up with career paths and practical intel, The Rounds delivers a 5-minute weekly hit of actionable updates and guidance via an email newsletter. It doesn't try to be too many things. It just tries to be good at one thing. And I want everybody to think about the work you do, the journalism you do, the column you run, the video show, and ask. And like very, very, very simply, if you had to squeeze it into this sentence of very, very practical things, nothing vague, like, will it deliver on anything? If it does not, then we have a problem from a revenue standpoint. Okay. Okay. Great. So now I'm going to talk about a bunch of stuff, mostly like different ways that I find that people monetize in media, right? But before I continue, I want us to zoom out from the idea of a newsroom and think more broadly in the context of a media organization, a media business, to be honest. The first thing and the most obvious thing that newsrooms monetize or media companies monetize is attention, right? You have a story, you have a format, you have a channel for distribution. Case in point, let's say you do the news every day at 7 a.m., right? You do a daily brief at 7 a.m. Daily brief is something, right? And so you ask yourself, what is the most effective way to distribute this? Should I make this a newsletter that people receive at 7 a.m. every day? Should I make this a video that people see on Instagram at 7 a.m. every day? Should I make this a podcast, right? And of course, with each format you choose, it affects the types of channels that you put it on. But the entire point of it is you want attention, right? And the obvious outcome you tend to sell here to advertisers especially is how many people you reached, how many people engaged, and so on and so forth. I think this is the most obvious model that exists. I think everybody here has considered a version of advertising or the other. But a very, very specific way I'd like people to think about it more is beyond the obvious things like banner ads. Go down to like the very, very specific offerings in your newsroom and ask yourself, like, what is the reach on this particular thing? What is the performance of this particular thing? How can I advertise against this particular thing, right? One of my favorite examples of monetization outside the newsroom, but I mean, is of course we know the famous, I don't know, I hope most people know the soap opera story. But the fact that soap operas exist as a genre or were created as a genre of TV because people wanted to sell soap. Shout out to P&G for giving us a lifetime of entertainment. Next one is access. We tend to want access to two things. We want access to content, we want access to rooms. So, for example, if you people found out that coming to this event is going to give you like a clear 90% chance at closing 100% of your revenue targets this year, and I put a gate fee of 20,000 naira, if you're serious, you're going to pay, right? So that is part of why people pay for access to stuff. They want guaranteed intros, they want access to spaces, and so on and so forth. The second thing people tend to pay for when you think of access that we know that is more common is content access. So everybody also likes his example of, oh, subscriptions cannot work in Nigeria. Why did I do that? But the very interesting thing, for example, is that there's this company called Seller. Seller basically sells content, right? You have a report or a course or a guide you want to make, you put it there, and like 1,000 people pay for it. And like I know at least 2 people who a significant part of their monthly income comes from like their Seller stuff that they sell. In your case, in your newsroom, it could be a report, it could be a training manual, it could be anything. It's like, what is something that is extremely difficult for people to curate and gather, and how can you sell it to them? Of course, these days you're competing with ChatGPT. And so now it demands that you go deeper and deeper. But does ChatGPT know what is happening in Borno? Does he have first-person like witness accounts? Does he have anecdotes? It doesn't, right? And that is perhaps the moat. It's so funny because I find that this is just me digressing and getting the AI part off my chest. I find that a lot of how we tend to be very protective, the things we tend to be very protective about journalism and AI is actually the things we do not enjoy doing. Like, nobody here likes transcribing. You do? That's wild. I find it very interesting that one of the struggles that people who, for example, go to a lot of events have is, say, for example, the ability to be at that event and send in your report while still engaging with people, right? Very, very small thing with your even free LLM is carry your newsroom style guide, put it inside the LLM, record with your just record, I'm at this event, this has happened, this person said that, pour all your notes inside, generate the first draft, or write one and tell you to make it better and edit it, and file stories faster, and you'll be surprised, and to pay you because it might write better than you, unfortunately. Really hot when you find out that it can write better than you at quicker time. It really, really hurts, but it is what it is. One more AI thing to get off my chest is that in 2012, I know a newsroom where the people who replaced the persistent print people were people who knew how to use WordPress. And one day, like, the jobs just went for the print people. Really sucks, but progress is really, really funny. Anyway, got it off my chest now. Next one, obviously, not obvious actually, but okay. Intelligence and IP. Many people don't talk about this, but many of your favorite publications in the world sell intelligence. They basically take everything they know about a thing and gather it and sell it to organizations. The FT has FT Intelligence. Reuters sells intelligence. Tekabao has TC Insights. I think the Republic also does research and sells intelligence. But the even more interesting dimension for this is even like IP. I find that more and more, one of the worst things that's coming online, and the concept of the article page did to media, is commoditizing like the news piece. And we start to think of journalism as about the next story instead of about the body of work, right? And the difference in that thinking is that you start to think of what you have, everything you've ever published as a library, and then you can use that confidence, for example, to broker deals. I mean, there's the Africa part, but it's also the fact that you can take that entire library and extend it as IP. Has anybody here heard of, has anybody here seen any of the short films that Zikoko just released, Zikoko Life? It's like, there's nothing like particularly original about it in the sense of that, has it been done before? No, like, it has been done before. The New York Times has a column called Modern Love, that people would send in stories every week for decades. And what they did was that they got a prime deal, same original piece of work, and then they adapted it into film, and they made more money off that same IP. Pretty much what Zikoko Life is trying to validate. For years, people at Zikoko have been interviewing people and writing columns about life and everything. And they picked just 3 out of over 500. I mean, into short films. I think in the past month, they've done over 400K views, mostly organic. That is an example of taking IP that exists and extending it. You see stuff like BBC Films. You take an investigative piece and you license it and it gets made into a film. Has anyone here seen Argo? Ben Affleck. Argo was a Wired essay. So it was an essay on Wired. Got made into a film. All kinds of stuff. Anyway. Intelligence. What's the next thing? Yeah, marketplace and utilities. This is very, very tricky. But I always fight with people when they tell me it's really, really hard. One of the most painful things, and I guess I know this thing because I spend a lot of time looking at old newspapers. Could be doing so much with my life, but I spend it looking at old newspapers. And I see like lots of like ads, the most ridiculous type of ads. Formerly known as, I no longer want to have anything to do with this person. Oh, this is a job board. Oh, I'm looking for this opportunity. And every single like square inch on a newspaper was monetized, right? And like I just wonder, like, if you have, say, a niche publication that people in Abuja and government offices tend to read a lot, right? Is there any kind of information you could be aggregating for people to access, for people to like even find stuff faster? Are there people who want to know when a contract has been listed? Not like it will make much of a difference, if we're being honest, in Abuja, but do people want to know like what kind of contracts have been listed so they can stay ahead and be the first to know? Do people want to hire faster? Do they need jobs? I know there's LinkedIn, but there are all kinds of like very, very interesting things that I just feel like if you just embody the mindset of let us try something, like you will find something, right? Yes, and patronage. Patronage is very, very interesting. I think it's one of the hardest parts. The bulk of my training is very, very hyper-capitalist, which is venture capital people, kind of the worst. And so, like, my relationship with grants has mostly been one of, like, a weird kind of discomfort. I find that when I'm in meetings with grant makers, for example, and I'm talking about metrics and what you can measure and growth rates and performance, they're like, yeah, but what about impact? I'm like, yeah. But the good thing about grants is that the most important thing to figure out with grants is mission alignment. And access, of course. But you find an organization that has an agenda. And I feel like if as a people we're more open to these things, we won't have people on the internet losing their minds over a Aproko doctor, for example. You have an interest, a deep interest. See, your interest is women. And a grant maker comes and says, oh, we're going to give you more money to continue doing your work with women, right? And of course, people on the internet end up saying, agenda to make our women whatever. We've seen the tweets. But yeah, fundamentally, those things I listed are how I find most media companies make money. Access, attention, you monetize access, you monetize your own competencies and services as a service, you monetize your IP, you monetize, like you create a marketplace, and you find patrons. Now, my time is up. I'd like to spend the next 20 minutes mostly taking specific examples from the audience and attempt to figure out perhaps where they fit, one, and secondly, like what monetization opportunity might exist. Like I said, everybody's going to get access to the slides. There's a QR code at the end, but we won't get there yet. So everybody's time starts now. I'm going to come there since there's nobody. Okay. I could have gone there faster, to be honest. Because I have to do 2 laps, I have to do 1. Hi. Waiting is awkward, very awkward.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Yeah.
And thanks for this opportunity. I'm Nurat Yusuf. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Broadcast and Film, University of Abuja.
Yeah.
And recently, I told my students to write stories because I taught them script writing.
Yeah.
And I saw interesting stories. And the one that was quite disturbing was the issue of a rape case. I think the girl, my student, whenever I enter the class, I see that she has this lack of self-confidence. And she's actually good, in class. But she kind of withdrawn. So from the story, I was able to understand that she's actually a rape victim. And then when I chatted with her, and the next thing she said was that, I want to produce this story. But we don't have resources here in the department. Fine, we have a studio, we have our equipment, but the political happenings in our school. How do we produce these stories? I need to come out of my shell. In class, half listening to you, half distracted, hating ourselves. Now, what she tells me is that I just hate myself. So in such cases, now you mentioned the audience, your time, to produce something quality. How do I navigate through this? I think that's my question.
Okay. I used the example of Zikoko Life, the short films, like a few minutes ago. The first time the idea came up at Zikoko was 2018. It didn't get made until 2025, 7 whole years. I think one of the painful realizations that come from stuff like this is that stuff actually takes time, right? You need time to build relationships. You need time to leverage, like to understand your leverage and like build your own leverage. You need time to like develop capacity because there's a very high chance that, and like no offense to her, right? But there's a very high chance if she tries to make the film now, it'll be bad because she has not like made a lot of films, right? But it's like the very, very simplistic answer to that question is to say, find an organization that has interests in like just women's safety, like maybe TechHa, for example. They're the guard dog of women on the internet, for example. Find an organization, find how to find if there are like points of like alignment and interest. You people will apply to say a grant, for example, because definitely not going to get a cinema run. That story will not get a cinema run. Find where there are organizations with funding that want stories like that in the world, and then produce them. And you can have it all clear and mapped out on year one, and it takes 7 years to execute. And it is what it is. But like one of the things about building new revenue models and just like pathways to revenue is that they take time. And where process power now kicks in is that the ability to do that over and over again becomes faster and faster and faster. But like it's a very, very clear thing. It's like no advertiser would want to sit on that type of content, even though no matter how much attention it generates. Are there enough people who care about it enough to put it behind a paywall? Very unlikely. But the organizations who want to show people what happens when like women experience sexual assault or rape, or both, to be honest, they exist. But again, because you care, and this is the painful thing about revenue, numbers are very, very funny. It always tells you the truth. If you have 10 naira in your account, you're going to see 10 naira in your account. No matter how much you wish and not wish, that's what will be there. And it will take time. Like, it does take time to do these things. But that's how I know how, for example. Yeah. Does anybody have any other question? Yeah. I'll get it faster. See?
So thank you. I want to ask, I'm not sure whether it's a question, but I want to, so the platform you run, providing archives for old publications, each time I'm looking at it, I'm asking myself, So why didn't it occur to the owners of these original publications to do those things? I see you people talking about, you take fashion in the 70s or in 80s, you replay it, and it's become a big product.
Yeah.
So what arrangement do you have with those people to do those kind of a thing? And like I said, why didn't it occur to those people? Or is it still possible for them to monetize their archives like you are doing?
Yeah, so I feel like my life would be so much easier if they had done it, but there are obvious reasons why they did not. The media business, quite frankly, is very, very zero-sum, or has a tendency to become zero-sum, meaning that everybody is very, very focused on figuring out how to pay salaries next month or next 2 months. And when you are trapped in a business model that kind of like makes you short-sighted by design, it's very, very hard to think about like history and the past. You're like, yeah, nobody cares about it, but the entire basis of, say, a publication in the US, the basis of their ability to negotiate a licensing deal with the New York Times, with ChatGPT, OpenAI, for example, is largely the size of their archives. So the super summary is that they did not do it because it cost money. They didn't do what was going to cost money and did not have obvious ability to generate revenue for them immediately. So profit over, mission. But I do find that most of the publications we take seriously globally, from a global standpoint, their journalists and their audiences have the ability to access very, very deep context, whether it's the New York Times or LA Times or Washington Post or BBC or The Guardian. We do not have that. If anyone here tried to write a story about Borno, for example, you are going to end up with only Boko Haram stuff, right? And Borno has been around for maybe 1,000 years. If anyone tried to write about Obudu, you are going to find recent stories, but I found a magazine from 1957 about Obudu Cattle Ranch. Our arrangement with them is fundamentally two ways. One is, fundamentally it is that, we're going to make it accessible to everyone, information and educational use. If we ever figure out a commercial model, we're going to split the money with you people. The work is funded by patronage, like I said earlier. Someone says, this thing should exist, nice, great. And they give us money, they give us $1,000, they give us $25,000. I take both. So that's pretty much archiving. If you don't know archiving, it's this archive of old newspapers. I think the oldest one there is probably 1948 now. Yeah, does anybody else have any questions? But yeah, to be honest, I just feel bad for publishers that have to play catch up now. But if you're a publisher, call me. Where's Nazir? Hi. First to get there. She beats me to it. She took it really personally.
Good day, everyone. My name is Fatima Saka, I post for this thing news. From these your illustrations, it seems that your idea, the revenue generation, always works on online stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work with the hard copy, the print media, the magazine, and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we venture this into such things? Thank you.
So are you saying basically that you run a print? Are you saying you run a print magazine?
No, I'm not giving an instance.
Okay. So if you go to the attention slide, you see it later. Just imagine it. On the attention slide, there's something about the story and the formats and the distribution channel. The math is also very, very clear, right? An advertiser wants to reach a lot of people, right? Do you have the capacity to deliver a strong story in strong print that will reach a lot of people? If your ability to generate revenue is tied to your ability to reach people, you should probably not do print, quite frankly. If you're making something that people want to feel a sense of belonging and status for, maybe you're making a limited edition run of print, only 1,000 copies, buy it like art, you have the cultural capital, you have the kind of leverage to sell like premium magazines like that, then maybe do print. So the Republic magazine, for example, doesn't sell 1 million copies in a year, right? That's not what's happening there. But everybody that buys it, it matters to them, and it pays salaries at the Republic. So fundamentally, when he was talking yesterday about design and beauty and all of those things, like those are status markers. They are buying status. You want people to see you hold the Republic and sound intelligent at brunch, that you have the Republic in your house. But you're not going to sell 1 million copies, and that's fine. Apply that thinking in the context of a radio station, right? How many people can you reach fundamentally? Apply it in the context of your TV stations, fundamentally the same model. But if you are trying to do that math with scale, I genuinely think that world might be behind us. And one of my favorite examples of this is back to the book I'm reading, The Times. In 2001, the veteran journalists at the New York Times used to like be disgusted by the digital team at the New York Times. And on the day of 9/11, the New York Times sold 1 million copies that day. The website's articles were written by a veteran journalist who hated that his stories were not in print. Like, oh my God, they have this moment in history in print, and he was not participating in it. His stories were read 70 million times. Same bloody day. On strike. Yeah. So revenue, like I said, is very painful. You can try your very best, and it still will not matter. If you are doing the wrong things in the wrong places at the wrong time. Really, really hurts. Been there. Yeah. Please, let's go to the last slide so people can scan it. We don't have time, but I'm happy to take just a quick one on guardrails. I think a level of honesty is important. I think if your audience needs to know something, if you respect your audience, and they need to know who is paying for your stuff, tell them. The audiences that matter will get it. The ones that don't will get out. And avoid mission creep. One of the things that organizations that have to deal with civil society in some one of their core competencies is mission creep. Because you want to get a grant, you do something that is not your business, your core business suffers, and so on and so forth. But most importantly, next. I don't know how to press again. Okay, I don't know why it's not pressing, but there's the last slide that has the deck and the Giants QR code. I don't know. Temitayo, figure it out, fix it. But is it what? Interesting. Is it a PDF you're presenting? You're presenting a PDF in 2025. You should see me after now. So I added a QR code so you guys can scan, but they didn't include it. Yeah, I will not forget that. Thank you very much. I hope it was useful, genuinely.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to Fuad Lawal. I mean, that was just brilliantly told. There's so much in the slide he presented that if you've seen it for the first time, you think it's just jargon. But if you've ever struggled with one or two things he put there, suddenly your eyes will pop open and you're like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of things going on here and I need to take notes of them. So thank you so much for that. And now we'll be going straight to our second workshop. But before I do, I just want to hail our Oga. He has been with us here. Oga Bila. Randere. Give it up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We're hailing you the Nigerian way. We're saying it's good to have you here. And thank you for your team. We love you. Mwah. Catch it if you can. Anyways. And then I know he was here earlier on. I'd hope we will see him again. That's the CEO of MDRF, Harlan Mandel. Please, the team to Harlan Mandel, please, can you throw the love to him? Send him WhatsApp messages and tell him that we're blowing him hugs and kisses for everything. Thank you so very much. And now, let's quickly go on to the next workshop, Understanding Audience and Product Development. Questions to be answered. What makes a product succeed in today's media? If you want to know, then you're going to walk through this particular workshop to understand what product development is, the cycle of it, identifying audience, validating ideas, and iterating with feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, to handle this workshop on understanding audience and product development, please give it up for the one and only Temitayo Akinyemi on product strategy. Temi, I thought you were lost for a second.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's lovely to be here today and kind of heavy presenting after Fuad. I think after this session we can project his QR code again. Okay. So this session was initially planned for a 45-minute session. However, I only have 20 minutes. So we'll do... Okay, cool. Now it's gone. Okay. So we'll do the first part of it, and hopefully we can share enough in that first part for the second part to make sense, so that when you receive the slides, there is a worksheet for you to work with afterwards, and hopefully it will make sense without guidance. So basically what we're talking about in the next 20 minutes is product development in newsrooms. And it's one of the things that we have repeatedly tried to hammer at NAMIP into the newsrooms that we've worked with, because we know that a lot of people are mission-driven, a lot of journalists want to change the world, they want to improve the societies that they live in. However, the way people say love is not enough in relationships, your desire for change is not enough in the newsroom as well. You need to build products that make sense. And I'll share about 3 slides to hammer home the point of how to think about product. Okay. Next slide. I think I should just leave it to you. Okay, cool. Can we recognize any of the organizations? Also, very importantly, this is going to be very interactive. Where's the second microphone? Okay, thank you. Can you recognize any of these organizations, any of the logos here? When you see any of these logos, what comes to your mind for the organization that you're thinking of? Let's start with the Republic. What comes to your mind when you see the Republic logo? Rona said academics. Anyone else? Intellectual material. Dr. Abba said art. What did you say? Graphic design. What about Vox? Do we know Vox? Anyone? Vox? What comes to mind when you see Vox? Long form, in-depth content. What about Premium Times? Politics. Investigative. What about Women Radio? Women, gender. What about Daily Maverick? Newsletter. Thank you. What about Gist? Video first. What about Zikoko? Live, Amebo. Do you know Brute? What comes to mind? Short form videos. What about TechPoint? Tech News. All of these things that we've mentioned in different forms and in different formats, they're the things that we call products. The things that you as the user that you consume from a media organization and you take. product development in newsroom is as similar as product development in a carpenter's workshop. The carpenter has to make a very good chair. The chair has to be comfortable for the people that want to sit on it. It has to last long enough, and it has to be good enough for people to pay for it. Same thinking, same principle is what we want to apply to newsrooms. And think about media products, right? There is a triangle that we like to use, which has three important aspects to it, which is mission, your audience, and your income or revenue. For the mission, we know what missions are. You want to change the world, you want to save the world. For you to have a product that makes sense, a product that people love, you have to first define what your mission is as an organization. And your mission could be, in the case of Communique, it could be to focus on the creator economy. In the case of TechPoint, it could be to focus on technology news in Africa. In the case of Business Day, it could be business, and so on and so forth. Mission, figuring out your mission and defining your mission critical angles in your newsroom is very important to developing the kind of product that you want people to follow. Apart from the mission, you then have to figure out who is your audience. A mistake that we keep seeing lots of newsrooms make is assuming that because you have a good product, it means everybody has to consume it. We need to learn to figure out who our core audiences are and how to ensure that we can hone in on them. There is a part later on in the presentation where we talk about user persona, how to define your user persona. But the important thing to note is that there are so many ways for you to know who your core audiences are. For new newsrooms, right, it might be harder for you because when you have a theory and you want to test it, you would assume, say, for instance, you want to start a newsroom and you want to cover displaced people in Nigeria. You would assume that everybody who has a heart and cares about people would care about displaced people. Is that a fair thing? However, when you publish your first story, your second story, you get to your 10th story, you might start noticing patterns in people who care about what you do. You might realize that people who actually care about what you do are not the people on the street or the people on Twitter who want to argue about displacement and how it relates to government policies. Your biggest readers and followers might be embassies, for instance. It might be diplomats who want to know how the displacement affects the relationship that their country is having with your country. So there are so many things that it can be. And to make that work effectively in newsrooms, we have created this thing called a user persona, which is basically, you look at all the data that you have, you look at all the information that you have, and you try to paint a picture of who your two, you can expand it, but say who are your two, okay, cool. Who your two power users are. So your power user A could be a diplomat who is in his 40s, who is looking for news on displacement in Nigeria to make a decision on X issue, right? So when you look at your mission, when you look at your audience, it then starts to inform the technology and how you use it to build revenue. So if the same story of displacement story that you want to cover, if your core audience is people on Twitter, people who are interested in news on displacement, if you start selling magazines, you're already missing your market fit, right? But if you look at your user persona, you realize that based on your existing data or based on the theories that you've been able to prove so far, your power users, after you've defined your user persona, are people in embassies who like to sit down and read magazines. It would be crazy to other people that you want to sell magazines, right? But you know what your data is telling you, that the way for you to make money from this product is that you've looked at your mission, you've defined it. You've looked at your audience, you have defined it. And now you are tying it to how you want to make revenue. When you tie all of those things together, those three issues, those three areas, your mission, your audience, and your revenue pipeline, you can then build a product that makes sense and serves your mission, serves your audience, and brings in money. That product could then be a podcast. That product could be a newsletter. That product could be a magazine. whatever it is that you think your core users are going to need. I'll give a quick example of this in practice. There was a time I was working on an investigative report, and I gathered quite a lot of materials and did not know what to do with it. So when I go back, I went to look at some stories from Washington Post and converted it into an interactive report, right? When the report came out, I obsessed with the data, with the feedback, to see the things that people liked and things that people hated about it. And during that report, I learned that the people who found that storytelling format most useful were people with disabilities. Because usually when people publish long-form stories, you have to read it. People who have low vision, who can't listen to stories, are excluded automatically. So I then using that data, I then used it to build out a sub-segment of the same product, which was targeted solely to people with disabilities. And it worked, right? Just using the mission, the audience, to then drive the product that we're trying to build, right? So those are things to consider when you are building a media product. And, okay, I think it's the other way. Oh, I see. It makes sense now. And to build good products, we encourage people to develop strong product thinking in their newsroom. Product thinking has been defined by so many people in different ways. One of my favorite definitions is that it is the continuous process of identifying what your customer problems are and finding solutions that make sense to them and business. The way that lots of newsrooms, as we've mentioned and we all know now, the way that they address journalism is, they want to save the world. It's not a business. But to build things that last, you need to think about the core business that you do. And to do core businesses that last, to have businesses that make money for generations, you need to think about your product very deeply. And there are so many templates, so many principles for building all of those things. But the ones that I like the most are these Venn diagrams that I have on the side, which looks at the customer, the technology, and the business. And to illustrate that, right, a good way to think about it is your customer. Who is your customer? Your audience, your reader. Who is your reader? Use your user persona to define who that person should be. Technology means what tools do you have available? What is your engineering team, your web designer? What is their capability? Artificial intelligence. How do you deploy it to solve problems that your user has decided that is a core issue for them? And then when you take your technology, you take your user, you then think about how it ties to your revenue. Everything goes back to the money. The things that you then build by thinking about those things becomes a very strong core product that helps you to build products that last. A very good example that I would like to give is the Bloomberg Terminal. Are we familiar with the Bloomberg Terminal? Okay, so Bloomberg Terminal is really just this giant database of business knowledge, intelligence, analytics, and so on and so forth. For lots of people who want to do business journalism, when they experience Bloomberg Terminal for the first time, it changes how they think about doing business journalism. Because it has a lot of very user-centric, audience-centric mechanisms that make you want to be immersed in that world. It's very hard for you to find people who say they used to be Bloomberg Terminal fans. Once you get sucked into it, you get sucked into it. And the reason that those things work is that your product thinking is not static. It's good today, it works fine today, you can change it tomorrow, and you should change it tomorrow. But at the core of you changing it are these principles of what technology do you have to change it? What customer base are you serving? Do they really need that change at that time? And how does it tie to your business? And that is where that Venn diagram crosses, and that is where you have product management for your newsroom. A little tweak to the same thinking is you look at your design, you look at your engineering, and you look at your marketing. And design means you build what works. Oftentimes, this is a little bit much more applicable to people in the tech space than in media, but oftentimes, we fall into this decision paralysis where you have a fine idea and you want to build a product around it, but you overthink the process of creation so much that you end up not doing anything because, I mean, if there are so many encumbrances on the way, why should I start anyway? But the thing that one of the most prominent business thinking in modern product development was shaped by Mark Zuckerberg when he said, build fast and break things. It does not mean you should damage the world, which is a separate argument. But the point of building fast and breaking things is that if you want to build a perfect product, nobody can build a perfect product in version 1. All right? If you want to build a product, the thing that matters is, does it work? If it works, does it serve the business's purpose? If it does those things and it does them well, all of the other things that you need to do, you can improve them over time until you get to a version of it that you're proud of. There is no one thing that I like to do occasionally is I go to certain websites. So for instance, I could go to Business Day website and use the Wayback Machine to go to a point. So there's an internet tool called Wayback Machine. You can use it you put a website on it and you go back to a point in time in the past to see what it looks like. For every participant in the program, I've done that for their products where I look at what their version 1 was like and what work have they done to improve that product over time, over the past 5, 7, 3, 2 years or months. And that helps to understand the way that a lot of them think about their design and their progress. So all of these things are very important when you're thinking about building great products. Again, engineering, and importantly, marketing. It does not matter how important your report, your journalism is, or media product that you've developed. If people do not know about it, it does not matter. You could build the greatest tool ever. You could build the thing that scrapes the internet for all of the breaking news and then analyzes it for you in your context. If people don't know about it, it falls apart. So in thinking about developing strong products, you also have to think about how people will discover it. And in doing that, you tend to build things that make sense beyond one period. My time is almost out, so I think I can take a few questions. But for this segment, there is a prototype sketch that we can do. And I would like us to do it together. Where's the microphone? So let's quickly build a media product in the last 3 minutes that we have. For this media product, I want ideas. It's like, this is crowd work. So for this media product, I want you to suggest, who should our audience be? What product are we building? Who are we building it for? Who should we build for? Anyone? Dr. Abba? We want to be the product for people in Abuja. Okay, so we want to be the product for people in Abuja.
Those who live in Abuja.
What do we want that product to do for them?
To enable them know Abuja. That is what is actually happening in the different parts of Abuja. What is happening in the health sector? What is happening in the hotel? Hospitality sector. Just like reporting Abuja. Something like that.
Reporting.
Anybody in Abuja want to know what is happening in Abuja, and then that's what they look. That's what they want to read.
All right, thank you. So we want to be the product for people in Abuja to know what is happening in Abuja. What do we think is the best way, anybody else, to build that kind of product to reach people in Abuja? Let's assume that the average age in Abuja is between 18 and 50. What do we think is the perfect way? This is not fact-based. We are theorizing. So what do we think is the perfect way to reach people within that age range who live in Abuja and want to know about the city? Anyone? Angela?
Okay.
Go ahead then, Pastor Angela.
I think that it would be... Is it okay to say?
Gloria, continue.
Okay. So I know that there's directories, listicles, creating marketplaces for them, and then utilizing social media most importantly.
Okay, so let's argue a little bit. Do we think directories are the right... Okay, we're getting pushback. Angela?
Excuse me. If we're building for people 18 to 50 to get to know Abuja, I think we can develop an app where they can go there, see what's available, make their booking, and pay.
Do we agree? Someone is here. So we have directory, we have an app. Yeah, please.
Good day, my name is Cynthia from Leadership Newspaper. If we are building something that would cater to individuals aged 18 to 50, I would say we can incorporate two major social media apps, that's TikTok and Facebook.
Okay. Do we agree? Please give to Mr. Hamzat.
I would simply suggest that we do a survey first. What platform does the people of Abuja actually use to access information? If we're able to find that, then we can start from there.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to add to that? Do we agree with him? We should do a survey. How many people in this room are from Abuja or live in Abuja? Hands up. Oh, interesting. So for people who live in Abuja, you can shout it out. What platform do you get your information from the most? Radio? Someone said See Abuja. See Abuja is an Instagram page, right? Radio. So we are getting lots of radio and social media. Who else? So Instagram, radio, TikTok, right? Chibuke. Chibuke said his wife. That's valid. So let's assume that we are going for the easiest tool, which is social media. And we want to build something for people in Abuja to get information from it. What do we think is missing, based on what we've discussed so far, for us to get to a product prototype that we think can make sense? What are we missing out? We've discussed the audience, we've discussed the technology. What is missing? How to catch them? That's also part of audience. We've discussed the audience. We've mentioned audience, which is people in Abuja who need information on the city. We've discussed the technology. The thing that is missing. Okay, not quite there yet. The third thing. Our mission is to provide information to people in Abuja. The technology, the opportunities is we're going to use Instagram, and what is missing, how we are going to make money from them. All right? That's the third part of the triangle that we drew. Yes. Please give the mic to him. So we want to make money from people in Abuja by creating an Instagram account that provides information to them. How do we monetize it?
Now, okay, what I'm thinking is for health, for instance, we want a go-to, platform. You want treatment for, let's assume your ear. You have ears problem, you have eye problem. You need hospitals where you can be treated. So by the time we say, okay, we are making this product in such a manner that we reach the whole of Abuja, and we ask those who have specialized services or products to advertise. I think they should be willing. You want to appear either. You want to come on radio to discuss your hospital. You want to talk about your hospitality sector.
So we have advert.
Eatery, advert. Yes, I think. It's
anything else? Anyone? Runa?
So I'm always going to rely on the fact that when we say social media, I'm probably dealing with the people in the FCT, but we forget that Abuja is a satellite town. There's people in Kubwa, there's people further afield, and they will probably be the ones that will have the mass that you're looking for, the mass market that your hospitals are looking for. So I would say in addition to whatever you're trying to do, have a listening post where people, so you would then work with telecoms. You pay a token to make your call or send your text message, and then you get a response, automated or not. But there has to be some way to get those tiny coins and really actually scale and serve the people. When you have that framework, you can then leverage it, if we're talking about IP, and then lease it to other people that need your infrastructure. So bring other things, like where you can get pepper soup to eat as well. That's what I would be doing instead of just going to Instagram. Because what happens the day that Instagram goes down? Or the day that Instagram is shut down by the government for security reasons?
So we have IP licensing, we have adverts. Anybody else? Our time is up, but quickly. At the back. Thank you.
I want to just say, in Abuja, like she rightly said, most of the population are in the rural areas. And even in the city center, we must consider the issue of, we're talking of, like my concern is, what is the age bracket of what we're talking about?
We said 18 to 50, right?
Now, okay, but...
So how do we get them to give us money?
No,
that's the question.
No, within that, you discover that you're talking of data, if you're talking of social media. How many people can afford the data for you to be able to get some of this information across? So it boils down again to maybe public general media where you can maybe listen on radio or television or adverts, billboards where you see some information and all that. For those who might not afford, because if you're thinking of the issue of making money, the issue of data too, how do you get those information to pass across? Because you need data even on your phone to be able to access some of this information.
Okay, sounds like a business risk suggestion. But any other revenue generation idea? All right, cool. So we have a business prototype. I would love to see someone test it. But we have a business prototype, and basically what we've done is to do product thinking to see, in theoretical terms, what we think works for the audience. As Dr. Abba has rightly suggested, you might have to go do a survey outside. You might go to rural areas, talk to people. You might even advertise on radio to get feedback from people to test out some of the theories that you now have, right? And based on that, you can decide to launch, get feedback after launching, and use that feedback to then improve the subsequent versions of whatever products that you get to. This is the thinking that I want to take back into your newsrooms when developing products. Don't just make a product because it's going to make the editor-in-chief happy. Make products that make sense and are useful to people, and ensure that those products, as you are working on them, as you are tinkering with the idea, you're also thinking about how that product is going to pay for itself so that the newsroom does not shut down. Thank you very much.
That he actually just did this as the exercise and not the conversation. Do you know what I mean? You're like, Temitayo, a feedback from all of us. The next time you have this session somewhere else, make it interactive like this. Now, so would they learn. You know, Nigeria now, the way would they learn with that? Please give it up again one more time to him. I mean, he was brilliant. Loved it. Great. Anybody who missed this session, Jay, you know what I mean? Okay. And now, finally, as we go on, Amzat, where the guy? I see him before. Ajibola, you know where I go? Okay, I've been warned your hail here. And finally, on the last conversation for today's conference, we're going to be looking at audience development. I think that's one of the things many media organizations struggle with. How do I know who my audience is? It looks like a vague word, amorphous in nature. Many people don't really understand the identity of an individual audience as your focus. Perhaps There are new approaches to this. We don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss audiences aren't just there, they are built, is none other than Dara Ajala. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for her. Dara, baby, walk like a babe. You know what I mean with your glasses.
I say more like running because, yeah, we have to. Hi, everybody. I'm back again with my yellow glasses. Will be out of your face soon. Okay. My slides. So basically, I'm going to be talking, or we are going to be talking about audience engagement. And there's a reason why these 3 sessions flowed the way they did. Now, there's 2 ways it could have gone. Could have started with audience, could have gone to product, and then wrapped up with revenue. Or you know, done the inverse. I should wait. Hey, I was born to do this. Okay, or we could have done the inverse. Say we start out with, like we did, revenue, the big picture, and do the inverted funnel type thing. Now we're going to talk about audience, but before we go ahead, all of the conversations tied to each other, what I'd like to get 2 to 3 participant feedback. What's been the biggest question on your mind when thinking about the popular context or popular subject of audience engagement? At the turn of the last decade, it's become one of the most important things. It's become one of the, It's become one of the buzzwords, and for good reason too. So I'd like to get 1, 2, 3 perspectives or feedback. Volunteers, what's the biggest question you would like to see addressed? Because I'm going to be iterative with this session. What do you want to see addressed? Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. My name is Chioma Namani, and I work with Nigeria Health Watch. So for me, it would be how to change or move our audience into a community. Because now I could see, okay, we have followers, we have people reading, we have people listening, but how do I turn them to a community that are actively engaging? So that's a question.
Awesome. Let me stay with you. What does community mean to you? I'll come to you.
Engagement. People
What does engagement mean? I'm sorry. Go ahead. What does engagement mean to you?
Okay, I would say we do a lot of writing. People that I know that are actually reading, I am getting feedback. I am seeing that it is actually making an impact. So that's what it means to me.
I would have asked what does impact mean to you, but let's stop at the 5 whys, but it's okay. Adam, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dara. I think the biggest question for publishers in this age when it comes to audience engagement, for me, is determining what is it that the audience want in terms of content and not necessarily what we think they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? One last one. Okay, 2 of you, real quick.
Thank you. Mine is a response to what he said. So maybe when you're ready to take on the response, what does the audience want?
What does the audience want?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to ask them.
All right. You have to ask them. Thank you for that. This is so cool. Y'all are doing my panel for me.
Thank you. My name is Gloria Edukere. I work with Communicate, and my question would be, how do we get the audience to pay for what they actually want? Because now we've identified who our audiences are, we've created products that they like, they are interested in, but how do we get them to now pay for this product?
Thank you, and thank you so much for all the feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, what just happened the last 2-3 minutes is a typical live scenario of what free audience insights is. So you all just talked about, in the last session, you talked about, Dr. Abba talked about performing, I think it was Ajibala that talked about conducting audience insights. And in this scenario, you're the audience, and you have literally told me what to present to you by way of the product of this presentation. So that's an example of how audience insights can be conducted anecdotally, but without a lot of cost. That's outside of this presentation, but yeah, just thought to throw that in there. We'll get to all those points, how to get from audiences to community, what does the audience want, and how to get them to pay. I could answer the questions immediately, but let's quickly run through. Welcome, my name is Dara, and we are sharpening here how we think about audiences, not necessarily as passive consumers, but as strategic partners. And I want to emphasize that word, because in all the questions that have been asked, I sense a clear dilemma or a clear divide between the products that we are putting out as journalists, as well as connecting with what the audience needs to hear or wants to hear. And so they are strategic partners in our journalism sustainability. It's not enough to publish good journalism, certainly not. We need to ensure that it finds and resonates with, as well as retains the people that we are trying to serve. So it's not an afterthought. It's central to our editorial process. Audience engagement doesn't start after the editorial product is complete. And I think that would be my first point to your question, how to turn them from audiences to community. They don't become community as an end product at the end of the editorial journey. They become community through the entire process. That's the first point to that. So audience engagement, again, is about using all of the insights that our audiences give us for free. You all have given me insights for a audience engagement training workshop for free. And that's how we need to be gaining insights constantly with as little charge as possible from our audiences. We're also going to talk about how this session is not about giving up editorial control. It's using insight to make sharper editorial decisions. So quick recap, really quick question. What's your organization's main product? Yeah? Yo. Hi, Gloria. Intelligence. Louder for the back of the room. Oh, great. Anybody else? Your organization's main media product? Chibike? Health Insights. Okay, great. Y'all don't need to see my yellow glasses again. Let's just leave this. Let's leave the thing on the screen. Thank you. Okay, so the point is, when we figured out that who our audience is and what our organization's main product is, the next step is understanding that the audience pays with attention and trust.
This is a class, right?
Yeah, please, jump in.
I want to ask a question. I understood, thank you. I understood that, I have the microphone, I'm now reducing my tone. I understood what Health Watch spoke about as a health insight being a product. But my sister, I don't understand how intelligence is a product.
Hey, Gloria,
I just want to know, because so that we can learn.
Okay, so at Communicate, our core focus is on creating intelligence products for the investors, policymakers, and entrepreneurs that read our different products, right? We have a newsletter that has 46,000 subscribers, first and foremost. And our customer base, one of the core things that they come to us with is research and intelligence on Africa's creative economy, to explore the different verticals that exist. When it comes to music, it comes to film, it comes to the creators who are creating, it comes to the different businesses, art and craft, and the rest of the other things. Who are the creators? How does this particular industry generate money? And how can we, the investors, invest in the different creators, in the different businesses and entrepreneurs, right? So one of the core things that we do is ensure that we create reports, we create products that actually address that. Create products that show that the creative economy is very valuable. How? This is how much it has contributed to the economy. These are the key people who are making this thing happen.
A product is what I want to know, because I'm going by the definition of a product and a service. Just help me out. Maybe Dara can help me out as well.
IP.
Intelligence as product.
Yeah.
Say that again.
IP.
In what way?
So our IP It's definitely then the research that we are selling. It's definitely the intelligence that we are selling. How do we do this? We do a lot of reports. Our reports is our IP. That's a major source of our IP, right? Us having all of these interviews with the different creators, the different businesses, that is our IP as well, because we are doing research. Research is a core thing that we've identified gives us the most part of our revenue.
Excellent. Thank you. Now, piggybacking from where she stopped, how many of us believe that our product is for everyone? It's not a trick question, guys. You guys, stop it. Really, how many of you believe that your product is for everyone? Okay, do you want to share why?
Thank you. I was saying that my name is Francisca from Independent Television. So we have a widespread, how do I call it now? We have children's programs, we have things for the adolescent, we have lunch hour, we have news hour. So at particular times of the day, the audience will change, but definitely at some point we will have some kind of contribution to our audience from every age group. So that's how I think that the product is for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Cynthia from Leadership. So I believe that a media product cannot be for everybody. Yes. Exclusivity creates value. It's just like fashion brands. We have some jean fashion brands in the US that's majorly for slim people. All right? While we have fashion brands like Skin by Kim Kardashian caters to both plus size and normal sized, ladies. So that exclusivity is what gives it the value that it has. When it's exclusive, you have so many people running to the fashion stores trying to buy this particular product. That's what makes it special. So you cannot say a media product or a media house is trying to catch so many attention. It doesn't have value anymore. It has to be a particular people that you are directed to.
Yeah. So to push back, further question: if exclusivity creates value, how does that tie with journalism's core mandate? How do you balance those two?
Okay. Is that directed to me?
Yeah. If you want to contribute, please go ahead.
Okay. I believe that media products should have, or just like what Temitayo just taught us right now, there are media brands that cater to particular people, Zikoko and Premium Times. Everybody has their core values or what they are projecting or the kind of people that they are trying to reach or the kind of audience that they are trying to, catch. So just basically in Nigerian language, focus on your focus. It's just like Women Radio. We know that they are all about women empowerment, bringing in local stories from the rural areas, from women that are marginalized or their voices are not heard. So that's just what journalism is all about. If you're trying to grapple and trying to cater to everyone, that's where you lose it, really. If you're a newspaper brand that deals in politics, just focus on that. Yeah, that's it.
And so thank you so much. Thanks to both of you ladies for your insights. The interesting thing about both of your viewpoints is that the balance of that is where audience engagement for true sustainable journalism now comes in. Slides, please. Jack said. Thank you. So that's where, that level of audience engagement now comes in. Because, let me answer that question. A product for everyone is a product for? Grazie. A product for everyone is a product for no one. So when we talk about audience segmentation, audience engagement and differentiation, really, the goal here is clarity, not exclusion. So that's one step in the direction of where you have come from. But however, again, like Madam Eugenia, I can't read lips.
I was saying I wanted to quickly say something.
Oh, jump in.
Yes. Concerning the TV station, each program you have is a different product. And each of them cater to different people. So your station in a whole is not a product. It is just the avenue that your product reaches out to people. So the program for the children is a different product. The one for adults is a different product. I just wanted to quickly say that.
Awesome. Thank you for preaching my message. Just saved me an extra 2 minutes. That's the next point for your perspective, right? You are reaching a wide range of different types of audiences, but with different products. You may not know it, thank you so much. You may not know it, but you are reaching different audiences, different audience persona types with different products. Because, like I said, when we try to serve everyone equally with one product, we often are not serving anyone very well. And this is the trap of generalization. It dilutes impact and it is not strategic. So being specific is not removing your audience. That's always the biggest fear, especially for impact-focused media organization. The goal is not to reduce your audiences. It is to provide depth rather than pointless width. Right. So reach deeply, build loyalty. Again, to your point about building community, not audiences. Go deep, not wide. Understand, build with your audience and convert from audience to community. So you don't lose your mission when you focus. Rather, you are sharpening it, and then your loyal audiences will emerge from not just mass appeal, but from meaningful relevance. The point is real audience growth will start with specificity and not generality. Hey, I figured this thing out. Right, so what is the audience of one? We understand what the audience of one is right now. One product serving a specific database of audience personas. Why do we need to do that? And we may go later on a little bit into what an audience persona is. People engage the most with content that, make it feel like though it's for them. So relatability increases connection, and connection builds trust. Trust sustains attention, and the upward spiral cycle continues. There's a way to continue in a cycle that is not static, but it's upward moving, because sustained attention enables long-term impact. And that's the core behind the audience of one approach. You are not literally creating for one person, but you are creating relatable, useful, valuable products for a wide range of people that is relatable to them. That's how relevance scales. So what's an audience persona? I'm not sure we have the time for this, but I just want to touch on it really quickly, that an audience persona is fictional. It's fictional data, but it's a fictional character rather, but it's data that is informed by real insights. And I emphasize this continuously. You can't pull an audience persona out of who you think reads who you think engages with your platform, or who you want to engage with your platform. Everybody wants to speak to policymakers, right? What's the percentage of policymakers who are really reading your publication? So it includes their behaviors, their preferences, and I think Akiemi touched a little bit on this. But the point is, personas help you and your team to stay aligned on who it is that you are actually building for, why it matters to them. I'm going to repeat this. Personas help you and your team to stay aligned on who you are building for, one, why it matters to them, two, and how best to deliver these products. When it's used well, a persona will help you to, so basically when it's delivered properly, a persona will help you to shape your story tone, your depth, your format, your platform selection, as well as your publishing cadence. I recently joined a platform group that is publishing stories, say 10 times a day, and I'm going to give them feedback for free. That's too much. For me, that's too much on WhatsApp for a day. Okay, they're not here. Right. So that's, important feedback. Your audience persona helps you determine up to decisions as minimal or as major as how often you publish. Great. I would like to spend the rest of the time here because this is where the bulk of audience engagement arguments end. When the social media manager comes to the CEO or management and is discussing, has attended some recent training, maybe they're in the program, and they recently came back from an audience engagement workshop that the program had organized, and they come back with feedback that they need to conduct some audience insights and use that to shape how they are producing, what they are producing, and stuff like that. And the question from management, who are a group of really passionate journalists that have been in media for 20, 30 plus years, have borne the brunt of the sacrifice that media has thrown at them. The question is, we're supposed to be independent. We're supposed to present truth that's not influenced by any actors, whether major or minor. Why would I utilize audience insights to dictate how I write my stories and who I write for? That's the tension. This is valid and a very necessary challenge, especially in the context of journalism that holds power to account. So let's interrogate it really quickly, head on, before we go on. So the real challenge here, I will pause. I know I'm running out of time, but I'll stop whenever my bosses chase me off stage. I would like to know what your feedback to this dilemma is. How have you navigated this challenge? You need to engage your audiences, but then how do you balance the fact that you're supposed to stay independent? That's the basic, every journalist, the first thing you are taught in journalism school or when you join a journalism platform is independence from major, minor actors. Present the truth unbiased as it is and serve public good. How have you navigated that? Yes.
Well, I think if you understand that you are not producing for yourself, so it should not be difficult, because if you want to be independent, are you independent of the people that are going to patronize your product? You can't be. I'll give an example that is not exact, but just to show how difficult it can be. So I used to work in a newspaper that is owned by a politician. And even in that situation, we realized that even though we want to sometimes pander to their interests, we are still in business. And we had to go out of our way to patronize, to ensure that we don't do anything that will make people who are not on the same political alignment to stay away from our product. So independence should not extend to listening to your audience. That's the way I want to put it.
So should the audience also, so insights from the audience, when you've gathered it and you've distilled it, should it dictate what you write? I understand that we skirt around the subject a little bit. Yes, it should dictate how we write, what platforms we use, but should it dictate what we write?
Well, I would rather say you need to factor into your consideration.
Right.
So when you are holding editorial meetings, I say, look, this is what our audience wants. How can we meet them maybe halfway, if that is what we want to do? But really have to factor them in.
We have to factor it in. Thank you so much for that insight. And I would, just 1 minute.
Yeah, my name is Ona Idu Lawrence.
Yes.
I'm the publisher of National Record.
Okay.
It's an online newspaper. I've been listening very attentively since yesterday, and this particular question of audience.
Yes.
My audience, the audience of National Record is the labor unions.
How do you know, sir?
Because I set out to cover and produce reports, injustices against workers. So generally the working class and unions. But surprisingly, when we started coming out since 2021, and I shared this with Theophilus, some of the injustices Many of the unions are not paying minimum wage. You write the report, the unions get angry. They said, we don't wash our dirty linens in the public. And I said, but you wash the dirty linens of politicians in the public. Why don't you want us to do the same to the unions? So at the moment, we have some cases with them in court because we wrote stories that were factual but hurt the leadership of most of the unions. Of course, the workers, they like the stories, but they do not want to offend. They provide information, but they do not want to offend their leadership.
How useful has your publication been to the workers, and with what evidence?
Yeah, it has been useful because, one, when we expose the oppression of the leadership against the workers, the rank and file, they are happy. And that is the essence of unionism.
Okay, so when they're happy, when they're happy, what's next? Has anything?
But the leadership is not happy.
Okay. So I get where you're going, and we will jump to the real purpose of how to utilize audience insights to craft the purpose of a product. Connecting purpose with vision, connecting vision with value capture as well. So that's a conversation that we can have. But it's important as a media organization, sir, to be very clear on what impact looks like. Like I did mention, I wanted to go all the way to the 5 whys with her. But the last question is to be clear on what impact looks like to you. And is the cost benefit, is it really valuable that you are risking your lives and the lives of, without useful remuneration to make a few people happy who won't take action?
It's not, exposing injustices or workers being underpaid is, you are not working, you are working for the actual workers who are supposed to benefit from unionism.
Yep.
Unionism is all about welfare of workers. And the welfare of workers are being undermined.
True.
And that is what we are exposing.
Important work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And really, here is the truth. Most newsrooms don't have unlimited capacity. There's not enough time. There's not enough funding or human capital to pursue every story idea. So you really have to, okay, I've gone too far. You have to prioritize, right? What stories go first? Which ones do we drop? Which formats are worth the effort? And this is where insights serve as a decision raiser, not to dictate what you say, but to help you to choose what to pursue, when, how, and for maximum relevance and reach. So insights then would not be seen as a threat to independence, but rather they are a response to scarcity. And I'd like us to delve deep into the various decision-making razors that are available, and then see how to utilize or curate audience insights as media's own decision-making razor. We make decisions every single day, and there are frameworks that guide, whether consciously or unconsciously, there are frameworks that guide how we make those decisions. Great. So is it interference or intelligence? When is it interference? It's interference when you choose stories based only on popularity metrics, that's interference. When you soften truth to avoid backlash, you know that a story is going to, your audience wouldn't like that story, and so you soften it, that's interference. When you avoid unnecessary accountability story, like you mentioned, the union was trying to get you to do. That, in a sense, is interference because you anticipate disinterest. That's compromise. But when you use feedback to refine your formats and highlight blind spots or guide your distribution, that is intelligence, using audience insights for intelligence. So editorial integrity is not necessarily what you cover. It's about what you cover really and why. So insights help you with how, with when, and for whom. That's not surrender, that's strategic listening. That's not surrendering to your audience. That is listening intently and hearing what the audience needs and how to provide that value to them. Can we take this? How long do I have? Yikes. Okay. So I'll just take this quick example, right? Here are the kinds of data that go into a persona and how they directly support editorial thinking. So when you understand your audience's media habits, for example, that gives you clarity on format and platform selection. What types of stories how are we writing our stories rather? What platforms are we using to deliver that story? What are their interests? That helps you to answer the question of what types of beats are we creating, what series are we prioritizing. And then when you look at the education level, lower in the ranks, because we often over-prioritize two audience data points, which is demography and education level. And I think those are the least important. We take that and turn it into a whole user persona. This person is 18 to 20, and so must like everything that every 18 to 20-year-old likes. Other points of data are the most critical in framing who and how an audience is and gaining that data. And they'll tell you if you ask them empathetically enough. Great. So what can editorial teams do with data? You can use media. Okay, we've talked about this. I'm going to skip this. So let's talk about applying audience insights in editorial work. And we're going to use a case study of Dara's Yellow Glasses Incorporated. What? Okay. So let's assume that feedback showed from this hypothetical organization. We conducted some free, I like to emphasize it, free feedback survey that the audience, the readers wanted more context. And so we launched an explainer series. The survey also revealed that there's interest in health, but not policy. Shade to Nigeria Health Watch. So, interest in health, but like everyday health, but not policy. So we reframed a health beat or a health product as everyday health. They were interested, there was a drop in engagement on feature-length reports, and so we tested shorter summaries with links. And all of this is testing, all of this is experimentation, and we're gaining insights, we're collecting that data to see whether to chalk or to push up these experimental products. So persona data that we've collected helped us to choose between 3 potential podcast formats. And that saved us from spending excessive amounts of money producing podcasts only to realize that it's not what the audience actually wanted. The goal is not to tick all boxes, it's to ask really better questions. I'm going to jump to insights from 5 steps to go from insights to actions. So when you, okay, I don't think I have the time for this. I've kept us long. Okay, give me a minute. Great. So the whole point of audience personas is to understand that we are moving, persona development is a practice. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's not a workshop trick. It's a newsroom culture shift. Refining personas is how you maintain strategic clarity over time. It helps you to choose between competing priorities. It helps you to test ideas. It helps you to justify pivots. So you're not just jumping from what you think is relevant, what the audience wants to hear, to actually delivering what the audience has said they wanted to hear. And it helps you bring new members up to speed real quick. And when used well, personas are your editorial compass. Great. I would encourage you all to try it out. 1 product, 1 persona. Not right now. We are out of time, but I'm going to include my email to go through this. You want me to go through this? If I get enough interest, I would consider doing a virtual masterclass. Okay, so if I get enough interest, I'll put my email in there. You can reach out to me, and then we'll talk about, you can put together a product, we'll look at it, and then I'll give you feedback. Thank you all so much. I hope this has been useful.
Clap for girl in yellow glasses and yellow dress. You know what I mean? She's looking at. And then, please, can you, the wonderful audience, give yourselves a round of applause? Like, I love this audience. Engaging, listening, even with all the food served on an ogre sleep. Evidence of when something is good, sleep disappears. It has nothing to do with the food. But anyways, and as we gear towards the end of this conversation, a good closing remarks from the man behind the scenes will be in order. After the closing remark, don't come and run. No. There's something that will happen. Please, ladies and gentlemen, for the final closing remarks, kindly put your hands together as I call on Dr. Theophilus Abba, Program Director, Daily Trust Foundation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want you to turn to your neighbor and say congratulations. Because you are not the same again. Is that not? After, this night you have changed. By the time you return to your newsroom, you are going to experiment with new things. Exactly, I know that will happen. Because you can't be under this kind of, talks, the words that have come down. They are so heavy that you cannot ignore them. So thank you very much. And I want to say thank you for staying true. You know, when we were planning this program, we said 2 days conference, non-residential. You know, the board said, look, the second day the hall will be empty. I said, well, it won't be empty. We expect that the kind of, talks on the first day would encourage people to come for the second. Say, no, you know, you're not giving them money, you're not doing this, they will not come. I said, no, let's try it. And yesterday they said, we didn't know so many people will come, but today, perhaps there won't be so many. But I hope we'll take this picture back to the board to say that, we endured. Is that not? Thank you very much. Well, this conference will not be the first attempt by the foundation to help journalism. Because for those of us who have journalism in our blood, you know, we get pained when newspapers go under. And then we get pained when good journalists leave the profession for other fields. At times we find a very good investigative reporter. Where are you now? So I'm with so governor. I say, you're working with the governor now. So we've lost you. Or he enters into a bank, say, look, what I'm doing in the bank, I don't like it so much, but I think it's a better place. You know, so it pains us. We're not saying, okay, how can we encourage journalists, you know, to make money and stay in the profession? That's one of the reasons why we came together with NAMI to do this conference. But it will not be the first time, because since 2022, we've been doing programs to help journalists build capacity to be able to, make money from what they know. We have a project called Media Enterprise Lab. We have trained journalists in digital marketing for 2 weeks. We trained them in how to become effective freelance journalists, how to make money from freelance journalism. We took them through how to write books, how to edit books, and how to publish books. In fact, in this one, we even had book publishers in the meeting who spoke to journalists. We also talked about documentary production. How do you produce documentaries to make money? Then how do you manage a media startup? You know, we put some journalists in the room in Kaduna. We took them through broad business leaders, those who know branding, those who know new tech. We put them together in one room in Kaduna, and we took them through how to manage a media startup. Then we also did a training on media management. That was separate from the startup. How do you manage a media? And we are working on one area. I've not found an expert to handle it yet, on document digitization. Because I feel that journalists deal with so many documents, but if they know how to digitize documents, they can make money from them. So we've been trying to do this for quite some time now. And when we talked about this conference, it was actually Malam Manir who talked about the conference. He said, look, why can't we have a conference on media sustainability? And I said, why do you want? So I have friends, they worked with the BBC, they were with the VOA, they were with the big media. Now they've set up radio stations, they've set up, websites, but they are not making headway. Can't we do something along that? I said, okay, let's see. Perhaps we'll bring people who are experts. And luckily for me, I met Deji at one of our Mercator meetings. And when I listened to him, I said, this is wonderful. So I told him, say, we are doing something like this. Would you come as a facilitator? He said, yes. No problem, he will make it. But later, we say, okay, instead of being a facilitator, these people have done so much work. They've done practicalizing what the thing we are talking about. Why don't we partner with them to do this conference? And when I told Deji, I thought he would say, we are not ready to do it. You know, some people are arrogant. We have our models, we have our this, we have our that, and so there's no need. But he said, no, we can work together. And that's why we are here. And I think we are benefited. Is that not? We are benefited a whole lot. Now, one of the things we are taking away from here is that to do journalism, come out of guesswork. No, don't just assume things. I think even the last session by Dara tries to explain that to us. Don't assume things. You know, you can do research. One of the things you do in journalism school is research. So you can do research. Why don't you use that research to improve your journalism? And we have heard so much about audience, about products that can be paid for. You know, it's not every product that people will pay for. I think we know that already. It's not everything that you produce that people are ready to pay for. In fact, there was a time when I was the editor of the Sunday, at Daily Trust on Sunday. You know, the mandate I had was that do investigative story, let's do investigative. So I emphasized investigative reporting. So one day, we were having a meeting with the marketing people, and the man, annoyed me. He said, look, this Sunday paper is research and research and research. Always research, always research. I said, what is this guy talking about? We've done good investigative reporting, and he was calling it research. He said, this research, you will do research, 3 pages, 4 pages. People are not reading it. I said, what does this mean? And when I went back to say, okay, maybe this story I think is really important, may not be the one that people want to read. So we now have to look for stories around politics to use as lead, then investigative report, promote on the cover, and then run the rest inside. You know, it's part of listening. The audience are saying, well, this may be good, but then it's not what we want to consume the way you expect us to consume them. So we have to come out of assumption. We have to produce what people can buy. Talk about innovations. We heard about technology, community building, profit making. Malam Kebiru, Malam Kebiru also talked about profit making. He said, look, when he was at The Guardian, they said, Hebrew means business. So if you are doing journalism and you are not thinking about profit, you have to start thinking about it. Because your talent can actually create profit. We learned that from the music industry. They make a lot of money from it. So what we do, most of us are operating on talent. You know, we are very good at using metaphors, as symbolism, flashy writing, and all this and all that. Then how can we convert those to products that can give us money? Those are the things that we have come to listen to these 2 days. And I want to give us one advice. It's a counsel. Well, Yabo, just collect 1,000 naira from everybody before I say what I want to say. 1,000 naira. Oh, yeah. 1,000 naira, everybody. Before I tell you what I want to tell you now, 1,000 naira. It's too much, eh? Okay, maybe we'll pay later. I will encourage you to collect the contact of the NAMIC team. So that you can seek advice. You know, if you look at what you are doing now, you can say, okay, let's talk to Deji. This is what I'm doing. How can I do it better? How can I make money from it? Because they will take you through. These are the things you must consider. These are the things you must do. Those are the things you must not do. They will take you through, think along with you, and help you to envision a better product that can make money for you. And I think if you do that, they won't throw you out. They will not say, go away from us. After all, Dara has talked about an online discussion on how you can engage with your audience. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much for staying with us for these 2 days. And we hope that we do better journalism that will give us, enable us to make money. And one of the things I want to encourage us is that don't run away from journalism. Rather, think of how you can make money from journalism. Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
No truer words were said. Think of how you can make more money from journalism rather than abandon all of those years, skills, tools, knowledge that you have, and then just give it out to somebody simply because you are tired. And often when we are tired, it's born out of ignorance. And when you're ignorant, you really cannot make better decisions. And when you don't have better decisions, it's because you don't have a roadmap. And if you don't have a roadmap with somebody who guides you, sometimes you will fall. But when you have people behind your back who now say, okay, can you take this next turn? This is a crossroad. This is a way to navigate it. What happens is you become re-empowered, re-energized, reinvigorated, and you are alive to do that which you've been blessed to do. Once again, congratulations to the organizers. Please give them a round of applause. And to yourself too, give yourself a round of applause because you guys have been brilliant. Like, I love you guys. And then I do tell you earlier on that we're going to give you one sweet, juicy take-home, one for the road, like we like to call it. Remember that Dara offered to give the virtual training, right? So pick your pen, take your best notebook or journal, where you know you never forget it, and I'll give you the email that you can send to her so that you can be selected or you communicate with her to indicate your interest for the virtual training. The email is, are we ready to go? Do I hear? Do I hear yes? More like it. It is DAR dot AJ rather, AL. So Dara, DAR dot AJALA, Ajala, at mdif.org. Would you like me to repeat that? All right, one more time. Dara, D-A-R-A, dot Ajala, A-J-A-L-A, at mdif.org. Are we good? Can I hear yes? Are we good? All right. Thank you all so very much for being here. I'm sure today we did good by keeping to the time as much as possible. I mean, we beat it all. You were cooperative. We did our part. So it was a synergy that made this outcome what we sought. I am Lady E. Ejiro Umukoro. I'm a policy writer, policy researcher, best-selling author of the book Distortion. I didn't even bring it. Imagine my book is there. And incidentally, too, I'm also the publisher and CEO of Lightray Media. Once again, thank you all for giving me the honors to have stood here before you to host today's events. May you have a safe journey home. God bless. And if you can slam the national anthem for them at the end, that will not be bad too if they want. Or you give them one better Nigerian music they can dance. I don't know which one works. Oh yeah, shake body.
Though